I did mine without even knowing until the last second.
Nice.
Yeah, Kyle was just like, "Oh, by the way, we're broadcasting."
We're broadcasting.
Yeah,
I
that
was
was
like, "Oh,
totally
okay."
random.
Nice.
Google Hangouts. No, it's not. That's kind of weird. I feel like
What?
I'm
the
gonna go
Google
ahead.
Hangouts isn't on Xbox. That's really weird. I mean, like we have crazy
Um,
crap on here. We don't have Google Hangouts. Like, come on now.
yeah, I'm also gonna put on
Let's go
some
all apps.
shamanic drumming in the background. Hopefully, let me know if y'all hear it on the backdrop for the mic, because I'm not trying to make it super
Hangouts.
audible.
Like, come on now. Yeah, I just please don't like. I mean, I guess we could do that, but I'd rather not.
Well, I'm just
You know, when
like,
you're playing a video game and someone's blasting music in the background, you're like, dude, what the fuck?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm just like gonna play it almost
Arcs on
like
here.
non-audible, because it's still gonna do its thing, like whether like you can or not. That's the great thing about it.
Yeah. Upload studios, voodoo. Like we have some crazy crap on here, but we don't. Like we even have TED. Come on, dude. We don't have Google Hangouts. All right, Xbox, you're failing. I wonder if PlayStation had it. Dude, I'm actually gonna go get a 3DS tomorrow and grab fucking Pokemon.
All right.
Like Vine is on here, bro. Come on now.
All
Do
right.
I
Can
have
y'all hear
Facebook?
anything?
Nah.
All right. Perfect. I've only got it on 11 on my TV, so cool. That'll help with like negative energy, stuff like that, pushing it out, transmuting it, healing it.
Excellent, man. Good tactic for the virtual space.
Yeah, dude. I try to be mindful. Although Yoda
Yeah,
would
that's
say there.
awesome. There's a lot of people that won't do that, and it gets on my nerves pretty quick. Like I try to remain calm as possible. I am a pretty calm person nowadays. I have to admit, ever since I had my awakening, I feel pretty relaxed. You know, and another thing is like I don't think I was ever scared to die, but now it's just like, dude, I know exactly what's gonna happen when I die. Like, fuck you. Oh, whoops, sorry. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm looking
F
forward
that.
to
I
it.
don't care. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna go shoot myself in the head, but I
Oh
was
no,
driving
of
with my
course
friend.
not. Like we all have our
I
time to
was talking
die.
to him about it. I was talking to him about it, and he was like, yeah, I want to try to complete my mission. And he was like, so what do you think about dying? I was like, dude, I'll drive off the road right now with us. And I started going to the right, and he was like, oh, no. I was like, yeah. Scared
Yeah,
you.
but you don't want a traumatic death, because like yeah, that could
Yeah,
be
you could get locked in.
you
You
could
could
get
get
locked
locked in this
on.
reality just as a higher dimensional being. That would blow.
Yeah, that's not fun. Although, like, I don't know what you know about any of this stuff, but like a while back,
I just started.
yeah, like a couple of years ago, I looked into the end of my life, and it was serene, peaceful, like I had true serenity. So I know I'm gonna go back to those higher planes of existence and not get stuck here. Like my mission will be done. Like it feels like it was complete.
Yeah, that's good.
Like
I hope I can do that. Like, I mean, now that I've figured out the game and the rules of the game, I feel like I can complete my mission.
oh yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
But yeah, dude. Something I'm gonna mention to you, like when we go on to the broadcast, I need to talk about because like I did my meditation on Saturday for the first time, dude. I ended up in the astral, and I did it 3 times back to back to back. And you know, I told Kyle like I ended up crying, dude. Like, and just everything clicked for me. Well, today I tried, and I got my body high, like that really intense freaking vibration in my body, and like I could feel my sliver trying to get out. And every time it would go out, like I'd be like, "Oh, here it comes," because I would start seeing my breath while my eyes was closed, and I could see like the energy being dispersed. And I was like, "Oh, here it comes!" But I drank so much caffeine that I think it kind of messed me up because then my brain was moving too quick, and it just wasn't. I should have just let it come naturally, and I was kind of trying to force it. And
Oh,
yeah,
um, little
yeah, I
tip
ended up
on
messing
that.
myself up because of that.
If you want to do some journeying and stuff like that, get yourself some labradite. It's a shamanic
Every day.
journeying zone, and
Uh huh.
it'd be good to get some amethyst and hematite so you can set up a protection grid around yourself. while you're
Is that
doing
to
that.
make sure that I thought though, as long as when you come in contact with a negative entity, you can say no. Oh, and another thing that was weird, I had a freaking premonition while I was in my state. In there, I saw like I was looking at my phone, and I saw like the next video that was gonna pop up right while I was listening to my guided meditation. And it seems like a meditation, bro. Like even though I didn't go into like fully into the astral because I just had so much caffeine going through my bloodstream, I looked at it. I looked at my phone, and sure enough, it was something dealing with XCOM 2, and it had the picture that I saw. I forgot to mention that to you, Kyle. I thought pretty.
What?
It's highlights the body high.
Oh, yeah. You did mention that.
No, I didn't mention. No, I said I had like a premonition of like what was gonna happen after I came out of my uh out of my meditation, and it was like me looking at my phone, and it was showing the next video to come up, and I saw it, and then when I came out and I went to look at my phone, it was there, and I was like, son of a bitch, like that was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty chill.
Hmm.
This game looks
Nice,
awesome,
man.
For Honor.
Yeah, dude, that's some pretty incredible stuff right there. Your astral projection stuff.
Oh, did you hear about it? Yes, last time when we were doing it.
No.
Uh, like it was freaking intense, man. Um, so like I messaged Kyle right away because like, dude, I went in with no expectations. Like I'd never done anything like that. Like I've astral projected like once or twice, but I've never actually seen my soul. And like I could always see my body, like I was looking down, but I have sleep paralysis, and that was the reason why. And like every now and then, before I'd go into paralysis, I'd go into an astral state. Well, the first time I went through, I did the guided chakra cleansing, and I felt like I got this huge body high, and I could see my chakras opening as they went and cleansing out. Second time, I go into it. Oh, Jesus, some of these are running together now because it's been a couple of days. Give me 1 second. Uh, Jesus. Oh, second time. Like I went through a portal on the top, like at where my bed stand would be. Like I remember going through my crown chakra and into a portal, and I saw a being. Like I was in a galaxy. Like I was in a galaxy that was like blue with all these stars, and I saw a blue and white being of pure light. And at first, it had a humanoid figure, and then it went to a ball. And Kyle was like, "Do you know what that was?" And I was like, "Nah." And he was like, "Oh, trust me, you'll know it. You'll." He's like, you know what it is. So that was over Messenger. And then, but anyway, so when I came back through the portal, I had a beam when I went into my third eye and I started coming back into my state. I had a beam of light hit me in the middle of the head, and I was like, "Holy crap!" And like I started bugging out. Third time comes around, and tense. One of the highlights of it is I was laying and I could see my physical body, but I could see around my room, right? Like my eyes were closed, but I was conscious and I could see around my room and I could see my TV, like all the beer bottles hanging out and shit like that. And I went to lift up my arms, and my physical arms were laying on the ground, and I saw my soul's arms. Like it was purple. Like I don't know I really don't know how to describe it, but like I could see through it, but it was like purple, like a galaxy purple with with like a yellow like solar core to it, but you could still see through it, which that just completely blew my mind. And then my TV, I looked at my TV
Sounds
and
like
it
you
flashed.
sorry.
What's up?
Oh, sounds like you
Uh,
saw a ascended master.
well, what I ended up when Kyle asked me again when we were on stream, I was like, dude, I saw my oversoul. I saw me, just my oversoul. You know what I'm saying? That might be what you mean by ascended master.
You could
But I saw
maybe
that, and
in
he's
your
like,
higher
yeah,
self.
that's right. Yeah, I saw my higher self. That's what I saw, and it was like a freaking facepalm moment when he asked me again because I just immediately got it, and I was like, "Oh my god!" But yeah, I
Well,
ended up seeing one of my past lives, and I remember falling into an ocean because I looked at the TV screen went white, and then I could see it like through my eyes, and I fell into an ocean, and there was like it was a clear, bright, sunny day, and I was in the ocean, and I started feeling fear, and I that's when I popped out, and like that was the only time I ever felt fear
yeah, it wasn't too long ago.
in that state.
Yeah, that's wow. Yeah, like not too long ago though. did a transmission. You might be interested in these on the soulmatrix.com. They have a bunch of these transmissions. I did the Ultra Raw one, which it pretty much made sense where if you had a past life as an Atlantean and like you could clear the fear from like the fall of Atlantis and stuff like that from your Akashic records, and a bunch of stuff was downloaded for me from the Ultra Raw,
Mm-hmm.
like craziness. Like that was an intense experience. Also the Central Sun meditation transmission, that one I definitely recommend.
What is that called? Sorry.
The site you can go to is called thesoulmatrix.com. Just type that in and make sure you do a / transmissions in case you can't find the link to the transmissions page on the home page.
Okay.
It suggests donations, but you can go through them for free.
Oh, okay. Pretty cool. I mean, I can always throw on a couple bucks if I need to. That's not an issue.
Yeah, realizing I had a past life as one of the Atlanteans in the Golden Age, part of like the Ultra, the Brotherhood of Light.
Yeah.
That was intense.
Well, see, I just started. Like, I literally woke on freaking Saturday, bro. That was like, and it completely changed my perception. And you can ask Kyle when I was even talking about it, dude. I started crying. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, it fills me with joy when I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
it was intense. It
Like
was
you're
freaking
awake,
intense,
you're
man.
here.
Yeah, dude, and it's just
Like,
like you see, you understand so much when you come out of it. I started seeing like the reality of the crappy situation we are in on our world, and it's so bad. I just don't like. There's nothing. I don't know. I feel overwhelmed. I feel like we
yeah,
are
it's gonna
so
be like
outnumbered,
that
and it's
for a
not
bit.
fun, huh?
Yeah, dude.
But here's the
For
thing,
real.
dude. Like, hold faith, because more and more people are waking up. The critical mass is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have nothing to fear. I promise you. You have nothing to fear. Our higher selves collectively, they decided to pick the accelerated timeline for the awakening process.
Well, that's what we entered, right, in 2012. That was this is when we're in the awakening era. This is when we're supposed to awaken.
But recently, our higher selves, not like back then,
Mm-hmm.
like a couple years ago, but recently our higher selves collectively decided to pick the accelerated timeline for the awakening process, that we were ready for that
Yeah.
fast awakening. So these energy waves that are going to come hit us, these light waves, these downloads are going to be faster and faster. And it sounds like what's going on with you is a massive rapid download, like kind of like a catch up.
Yeah, that's what Kyle was saying because I guess how intense my meditation and my astral was. He said that was really quick progression, and so like as soon as I awoke, it would just happen. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of thought about it at the same time. Like no matter what choices I made, like for everything to have lined up like that, that's fate, bro. Like that is straight up fate. Because I like if I wouldn't have started looking up freaking freaking the alien stuff and like Project Blue Book and all that crap, I'd never seen fuck, I just lost it. Palladian message, and that would have never led me to my meditative state, my first true meditation try, and like it was insane. And then of course, I contacted Kyle, and I don't even know why I contacted him. I just contacted him right before I woke, and I was like, "Hey, man, we need to wake up, bro." And he was like, "Yes," and then it happened, and he was like, "Welcome, man." I was like, "Jesus Christ."
Yeah, welcome to
So
the
many
awakening.
feelings, so much to process.
Glad you're with us, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I'm
Dude,
not the same person.
right?
I never want to go back, man. And like I know I can accomplish it in this lifetime now.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Oh, he
Visualize
just
it.
knocked his head off. Sorry.
You visualize it, you manifest it, it'll happen.
Have you seen For Honor? It comes out in I want to say February, but it might be January.
No.
It's like it's Knights, Samurais, Vikings. and
What?
it's like multiplayer, and it has the most realistic combat simulation for medieval games so far, and it's a third person. You control a knight with minions running around type stuff, and there's
Is it like
campaign to it too.
overhead gameplay or like first person, third
No,
person?
no, no, like third person Gears of War, third person, like you know what I'm saying.
Okay,
Here, just
Gears of War
go,
third,
yo. If you're
not
on,
like
do you have like an
Diablo.
Xbox or a PlayStation that you can hit up YouTube real
PS4,
quick?
PS4. Yeah.
Okay, or is it in your room? Do you
I'll
have
check
it
it out.
like directly available?
Yeah, it's right here. Like, check it out.
Oh, go on YouTube and just search For Honor gameplay and just look at the first one that comes up. Like I trust
For
you. I
Honor
trust
gameplay.
huh?
For Honor gameplay.
Yeah, yeah, For Honor gameplay. Like trust me, it'll blow you away. Like there's so many people that like they saw it, they like got a glimpse of it at E3 and like, yo, have you ever heard of this game? I was like, dude, I've been waiting on this game for like a year and a half now. Yes, I've heard of it.
I'll check it out tonight. Although I want to leave the drumming playing for all this for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I would like to go smoke a cigarette real quick. I'm gonna just leave my phone on, and run downstairs and smoke a cigarette because it's charging it at. Well, you know, I have 19%. I should be alright. Let me just double check that is at 19%. Okay. Let me pause this gameplay footage. This is really intense. This one's really intense. I'd like to also get a cup of coffee because I just downed a bottle of water. So, but yeah. So tomorrow when I try it, I'm not drinking any caffeine tomorrow. Maybe like a cup of coffee in the morning, and that's it. Like I'm gonna keep it bare minimum. Try not to.
Yeah, it's good to break away from that coffee. Like, really leads to emotional instability, stuff like that.
Well, you know, I really think it was that energy drink that like made my mind overreact and kind of forced myself to try to go into that meditation state today. And that's the reason why like I only got the body high and not the visuals and not the actual astral projection was just because I was drinking so much caffeine. What? Oh. No, it's not my dad. F him. What a dickhead. Oh, I think you're attacking my belief of Christianity. I wasn't attacking crap. I was explaining my belief. Anyways, what's up?
Didn't say nothing.
Lily's right there. Are you taking her? Yeah, she was just outside me like 20 minutes ago. Freya's gonna stay. Freya's gonna stay down here for like another 30, 45 minutes, and I'll take her up. You hear me? Well, I mean it's 9:45. Do you want me to take her and let her up?
What you doing, Kyle?
Talking to Brendan. Kind of fucked up a little.
Right?
Kind of sort of fucked up a post, but it's all good, I guess.
I'm gonna test something out real quick.
No,
That's
All
cool.
right,
it's
cool.
all good.
She'll come up here in a minute.
I just
We're
She
advertised
hanging out
was.
this
I don't know where this
hangout
came from. She was like
differently than I
pulling
should have.
stuff off. Yeah, it's coming off that. It's not coming off of anywhere else. Because at first I thought she may have like had hair balls. Mom, you know what? She's good to go up with you right now. She was just out 20 minutes ago. 20. Like it's not like she was up. She was out like friggin' an hour ago. You know, I'm gonna grab Freya and just make sure she don't piss in her fucking crate. Oh, coffee's almost done. Hey, buddy. Oops, I just threw that in the pocket. Come here. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. You gotta go potties. Come here. Let me see you. No. All right, I'm just gonna hook you on one. I'm not really care enough to hook you on both. Come on, bud. Let's go. Hey, Freya, let's go. Quit eating crap off your bed and let's go. Ninja, get your ass out there. Go to the bathroom, boy. Woman, get your butt out there.
All right.
What's up?
Good night.
You're dealing with the same crap I was just dealing with. I'm gonna go to bed, Did you take Lily?
All right. Oh, good timing. Get some good sleep. I love you.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Kyle about this, man. I was talking to my dad. I was like, "Hey, Dad, like my belief system completely changed on Saturday." And my dad's like Catholic. Like, I guess since it's one of those things that you have to experience. I was trying to explain it to him, and he was thinking, like, I don't know how he got that I was attacking Christianity because at no point in time was I. I was just trying to explain kind of like the differences, and he like got all pissy at me, and I was like, dude, you know what? I'm not even. This is not even worth having an argument about.
Yeah,
My dad
dude.
lives in Texas though, so it's not like it bothers me. He can be as
Yeah.
pissed off as he wants. He'll be all right later.
Where are you at, by the way?
Delaware?
Ah, y'all up in Delaware, both of you. Cool. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
from
down.
Texas originally.
Yeah, I'm down in Louisiana.
Word. Oh man, I love crop. Oh, yo, are you all right with all that flooding? Shit.
Yeah, dude, we're fine. Actually, the flooding caused all my loans to go on deferment thanks to like
Uh,
crisis deferment.
huh.
So that was pretty cool. Found
Dude,
that
I was
out today.
actually I was visiting my grandfather who lives by Houston, and we went up to the Isle of Capri. You know where that is? It's like right on the border, casino, and we were hitting the storms on the way back, dude. They were gnarly, and my
Yeah,
dog
dude.
just got herself stuck in the freaking curtain. Great.
Like the storms actually like it hit our areas, but thanks to the landscape around my house that I'm in, all
You
the
didn't get
flood
flooded
water
out.
was diverted around. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I know, I was down there and I got to see it go when it was coming through Texas, and I was like, Jesus, I would hate to be there when it made landfall.
Yeah, on my way out to Tunica Falls, I got to see Baton Rouge and see like the aftermath. It
Yeah,
was really,
yeah. I had a cousin. He was coming back from Florida, and he drove through it. He said, "Man, it was horrible. They had shut down like I-10 in parts, like, and weren't letting people on it. And
yeah,
like, it was
I-12 was
crazy.
shut down hardcore too.
Yeah, yeah. That's awesome though. Like, yeah, dude, Louisiana's nice. I really like Asian food, so like crawfish, man.
Yeah,
Crawfish,
well,
alligator. Oh my god.
born in New Orleans, man. Like,
Hey, man. Do you like?
that's
I mean,
I've been
if
all over the
before
place.
any being of light goes on to the freaking astral realm, they have to have Asian food from Louisiana, and at least go to what's it called? Where am I missing this for Mardi Gras? I'm missing the name of the place. I went
Dude, there's
there and
so
I
many
just
good
can't
places.
remember. It's in Louisiana. What's the place called where it's like where it's Bourbon Street? Um, for
What,
Mardi
French
Gras?
Quarter?
No, for Mardi Gras. The what's the city called?
It is New Orleans.
New Orleans. Why am I okay? I said New Orleans and I was thinking I was saying Louisiana. I'm sorry. Thank you. Like I knew what I was trying to say and it
Good.
just I wasn't processing it.
It's all right, dude.
But
Totally
yeah,
okay.
I definitely need to cut the energy drinks out. Like
Dude,
especially
the
well,
caffeine in
I mean,
general.
it's one thing for schoolwork, for regurgitating bullshit that I need to learn to be a lawyer, but for like studying in the astral, like you really can't be on.
Dude,
You can't really put
here's
that in your
pro
system.
tip for you.
Hmm.
For energy and focus, instead of doing caffeine, get yourself some organic lemons and do warm lemon water in the morning. You'll get pretty energized from that, and
Is
it's not like
well, is
shaky. Like,
wait, does that go off the same objective as like orange juice? The acid and the B vitamins kind of boost you.
yeah, but the warm lemon water helps it process through your system faster. There's a lot of health benefits. I could iterate about it for a minute, but if you look it up yourself, it's a lot healthier than doing the caffeine thing. For sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, I even don't like just drinking coffee. Like, I love myself some coffee, but it's fucking up my teeth. I need to stop with it. Like, I'm about to drink a cup right now while I say that, but yeah,
Dude, it's a challenge. I know it's taken me
yeah.
a little bit to get off the caffeine myself, but you'll
Dude,
thank yourself in the long run.
I was doing so well with getting off cigarettes for a while. I was using a vape and I was going down, and I just need to get right back to it. It's just forcing myself to go right back to it and
Actually,
not
dude,
breaking on
here's
my
a
will.
pro tip. Since you're in Delaware, you can go to the Newark Co-op. They have Australian chewing sticks that you can like. They have tea tree oil and cinnamon flavor in these packs of like 200 a
Uh huh.
piece. For like $8, you can
Uh huh.
pick up a pack. I quit smoking cold turkey from like Marlboro Reds with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they work wonders.
That's what I smoke.
Yeah, dude.
Sorry, what was that again? It was called what? Australian chew sticks?
Australian
Yeah,
chewing stick. Yeah, they're
like a
Chewing
toothpick
sticks.
with
yeah
like a little
they're
miniature
toothpick.
handle on it. It's got like what looks like a little handle on
Weird.
it on one end, and they're just blunt
Yeah,
like
the last
sticks
time I
like
quit
bamboo.
cigs, I used those. and it helps with like pretty much once you've got that. First, I like the cinnamon flavor ones. The cinnamon
Mm.
really helps, like boosting good mood, stuff like
I don't
that.
like cinnamon though. Yeah, to be completely honest.
Well, they also have the tea tree oil, which is kind of like a mentholated thing. It helps opens up your airways too.
Dude, like, and the reason why I don't like cinnamon, this might make y'all think I'm a little crazy. But anyways, I have sleep paralysis, and I have a every time I have sleep paralysis, I have a reoccurring. I see a tall, slender being with a really big ass head staring over me. And one time, this was really trippy, and like my girlfriend swears up and down I got abducted that night. Anyways, I really don't know what happened, but I saw myself, like I remember getting like feeling like I was getting carried on my arms and my legs, and I saw a deer with these huge black eyes, and I looked it up. Of course, I should not have looked it up. And I said that's one of the signs that you got abducted, but I smelled like this putrid cinnamon smell, and dude, it was god awful. And I to this day I can't freaking I hate cinnamon. Like I mean, it's like and what's sad is I used to like cream of wheat cinnamon in it, and now it's just like I can't. I just freaking can't. It sucks.
Yeah, dude. Like shit happens though. Like at least you
Yeah.
know about yourself.
Yeah. Get out of there.
Yeah.
Go. 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 Alright, Freya's gonna be pissed. My Norse goddess of a dog. Well, I need to move down another bottle of water before I drink any more caffeine.
What,
Oh
Kyle?
my god.
What's
What are
up?
you laughing
Nothing,
at?
dude. My screen grab is grabbing like part of my page, and I'm like talking to Brendan about stuff, just like stuff. I kind of messed up a post on like Paradigm Shift Central page. I'm like telling him
Did you?
well, not really. It's just like some things are off, and I didn't let him know I was putting it out there at first, and I'm like, yo, man, you're gonna have to like teach me how to do this stuff, Brendan. If you're watching, I need some help, dude, because I'm literally getting ready to like be making a lot of media and putting it out there like you are in the same fashion out of Delaware here. So yeah, that's one of the things. Apparently, this is like also in the feed, and he was like, yeah, for some reason, like half your chats in the YouTube feed, and he goes, hello YouTube. Hello, YouTubes. It's hilarious. Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna have to actually like have a talk about like stuff, Brendan,
Things and
Yeah.
stuff.
and stuff and
Honestly, if
things.
Brendan could just give me some
Stuff
guidelines,
and
like if he can
things. Oh
come
my
up with a
god.
guideline page for writing articles, I can follow that to a T. I got no problem with that. If he's got a certain way articles are supposed to be done. And I can start
Yo,
putting
man.
out articles like crazy.
I'm actually about to have to get off and go grab my dog because she is. I feel kind of bad. Like I've been up here for an hour and she's bitching her head off from being in the
Ah,
crate.
it's all good, man. Go get her and put her on the broadcast.
Okay. Well,
I think
part of
this
the reason why I was.
eradicates. Let me see.
Oh, yeah,
This
that's fine.
should,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, give
Okay,
me a few minutes, then I'll go grab her.
as long as this overlaps that, we should be fine. So if I could do this, it puts that in here, then go like that, and we're good. Now the broadcast is just us. And I guess I'm just gonna do other stuff through my phone and tell them guys is to comes through. But yeah, sorry about that, Brendan. I totally kind of was like, oh man, because like we just talked about that, and I was like, I'll let you know if I put anything out, and then I totally like didn't let you know that I was putting stuff out on the page. I'm sorry, dude. Messed that up, but I was like really excited, and I was like, yeah, okay, let's do this broadcast, and like totally kind of like didn't really nail it, but it's all good. We've got a broadcast. Some other people said they'd be jumping in. We've got people watching, so it's awesome. I think it's probably
Are we
Ashley and
broadcasting
Brendan.
already?
Yes,
We
we've been
already
broadcasting.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for
Alright.
telling us, Kyle.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, no,
by the
right?
way,
Like
guys, we are
he just does
live.
it, and then he's like, "Oh, we're broadcasting, guys."
We're live, you guys.
So, did you? I guess did you want me to start talking about the for everyone and not forcing yourself and all that, which I wanted to talk about. Let me
Yeah.
start us off here.
Yes.
All
Go
right.
ahead
So,
and get on the stuff that you wanted to.
all right. So one of the things I wanted to cover today was something I ran into an issue with. So I went to a meditative state, and if any of y'all were watching on Saturday, that was like I did 3 successful attempts of getting into the astral back to back to back, and that was my first time, and I had woken then, and it was a very intense experience. Anyways, so today I went into a meditative state, and the problem is I had drank a bunch of caffeine, and I guess my mind was trying to work. And part of the way that you are able to get into the astral, is you try to you basically you want your mind to be clear, and you don't want any type of distractions, and if distractions do come, you don't want to focus on them because they'll try to bring you back into your out of your trance like state. And anyway, so what I was having an issue with is while I was doing this trance like state, I kept running into a problem where I would start to feel myself going into the astral, and I could see my breath with my eyes closed, which is one of my keys. And I was getting this the really intense body rush, and like as it was coming, I was like, "Oh, it's coming!" And then I would go into my I'd get out of it because now I'm like expecting it, and I'm trying to force myself into it, and basically the caffeine wasn't helping. The caffeine kept getting me distracted and I was unable to stay as calm as I needed to be. So if you are having trouble with it, learn from my mistake. Don't drink an energy drink and 2 cups of coffee before you try to do it, and be very mindful of what chemicals you're putting into your body. Another thing is that I learned today is don't try to force it, because the moment you start trying to force it, that's when you're gonna run into these issues. You need to just do it. Don't really have any expectations. Just go into it and learn from the experience. See how it goes, and just enjoy the time that you have while you're meditating. Get that clear feeling, and what happens, and you're always learning. And every time you go in there, you're able to uh, basically see past lives. You're learning from it, and you're trying to download this information. So if you go into it with a specific objective in mind, if you're like me who just I mean, if you've been doing it for years, you can do that. But if you're just starting out and you're running into these issues, don't force yourself. Be mindful of what you're putting into your body, and make sure that you are going in with a clear mind with no expectations. That's what I wanted to discuss.
Very excellent, man. That's really good topics there. Um, very good topics. All right, so you touched on utilizing too much caffeine, and I want to also touch in on that real quick. So, meditation can come in many different forms. All right, we sometimes think of when somebody hears meditation, they generally think of um, like sitting down and closing your eyes and like being still and connecting with the breath. And from connecting with the breath, you begin to move inward or outward or whatever exactly you want to do, or the visualization process starts. Meditation could come in many different forms, or you can be working out can be a form of meditation. You could have
Mm-hmm.
like yoga is also a form of meditation because you're putting intention into it, and you're actually like, man, like I know a guy. He's a bhakti witch. He does bhakti yoga, and he also does witchcraft. So he's a little bit on both sides, and he kind of has combined the two and become this bhakti witch. And it's a really awesome concept. And he's doing some really cool, crazy manifestations with it, and like enjoying his his being. This guy's name is Mike, I believe. Yes, it is Mike. Michael
Oh,
Brazil. Pretty good guy.
yeah, on that topic for meditations, definitely don't like it could be workouts, it could be sitting down. You could meditate while cleaning dishes, for example, walking. You could do it while sweeping. Hell, you can even meditate while you're driving. Like, and pretty much like instead of if meditation, the word bothers you, rather a practice of pure mindfulness is pretty
Mm-hmm.
much the thing. Being mindful of your environment, what's going on in your body, your breath, emotions, what feelings, what sensations are you getting? having like a real mindful state is what meditation is. And you could turn whole days into a full meditation. It doesn't have to be something that you do just like on a periodic basis. You can turn your entire day into a mindful meditation. And it's just like a muscle. The more you work it, the better you'll get at it.
I guess I should probably hit back on that and say, since I just started, the only thing I've really kind of messed with is chakra meditation, and so basically, I actually don't sit up, and that's something I would like to do. And right now, I am more like I just started to do, and I did it actually laying astral down, so you don't have to be sitting straight up. From what I've learned to do that sitting up, legs crossed, hands up, chakras are nice and aligned. It's get it easier transition once you get good at it. But right now I'm not. But like they said, there are multiple forms currently. Whenever you hear me talking, I understand that only start like since I just started hitting my weight, since I just awoke states, I do to, and then I take that where
I
my
can't even hear you.
go some more
Breaking up.
sense. What's up?
Yeah, you're coming in very choppy there, brother man. Coming in
Oh,
broken and unreadable.
oh Christ. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
How about now? Okay, we're good.
Absolutely.
Should I restate that, or how much of that
All
did
right,
y'all
Go
catch?
back over the last part. Just that last little bit we missed.
What was the last part? What was the last thing that came through clear? Sorry,
question.
I don't know. I've been doing all kinds of stuff over here, man. I've been
All
listening to
right.
you and trying to put
So
out
basically,
stuff for
what
this
I was trying to
broadcast.
say is I'll try to give it a short version. Is
Yeah.
since I just awoke on Saturday, and that was my first successful attempt at meditation, and just completely blew me away, and just completely changed my belief system and the way my mind thinks. I've only been focusing on chakra meditation. What I was trying to say is that I know from what I've learned that sitting down, if you're gonna do chakra meditation, that sitting down with your eyes closed, focusing on your breathing, that's a more powerful state to be in. However, right now, the only thing I need to get myself to that point, but right now I've started is laying down, arms flat at my sides, straight posture, and focusing on my breathing. And so right now, what I'm saying is, I know like I need to start experimenting with more forms as I progress. But when you hear me talking about my attempts, understand that right now I'm using a chakra meditation system, and I'm aiming more for the astral, which is what I did the first time, and second time, third time, and then today that's where I ran into problems because I had too much caffeine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. There we go. Nice.
Yeah,
Excellent.
there you
That
go.
all of that came
Gotcha.
through very well.
all right. On
It
that
was really broken and unreadable earlier. It was like coming in and out very like
All
choppy.
right. On that note of caffeine and such like that, okay, even though like I'm kind of like screwing up here, smoking a cigarette right now,
Dude, I was just doing that earlier.
pro tip to everybody who's having issues with their third eye. There are four things in general that will inhibit your third eye from being open. Like during meditative states and astral travel, it's a little different, but in your conscious state where you're in your physical body, things that can inhibit your third eye being open include nicotine, caffeine, sugar, and alcohol. These
Jesus, I'm
four
messed up.
can manage if you can manage to cut these things out, which I've managed to cut out the caffeine and the alcohol. Nicotine's the next one, sugar's the last. I mean, sugar's like 8 times more addictive than heroin or cocaine. So like that one's a doozy,
True that.
especially since it's in like 95% of our food supply. So like
Here
that's
in the United States, yeah, everything is
well,
very
yeah.
sugary.
But if you're having issues with your third eye, that can definitely be an issue. Also, fluoride, you need to avoid that shit like the plague.
So don't
Um,
drink tap water, guys.
yeah, no tap water. Try and change out your toothpaste if you can. Look up how to make your
All
own
right, let me put it for you.
toothpaste. If you want just a quick solution, get peroxide and baking soda. It cleans your teeth fantastically and neutralizes the acids with the sodium bicarbonate. Stuff like that. That can really help you out.
Hey, baby girl. Where?
Yeah, since we're on the topic of chocolate.
You want to
Trying
say
to
hi?
get more people in here, you guys. Hey, there she is.
Hey.
Sorry. Whoa, did we just lose someone?
No,
Oh,
no, we've
shit.
got all the people.
Everyone
I
say
was
hi
just
to
saying
Freya.
we're waiting for more. We're waiting for more, and I have like a general direction that I guess I'm gonna sort of kind of guide into. I thought more
Yeah, I guess
paradigm
we should
shifty
probably start
people would be
hitting
in here.
that.
They could fill up though as the night goes on.
Cool, Kyle.
What's up?
Come here. Don't be peeing.
I'll say
You
it's
get
all
people
good.
to get
We'll go
outside.
with whatever direction you want to. Like, I mean, there's so
Yeah,
much
this is kind
stuff.
of free flowing.
And
Yeah. No, we're cool right now. I'm just shooting
Oh, God.
people, you know,
Hey,
shooting
does
people. Yeah.
anyone who, Kyle or Dylan, did y'all see where I put Freya's leash? Her big one, her
No,
pink
I
one.
did
no, I
not.
wasn't really watching
Jesus.
the screen.
Oh, found it. Sorry.
Nice.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut into that. I'm
No,
just
you're
having a
good.
problem
You're
right now.
good.
Come here, baby girl. Oh, watch out. All right. We got it?
Oh.
All right, we got it. Let's go.
Oh yeah. By the way, Bryce, is it right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh.
If I'm guessing you live with a family. How do they feel about like things like incense in the house and stuff like that?
Incense is cool. I can do incense. Problem is
All
though,
right.
is I won't put that around my dogs because, especially my husky, I just got her. She's 11 weeks old. Don't want her in smoke inhalation. Like that's just why I kind of even feel bad about smoking a cigarette while I'm outside with her.
Well, if you can, really good thing for clearing like negative energy from the house is saging. Like white sage is really good.
Like smudging? Isn't that like
Yeah.
smudging? Okay.
Yeah, it is smudging. Smudging on a physical level is good because it kills like bacteria,
Cool.
viruses, parasites, stuff like that. But on an energy level, it clears out negative energy, stuff like that.
Okay. Fair enough.
Another thing you can do is you can put on like drumming like I'm doing right now for the hangouts. I've got shamanic drumming playing. That'll help clear energy, and you can combine these techniques for more effectiveness. And you can also like take a cup of water, set the intention for it to be an attractor for the negative energy. And once you feel the room is clear, you can take that water and pour it onto the ground outside to give that energy to Gaia or Arya,
Okay.
if you prefer that term, or Mother Earth. That way she can transmute
I
it
use Gaia.
and heal it. Yeah, well, giving it back to the Earth, she can transmute it and raise the frequency of the planet. By doing that, every little
Okay.
bit helps.
So wait, what is that again? Is that water or what type of
Yeah,
water?
water.
Is it just water?
It
Just
can just
water?
be it just can be any water. Like your tap water can work. You just got to make sure you set the intention for it to be the attractor for the negative energy. If you're
Okay.
saging, you want to open the windows so that way the smoke can clear out because the smoke binds with the energy. If you don't let it flow out the window, it's still in the room.
Okay. Okay. One thing I did want to talk about, again, like I said, I just started off. Um, my belief system completely got flipped upside down on Saturday. Kyle knows about this. Like, basically, if you are having trouble through meditation wise, since I just started out, and I can tell you what's been helping me out is guided meditation to start off with. I know Kyle's been urging me to get off the guided, and I need to, but like I said, since I just had this such an intense experience on Saturday, and it just completely flipped my whole world upside down. I'm now recomputing the entire society that we live in, which is a little overwhelming and depressing. Guided meditation helps.
That's how it's going to start. Guided
Sorry, that was
meditations,
just a quick note.
guided meditations are
Absolutely.
good. Um, although it is good to have. Oh, Michael Pratt just joined. Welcome, Michael.
Michael, my
Yes, Michael
DBZ
Pratt is
character.
in the house. Michael Pratt is in the
Nice.
house.
Sorry.
Michael Pratt is in the house. You guys, Michael Pratt just joined. Michael Pratt is
Yeah, his mic's
definitely
on.
one of the guys I
Where's
wanted to
got
get
no.
in here. He is an excellent mind. He is his brain, the way it works, the way he thinks, man. It's just, what's going on, Mike? How you doing? Mike is an amazing character, you guys.
I appreciate
Awesome.
that, brother Kyle. Glad to be here.
Excellent, excellent. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just trying to finish up this homework I have on this whole chapter. Well, they're like different chapters for each week, but this one's all on Judaism. So, reading tons of stuff about.
I know that's been an
Yeah.
interesting topic for you too. I know that's because you've talked a lot about in previous broadcasts that are paradigm shift central, like super hub broadcasts that we do, which will be coming back. Those are all coming back. All those hangouts,
Hey,
the team building hangouts, all the admin meetings, they're all coming back. Brendan's just got a lot of really awesome stuff he's taking care of right now. So, that's why I wanted to do this one today. Is 'cause, like, it keeps
Michael,
us
nice
all
to meet
tagged
you.
into each other. Keeps us tagged into each other and talking about stuff and actively involved, so that so that everything isn't basically his doing, so that he doesn't have to do everything. That's how
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's true.
That's cool.
super Roman
While we're on
things.
this call, I'm going to go ahead and continue doing my numerological categorization, so that way I can have it for the next broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely, you guys. Dylan, this is my friend Dylan. He's out of
I'm sorry.
Louisiana. He's out of New Orleans, Louisiana, dude. He was
Oh
one of
wow.
my buddies from Delaware. He was in Delaware for a while, and he recently got back in contact with me, talking about how he's had this awesome transformation process and this really cool, like, I guess maybe like a
Awesome.
reawakening, but he's going through like a cool process himself too. And I linked him in. I was like, all right, get linked in with these guys, and you're gonna be on the definite good track for all the good work we're doing. I see Super Roman joined and then dropped out. He said he was having some issues
Left.
with his he was having some issues with internet, so he'll probably be back. But anyway,
Yeah,
guys,
I
awesome.
did have a bit of a backtrack time for a little bit, although that was mainly because of this massive move out of Delaware, getting uprooted and thrown into really bad area.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
pretty
I know
much.
the feeling. I've moved 8 times
I
in
came back
24 years, so I can feel that.
Yeah, I've moved a couple more times than that.
Word. Ouch.
Like a
Oh,
bad
hold on.
neighborhood kind of thing.
Kind of like bad living, bad neighborhood. Like in general, New Orleans has a lot of negative energy
Oh man,
attached
sit
to it.
down.
A lot of people are.
Oh, okay. See, I was feeling that. I was totally like New Orleans. Wow, this is either going to be really good or really.
Hey
But
Yeah,
man, it's party
that is
Mike,
central for college kids with closed minds and
dude,
some sheep.
who
So you
put that
can imagine
video?
what I got dropped into already
Mike,
in
was
the
it
past
you that
Get
put
that.
that video
Lay
out
down.
that there was
Lay
like some
down.
guy, he was like trying to explain to his
No.
friend that New Orleans and
Lay down.
Louisiana were different places, and the one guy kept saying, "No, New Orleans is in Louisiana. New Orleans is in Louisiana. They are the same place." And he was like, "I'm trying to tell you that they're not. They're two totally. They're like, this guy is from Louisiana and this other guy
ones.
is from New Orleans. They're not the same."
Well, here's the thing: is that I was born
I don't
in
think
New
it was that one, but yeah.
Louisiana. Yeah, I was born in this place, so thankfully because of that, I'm really adapted to the large presence of negative entities, so I can maintain my vibration at a pretty high
I
state.
felt that. It's weird because I don't think anybody else felt that. I mean, I was in Louisiana not that long ago. I was in Baton Rouge, and I don't know if it's me or maybe I'm just not
Roman's
that
in.
used to traveling, but I felt like this. I don't know, this uneasiness about just certain
Yeah,
parts of
dude,
Louisiana.
it's like in general, there's a lot of places where Native American graveyards have been built over. There's been a
Yeah.
lot of there's tons of negative spirits from all the hoodoo. all the witchcraft and stuff like that, where it's been used improperly, used for the dark.
Also, I
Um,
wanna put a side note on here. When we're talking about cities and places like this where we have a lot of human beings that are living very close to each other, and some of these human beings live very far above the ground, above Earth's surface, and then they work in an office building where they work very far above the Earth's surface. They work many floors above, up in high buildings, and they live up in high buildings. So these are people that sometimes all the connection that they get to the ground and Earth is like on concrete pavement, which is also elevated through sewer systems and other things like
yeah.
that. So, and that in itself drains human beings. Also, in the same conjunction, when you have all these human beings and then they start getting agitated, all that negativity manifests really quick. So it builds up in literal energetic cesspools, and it just people get stuck. You know,
Well, I'll tell you what the weird thing is when we're in Baton Rouge. I don't know if you guys have heard of when that shooting happened with
Yeah, the
that
cops,
guy
or
Alton
wasn't it
Sterling.
at
Yeah.
a grocery store, or not a grocery store, like a gas station, convenience store type thing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
know the shooting
was.
you're talking
But the
about.
thing is, and we didn't find out about it. Well, I mean, it was like maybe a month later or so. We found out like it was right down the street from where we were.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
crazy. But I mean, we were out of there by then. But
Well,
I just felt this uneasiness.
You're gonna find that all over the place down here. Like it takes a certain level of well, I guess I wouldn't say level, it just takes a it's really hard to describe it without saying the word level. All right, level of progression to be able to handle being around here and
Mhm.
maintaining that high frequency, because there's just so much, like, addiction runs rampant so much through the area, alcoholism, um like there's so many like combined negative states that people are in. It just compounds, and I mean they are infinite beings just like us, and they can be infinitely light or dark just like us. So you can imagine with all those infinities in the dark and unconscious, combining all of that manifestation together.
yeah.
absolutely, brother. We also have to keep
Yo,
in mind. We also have to
can
keep
I?
in mind that.
Sorry.
One
It's
second,
any
guys.
wonder it's any wonder that like I ended up going backwards for a little bit, especially after being dropped into a lower state just by the move itself, being forced to leave Delaware pretty
Yeah,
much against my
absolutely, man.
will.
Yo,
Absolutely.
maybe one of y'all will be able to answer this for me. So
What's up?
Yeah.
I was in Dallas for the police shootings, and it
Whoa.
was kind of fucked up. But yeah, I was visiting my dad lives down there, and I was visiting one of my friends, and we were going to Dallas to go to one of the malls out there and grab some. We were just going to chill, and I needed to grab some gifts for people up here. Well,
That's a
when
good
we were
mall up there.
Yes,
yeah, it was.
I've been
Yeah,
to that
they
mall.
have some really nice ones. We anyways, on our way there, we I had this really bad feeling. Um, it wasn't at the beginning of the day. It was when we got in the car and started going, and as we got closer, we were only a couple blocks. Not well, I don't want to say a couple blocks. We were a little bit further than that from the shooting area. But it was so loud. I mean, I know me and Kyle were both in the military. And we've both been around loud rifles quite a bit. um, I started hearing the pop, 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 and I was like, "Well, what the fuck?" So I turned down my music. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse right there. Anyways, I turned down my music, and I looked at Mo and I was like, "Dude, did you hear that?" And he was like, "Nah." And then all you hear is the taps, the repeated ringing out gunfire, and my friend Mo just cuts it hard, and like I got this sinking feeling in my gut. And I was like, "Dude, people are dying." And anyway, so we are driving back, and I got a call from my dad, and he was like, "Hey, you still out in Dallas?" And I was like, no, we just heard some gunshots, so we're on our way back. And he was like, yeah, they're shooting cops. Come home. And I don't know if this was before, for everyone, for the new people that just joined in, I don't know if y'all heard me on Saturday. That was my first time basically awakening. and having my first true meditation, astral projection, and it was 3 times in a row, and they were just extremely intense, brought me to tears. But anyways, I still had that feeling before this. So does anyone have an answer? Was it like dark energy just being produced before the event, or do
The
they gather
feeling,
when something like this is going to
Well,
happen?
no, dude, you
the
can
thing is
sense
that
that.
as
You can sense
premeditation
that.
is going on, their thought patterns of manifestation, that thought pattern, that energy, that emotion behind that premeditation before doing it, that goes out into the thought field. And once that's there, you can pick that up. And
Okay.
that's kind of like a forewarning. As Brendan might call it, your daemon could be telling you signals about like get the fuck away from it, because like in other realities you may have run into it and
Mm-hmm.
then like gotten killed. So your higher self or daemon would have given you that forewarning into your thought field and let you know, hey, stay the fuck away from this shit. You're about to die if you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man,
Hmm.
it's like when that starts going down, it's like that energy, everything that's around it. You can literally feel the process of
Hmm.
those intended
I
things
I guess I
manifesting.
have one more instance then for y'all to debate over, because again, this happened before my awakening period. I don't know if you saw this on Facebook. We're coming up on 2 years now. About 2 years ago, I almost got killed by a drunk driver.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, a second day on the
Wow.
job working for Papa John's. Like, I'm in school to be a lawyer, so obviously I have to do something side work. Like I start law school next year, so you can imagine. Well, I guess that I should also talk about. Like, you can imagine how much of a transition this has been from Saturday. My logical mind just being like, that this should not have happened, but like me having experienced it, and like my logical mind, well, like I experienced this whole thing, so like yeah, this is true. But anyway, so like you can imagine how much of a freaking flip upside down my world just did. Uh, but anyway, so on like that day, I had this. My manager was like, "Hey, I was supposed to clock out," and he was like, "Hey, you need to take this last delivery. Can you take this last delivery?" I was like, "Sure." And on my way there, dude, I just wanted to turn around. Like, I don't know why I didn't think about it. I was just like, I should just turn around. If he says anything, I just need to quit. Anyway, so I pulled up, gave the pizza, and as I'm walking up to my car, I'm standing by my car door, and I hear what sounds like lightning, and it's just this car plowing. This guy blew a .231, 60 neighborhood, plowed through a completely demolished one car, went through a concrete barrier, smacked a Tahoe. The Tahoe hit me, slammed me into my car, and pushed me and my body like 30 feet forward into like 3 other cars, and I was sprawled out. And basically, where I was standing, I should have been cut in half. Uh, but somehow during all of that, I don't know what happened. I don't know if I had like my oversoul was like, nope, not happening, and yanked me over or what. But I ended up, I don't remember jumping, so like it really just baffles me. I should have been cut in half. I ended up out in front of the
Wow.
car, and I was pinned by a Tahoe in my car, so you can imagine I'm all jacked up. But the problem is like I was completely fine. And everyone that came there, the cop, he was like, "I'm scared your legs torn off, man. Just that way you know before we pull it out." And like everyone thought I was in shock and crap. And I'm like, "Nah, dude, I can wiggle my feet. I can wiggle my toes. I'm completely okay." And then they unpin me. I'm like, "All right, I don't want to go to the hospital. I just want to go home and go to sleep." And like I was completely fine. And the fire department, all of them couldn't believe it. So I don't know. Like I really still to this day can't explain it, but I maybe the feeling was me picking up on those bad vibrations, like you said, or maybe in an alternate reality I got killed, like I should have been killed in this one, or maybe like I even transferred. Because when we talk about alternative realities, there's a discussion to be had about that we as beings dimension flip. Because like me personally, I knew that freaking what's his name? He died recently. Oh my god, I can't believe I lost it. Man, not Gandhi. Man, is this really
Gandhi.
influential guy? I thought he died in prison like years ago, and he
Oh,
recently
oh.
just died. And
I
people
know
are
who you're
saying
Mandela.
that
talking about. Nelson
Mandela,
Mandela.
Mandela.
Nathan Mandela, I could have sworn he died in prison. And I learned this in high school, and I learned this in 7th and 8th grade when I was attending Tatnall, and like I could have sworn that he died in prison a while ago. And people were like, "Oh, he died recently," and I was like, "No, he died in prison." And I guess people are saying that that means you came from an alternate universe. And I didn't
Yeah.
see this until after the car accident. So I don't exactly know if maybe I did switch realities, or maybe like I did die and I just conscious awakening in this reality as a way of continuing on the path that my oversoul had set for me, because this is the time I'd be awakening, and it knew it, and so it wanted me to survive that incident. I don't know. Thoughts, explanations, for the
Well,
love of God,
I've
explanations.
I've
had
had weird things happen
sort
lately.
of a similar experience with a car crash in my truck. But I want to pass the talking stick to Michael or Roman because they got in here. Roman hasn't said anything yet, and he's in here now. Looks like he's got a solid connection. And Mike, so
Hey,
let's
Roman.
pass the talking stick over this way. And I guess what we'll do is, at this point, we're going to sort of transition over into the actual, like, getting to the point of, like, why we are here in this broadcast.
Are we live yet?
Yes, we are live.
Yeah,
We
we're live.
Okay,
We've been live.
are live. I can check the counter to see if anyone's really watching or not. But anyway, what I want to do is get this on a track of what we're gonna be, why I've got this hangout going, and that's kind of because a few
Roman,
different
is your
reasons.
mic muted?
Yeah, Roman, your mic is muted, brother.
I know that.
Okay.
Oh, what the?
There we go.
Okay, there it is.
Okay. What I'm doing here is this is sort of like a little, a little bit of, it's an in-between kind of hangout. This is bringing people of the paradigm shift community together and other people who might be interested in, paradigm shift or whatever that we have to bring and talk about. This is kind of just to keep us connected while the other hangouts and admin meetings and stuff aren't really happening right now. Brendan's working on a
Yeah.
lot of different things, so I wanted to do something to try and connect the community a little bit and keep everyone like on the same page and sort of go. We're not really going to run down like it's not going to be an admin meeting, but I wanted to do something similar to it where we're like sort of just check up. Like we've got 2 new people in here. We got Bryce and Dylan, and we have 2 regulars. We got Michael and Roman, so we can hear from Michael and Roman and see how they're doing in their parts of the country and what's going on with Paradigm Shift Arizona, what's going on with Michael's paradigm shiftiness. I'll give you guys an update on what's going on with me after you guys, and then we can get back to Dylan and Bryce and to kind of them talking about their like awakening process. And I'm
Well, this
guessing
would be
Dylan.
easier. Did anyone here see the Saturday's broadcast? I guess would be easier to ask. Because I.
Yeah, did you
Okay.
guys get a chance to see Saturday's
I just
broadcast?
checked out like
I don't
half
think so.
when you were watching.
Oh, okay. Well, all
Was
right.
that the live chat
Yeah, yeah.
where you're doing the guru?
Oh,
No, not the
Oh, okay.
guru ones. This is one that I did. Um, it was like Saturday night I did it, and it was just a live broadcast. And Bryce was in here. It was kind of just a test to see how the live broadcast would go, and we got it rolling. We ended up getting it rolling, and it was pretty cool. There's some really insightful things in that broadcast. So I'll have to repost that video. But what I want to do is start making regular broadcasts, and that could. I mean, I want to integrate it into like a paradigm shift thing. At the same time, like we have our paradigm shift community. So like, what am I gonna broadcast? For now, it's gonna be doing this until it evolves into something else. It's going to be these kind of open discussion groups to sort of just link us into each other while we don't have regular admin meetings, hangout stuff like that. Um, but if you guys want, we can get up and do like a podcast, our own kind of conscious media podcast, and get something
Yeah, you
rolling,
could
something going
form
on.
your own like little group. I mean, if you want.
Yeah, kind of like you have Merlin's Mystery School, so I wanted to like bring you in here and be like, yeah, this is Mike. He does Merlin's Mystery School, everybody, and he has this to say about it. Like
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, I agree.
yeah, kind of just like a conscious media podcast. But I guess we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Roman since you're already up on the screen. What's been going on with Michael Pratt in the world of Mix Master MC of the Left Hand Path, Michael Pratt?
Right. I totally look like a left-hand pather right now. But yeah, like well, I was gonna say as far as what's been going on with me is I've been in college for another
Coolidge
semester,
College.
and it's really interesting the way I mean, take everything with a grain of salt, but my perception of my understanding of everything has really just been growing.
How is it
Especially because
being someone of your mindset and also being in college? What is that like? Like to have,
it can
because I
be a
know how your
chat.
mind works, and that's like not really, you'd feel like college is something different,
Yeah, well, the thing is, if I didn't think as like, masonically or I guess, like uh, mystical, then I'd really be missing the boat. Like, you really got to steer yourself, because if you're not steering yourself in the direction that you want to go, all these different influences of telling you possible things you could be doing could just persuade you if you're not like firmly, rooted and steering yourself where you want to go. And that's the thing. Like, and I mean, it's not a bragging thing, but I really think if I didn't have the mind that I have, and I was just, like some, just regular college student, I wouldn't be uh, up on this stuff.
I can feel that.
Because I literally this semester have gotten two classes that I've really wanted since like the beginning of college. And I mean, when the interesting thing is when I was in the class, like I was so excited from the professor. The professor was saying, "Okay, I know you know this stuff, Michael. So give everybody else a chance because you know."
Fred,
But it
no,
was
man,
like that's my
get off that.
fascination.
Go.
That's how fast. Like I spent the longest time trying to find something with Carl Jung. I wasn't
Absolutely, man,
finding
and
it.
it would be amazing to take a class that
Really?
was based off of Carl Jung's teachings. It's absolutely amazing. It is
Keep on
fantastic.
in
It's
my wires. I'm gonna beat your ass.
Carl Jung is got some
Go lay down.
seriously good stuff out there, and that's what actually led me to getting into the shadow work that I did, which was like this massive portion of me moving through an old part of me that was like, all right, I've got to do this or else I'm not going to be okay. And it was just like an overwhelming realization that that's what I had to do. And I took that step. I was like, now is the time because it's happening right now. So I just took advantage of that window and did it and kind of made it happen. And I was like, you know what? Like, I am going to do this. I'm going to do this shadow work now because I can. And it doesn't matter, like, it's not a matter of, like, if you think you can or if it can't. Like, it's kind of meant to tear you apart anyway. So, like, you go in and you see all these things. But for me, it
Right.
was different. It was like, because you're okay with it. It's like, all right, there's nothing you can, literally, absolutely nothing you can do except for think, shoulda, coulda, woulda. And that's not going to get you anywhere. So by
Right.
accepting these things and knowing these things, and it's like I recognize that my opinion on a certain thing or my view on,
Son of a bitch.
it was my view on like um, dating and like expectations of women. I realized that that was totally like well, there shouldn't be any expectations really, but like what you think would be the norm or what you think you want to seek. And it's like, really, at the end, it was like, no, that's not what I want because that was terrible. And like, no. It's like, no, no, no. It's like now I realize that was all biased and skewed and warped. It was twisted because of the situation that I had been through. And that's what shadow work is. Understanding that, like, okay, my psychological perception has been manipulated. And now I'm going to fix that the way that I see suits best for me. And that's what it had to be. So,
Especially from
it's
the
like,
indoctrination from the military, bro. Like,
oh
That's
yeah,
totally
that's a
yeah,
it.
add
huge
that right
influence.
there as well. That right
That's a
there as
huge
well.
influence.
That took a
You
long
were
time to break out of.
you were
I mean,
doing anti what the Nazis did.
Yeah, basically, man, we're anti-Nazis.
Because they were into a lot of techniques and stuff too that to influence the mind, and they just use theirs, of
oh
course.
yeah. I think a lot of the mystical research our government has, as I know Hitler was a big firm believer in alien technology from
Oh,
ancient
absolutely.
times. Our government shit came from that, actually. Majority of it, to be completely honest, came from, which is kind of scary.
I
He
wish
also got
Gunner was
lied
in
to.
here. Gunner would be a really good candidate for this party.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Were you hanging out with us in Gunner? Were you?
Yeah, I
Freya, lay
was.
the fuck down.
And I said,
The Austrian guy?
yeah, I remember him.
Nice.
All
I
right.
said, I don't agree with everything you're saying, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
And I
Gunner
mean,
Well,
had
he
some
seemed like
things
a
to
cool
say
guy.
about that. Yeah.
like if you think just knowing about what the Nazis did is crazy, try actually going to Auschwitz one day. Like try checking out the
Oh, dude, I
try
can't
checking out
imagine. Can you imagine all the negative energy that'd be there?
Yeah, I've been there. I grew up in Germany. Yeah, dude. Like that was my childhood.
Jesus.
Like, 10 years old I went to Auschwitz. Like
Wow.
yeah.
It's been a pretty, I don't know, was it a damaging effect on your psyche?
I mean, quite
I
honestly,
feel
like I was
like,
able to handle it at 10 years old just fine.
Usually
really, that is
kids
pretty
are
interesting.
because kids usually when you're at that young stage of adolescence, like things don't really exactly have the ability to latch on to because you're so
Yeah and no,
because
but
you're holding an
you're pretty
innocence in
pure.
there. Yeah, which is why it's like impossible for negative
Yeah.
energies like that because also you don't even know and everything else recognizes that like this person is too young to be afflicted so that they cannot be because if they were that would drive them to be like incredibly horrid. So
Well,
generally
no,
when we are children we like almost exist as the higher self. So like with a
correct.
direct amount of energy in that being, so that we can't be, you know,
I mean,
completely like we can go through traumatic events as children, but for something like going to Auschwitz and like leaving like embedded things into energy, like you probably have to be a really corrupt adult in order to like be afflicted by that. Because even
but
us, we could go in there and be like, I know what happened here, but I'm still me. Like I am still
yeah,
like Guardian Kyle, and nothing can afflict that. And
I get,
that's
I
the
got two
belief.
things I
Yeah.
want to say on that here in a minute. Just totally forget.
Okay. What are they? Because I want to get to Roman.
No, I was just wanted to say, like, I feel like, when you're a child, I don't know how many of you, like, when you were a child and you thought about, like, oh shit, or oh crap, I might die. Like, you knew that you would go to a better place. Like, you knew what was there because you're so close to birth and you're so close to your soul self. But also at the same time, I feel like a lot of kids act with negative energies that are like kids that are especially gifted in clairvoyancy. Because I mean, think about it this way: if you're talking about a dark entity, what bigger slap in the face of a light entity than to take a pure child and corrupt? You know what I'm saying? And corrupt them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
generally we're
sorry, but
surrounded
that's
by
just my thoughts
guardians
on
at
it.
that point.
True, true. I can see that too.
But what's going on
I
with
was just
what's
putting that
going
out there.
on? Oh, good input though. That's very good input. Roman, what's going on with Paradigm Shift Arizona?
Oh, nothing much really. It's more of a just a little bit of an
Roman shift
output.
Arizona.
Yeah, really. Like I think I updated my page, and it has basically a perfect description of what it actually is. Let me see if I can get it up here.
Absolutely. If you want, feel free to like read it so that
Yeah,
the 4 watchers can get a hold of it. It's all good, dude. This is the first broadcast, so I know
yeah.
Ashley is watching, I think. So shout out to
Basically, yeah.
Ashley.
So we do have some people in here watching. That's good. People are
So
taking
2
The
notes,
page.
especially.
watching. Excellent. So anyway, Roman, let's hear what
Oh
you've
yeah.
got.
The page basically says, stand for tomorrow today, liberating unconscious media and information, one true great work, truth, love, and freedom. This page explores, teaches, and assists in physical, mental, emotional, philosophical, spiritual, social, and occult education, all-round growth. Learn the full scope of this knowledge from these various sources, and I list basically where I've learned everything I know so far. And I believe there is a view the admin area that also says something else. But yeah, basically, it's not so much of like a meetup page or anything like that yet. I'm considering that as a possibility, but for now, my great work as of now is just kind of learning what I need to learn and how much I'll learn from it, and just try to be that truth, love, and freedom, honest, true to self human being, and also put this information out to other people and help other people so that they understand it and they become better human beings themselves, free from any kind of mental, physical, or spiritual restraint or handicap.
I can dig
Excellent,
that.
man. Excellent. I like it. I like it. I'm gonna have to get on and like start picking around your
Yo, go ahead.
Facebook page for
What's that?
Arizona. What's up, brother?
What's that page you're talking about? Sorry, I was in the.
He's
It's my I've actually recently edited a few things about the page. It's not specifically Arizona anymore. I will create an Arizona oriented page when it starts to get more like physical and meetup oriented.
What's the
But for
page?
now, it's
What's it called?
facebook.com/paradigm shift Akashic, if you know how to spell that. But the page name
Yeah.
is Paradigm Shift Authanium.
How do you spell Athenium?
Uh, ATHEN.
ATHEN.
AEUN.
AEUN.
Yeah.
Athenium.
excellent, man. Very awesome, dude. I'm excited to look at it and check it out. Sounds like you've got some very good things in the works, and feels like you've like achieved several good
Yeah.
bounds since the last time we've like hung out and talked.
Yeah, for now, the page is kind of like it's still got some wisdom strewn about here and there, but as of recently, I have not put up any uh, crucially useful links or videos. For now, I'm basically just trying to get an aggregate audience that pays attention to what I post, and then I'll start putting in the not introductory work, but basically, just like
Well,
the
I
start
just
of
hit
the
like
work.
on it, so I've got that already set up. So that's all.
Thank you very much.
No problem. I'm always interested in more information. Where's better?
And that's the thing. It's not even selective information. Like I believe I have a thing. I do have a thing here. It was kind of a little quota I wrote whenever I felt the need to maybe I was thinking about I wrote this thing and I was thinking about of just recording myself reading it as some kind of video.
Well, now we're recording it now, and it's live. So go and read it. Read it,
It
Roman.
is very long, but I will read a certain little piece from it.
How long is it exactly?
It is
Because if these guys are
it,
cool, I'm down to like listen to it. If it's only like a
No,
it's
couple minutes.
basically like it's like reading
yeah,
two
go
chapters
for
of
it.
it's almost like reading a chapter of a book. But I just kind of want to touch on a little thing here.
Real quick before you start, because I don't want to have to cut you off. My girlfriend wants to Skype me, so I'm actually about to have to head out.
All right,
Is there
man.
any way
That's cool.
are you gonna be able to post this stuff? Are you gonna be able to post this stuff up so I can catch up on anything I missed?
You can, yeah, this is going to be on my YouTube page. There's already
Awesome.
some posts out. There's already some posts out. If you want, you can go to my YouTube page. All of you
Because I know
guys
I've been
actually
watching your
go to
stuff
my YouTube
that you've been
page.
sending me, so I'll grab that.
Yeah, absolutely. Go to the YouTube page, you guys, so you can all have access to this material that we make. Actually, go to my YouTube page and
Awesome.
like it and subscribe it or whatever.
What's your YouTube channel?
Give me them subscribers, bruh.
Yeah,
Alright, let me go to
give
my
you them
YouTube.
likes too, so that way we
Yeah.
can start. You can start making some money for the
Yeah,
paradigm shift.
dude.
So we can
I
For
would
me,
like to
it's
do that.
community.
I would build a wall and
definitely
make
like to
money
do
off of
that.
this kind of thing. But
Roman, check this
Nah,
out.
but dude, can you imagine if we could build a community from it? Like that'd be fantastic.
yeah,
I
that's
got
all I
you.
want to do is just get this stuff out there.
Yeah, that's
But
what this is about. I mean, I
yeah,
would
need a
like
way
to
to get
have a
people up.
channel that pays me on YouTube to like broadcast conscious media. I would love that. And like I guess that's kind of what the idea is. I really just want to get this thing rolling with Brendan, man. I've got a passion for the paradigm shift, and that's really where it lies.
This is
Well,
very short.
I gotta head out. So Roman, Michael, and Dylan, it was really nice meeting you guys. I can't wait for us to catch
nice
up,
to
and
meet you, bro.
hopefully I have some more
You too, man.
progression to share with y'all. So, all right, guys, y'all be easy, and I'll see what y'all had to say while I was gone here in a bit. All right, guys.
Sounds good,
Yep.
brother.
See you
Take it
later.
All right,
Be
man. Take it
considerate.
easy.
Be considerate.
Take it easy, brother. Who said be considerate? Be considerate of what?
Just be considerate. Just
Oh,
be
nice.
considerate.
Just be
Because
considerate of your.
I think a
Right.
theme I've been noticing with people is either they'll get really into this information, or even the beginners who get into this kind of thing. It's not even like a weird, strange little occulted amount of. I mean, the information is occulted to a certain point, but that's not what I'm talking about. But I think the whole point of it is the information is just making you be a better human being. So, you know, in your daily life and how you interact with all things, it should be kind of this, not this elated gratitude, but, you know, just being considerate. So I've kind of taken that as being a tagline to say to people.
Be
Yeah, I
considerate.
agree
I
with that.
like it.
All right, one sec, guys. It's just a little paragraph. You guys can keep talking about
You're
something.
good. Right before you start reading, you guys, I just put out a post on the Facebooks. It's a little. It just sends you to my. It should send you to my. Well, it's actually going to send you to the YouTube video, and then you can just go down and click on my channel.
I'm gonna take a break from my angel number stuff.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to talk about that in a little bit, you can. But yeah, you guys,
no,
I just posted this up. So
Angel
you
numbers.
go and follow the YouTube, and then
numerology
it'll bring
research.
you to the video. And then once you're at the video, go down and like click on my profile picture, and then it'll take you and you can subscribe and all that mess. Anybody who's listening and watching, go to my Facebook profile page. I just sent that out, so go ahead to get on the YouTube videos, you guys, because I'm going to be making a lot of media. I'm going to be putting out a lot of good stuff. I'm going to be making all kinds of conscious media for you guys. And hopefully, another thing, in addition to that, is I'm going to be starting to make, hopefully, like Brendan does the shifter booster kits. I want to do something similar, where I make, like, he makes clay love wands. I want to make, like, wooden casting wands, or, like, really cool wood carving stuff. And, like,
You
you know,
said they're
send those
crystal
out.
dildos.
Yeah, they're crystal dildos.
That's what it is.
Dude, Brendan told me that my shifter kit was in the mail, and I got the camouflage shifter wand. It's so cool, dude. I'm so excited. I can't wait to receive it.
Yeah, who
So he
was
sent
who was
out.
the one that won the free booster kit thing?
I did.
How in the world?
Oh, nice.
What was the right number then?
I guess it was like $227 or something.
Dang, I was
And
pretty close. I was
I
like
guess
150 to 200.
I guess 223 and 33 cents. And somehow I got that. So I won that. I don't know what I'm gonna get. I think he's just gonna like give me some
Dude, I
extra
was one
buttons and
digit
stuff.
off from the exact answer. I was one.
Hey,
digit.
maybe it was
What I wanted
meant
to
for
do-
you.
Yeah, I
But,
know
like,
exactly.
paid for whoever was supposed to get it, like who needed it the most. So Kyle apparently needed it the most.
Dude, what I wanted to do was be like, yo, Brendan, just give me 2 and I'll give 1 to Bryce because he's in Delaware. But I was like, you know what, whatever he sends me is gonna be cool. You know, I'm thinking maybe he's
Yeah.
gonna like put like something really cool in there. Like,
I guess
Brendan,
something
Brendan,
really
if you're watching, Brendan, go to the store and get some salvia and send me some.
Just send you some salad.
No, I said salvia.
Yo,
I think it's legal in
I'm just
Canada
messing
or
with you.
something.
Oh,
Kyle, you said you shared your YouTube channel on Facebook, right?
I shared the video that is live broadcast right now has been shared, but you can go to that video, and that's cool because it'll put a counter on the video as well, and then it's gonna,
Bring me to your page.
yeah, you can
Salvia
just go
actually
and
doesn't
click on
sound
my
that
thing.
bad.
No, it's not. But I mean, if you want to talk about plant teachers, we can talk about plant teachers for a little bit, Michael. But I don't know. I know that's not your thing, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Brent. Okay, we're ready for Roman.
Sorry, I'm just roaming up my voice.
You're good, man. You're good.
About the free shift boost shifter kit, I didn't put the intention forward that I wanted to win. I put a number like 150 to 200 just to kind of like play along. But
Yeah.
in the future, I do plan to literally just directly send Brendan like $100 or $50 and just see what I get in return. But
I'm gonna
anyway,
do that too. I've been planning on it, and like I didn't really have intentions of winning. I kind of just wanted to play the game and be like a participant, like, you know, drop a number.
Right.
But I was like, I went in and I was like, all right, let me see real quick. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna put this. Put it in there.
Like,
Oh, Michael,
dang.
you dropped.
I'm subscribed to your page now, Kyle. So
Fantastic, thank you.
you have an 11th subscriber.
Excellent, thank you guys.
No trouble at all.
Michael dropped
I
out.
think
I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, we should see where Michael's at before I start.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll just sort of hang out and chit chat. I'm sure he'll be right back. It's pretty easy to get back into these things.
Oh,
Yeah, I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
He's out there, man, in the ether.
He's out there
Get
in
outta
the ether.
Happened to him, man.
He's not active on Facebook. I don't see him.
We're stalking him now.
No, it's just like seeing if he's on. Oh, there he is.
Who's that?
Yeah.
You dropped out. We were looking for you.
Oh, I was like, I was just sitting there. I was like,
Thoughts manifest. He's here.
How long did Scotty beam you up or like?
Yeah!
Yo,
oh, I
that's
just
actually something
had
I was
my
never said on the show, though.
It just froze, and I was like,
It's the mobile version.
yeah. And my phone gets really hot sometimes, so I just gotta like.
It's the
be
Poke.
charged at the same time.
It's the Pokemon Go, dude. It makes your phone turn into an oven. Anyway.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I have
I
that
haven't played
problem.
that in a while.
Me neither.
I mean, I really enjoyed it, but it's just being in college and stuff. And they actually advertise it at my college, but I'm just like, I don't see how people have time to
Wait,
pay for
what?
these classes.
Honestly, I don't see how anyone who like does anything with like what we're doing has time for any kind of bullshit. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Generally, yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're into expanding your consciousness and growing as a person and shifting consciousness, like there's nothing really else like besides basic stuff you need to stay alive.
Like, I think,
Yeah,
to an extent, like, principally, how could you be where, I'm at, you're at? How could you be where we at and still enjoy listening to Beyonce?
Well,
you
fair
know,
enough.
it conflicts with principles in a way, because there's
Yeah,
nothing good
yeah.
coming out of that source, but there's still a reason to enjoy it, you know, if it's personal or whatever. That's
Yeah.
a subject we can touch on after this. I don't. It'll take me like maybe
Yeah,
5 or.
I don't listen to nearly as much as 50 Cent as I used to.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna say nothing about that. I'm just gonna let that one be.
Especially, you know, when he did that thing where he said something about the kid that had like forget what it was. Did you guys ever see that video? He was making fun of this guy that had like autism.
Oh, I've never heard of that. But basically, it's
Kidding me?
people
What the
think
fuck,
it's.
dude?
I know that does sound pretty bad. If you want to
What
check
the
that
fuck?
out.
No, I'm good. I think I can direct my attention towards other things.
Yeah.
Besides 50
Well,
Cent.
Yeah, seriously, he already gets enough unwarranted attention. Like this talk
I mean,
about him
he's
right
50 Cent though.
He's 50 Cent.
And your point?
You know, but
That's
when I
what pop
was
culture
younger,
does to you, man.
I mean, when I was younger though, and he first came out with his first album, like, I mean, it was cool at the time. I mean,
That's what pop culture does to you, dude.
Yeah, dude. Like pop culture fucking indoctrinates you and tells you, "Oh, this shit's good. You should listen to this." Nah, fuck that.
I mean,
I
yeah,
mean,
Like
I
it
straight
mean,
can
up.
at
still
the
be,
time, and I mean,
yeah.
you know, I don't know, just like, you know, the way, um, I don't know, he was just really
Well,
buff
I'm
and stuff,
sure.
and I was like, wow, I want to get with this dude's workout plan, you know.
Oh yeah, I understand. We're not condemning anything. It's just kind of
Oh,
like preferences.
But I've definitely evolved
I'm
from
not
that. Yeah.
condemning it. Like, if you enjoy it, good for you. That's your thing. Just not
No,
mine.
I don't know.
Whose thing? For what? What are we doing, you
Oh,
guys?
we were talking. They were
Tupac,
talking about
Tupac,
50
I
Cent.
feel.
We're talking
Oh,
about tangents and 50
yeah,
Cent.
yeah, dude.
I
I can connect to
Tupac,
Tupac.
Tupac, I'm okay with Tupac.
It
Like
depends on the
that's
work
I
people
mean,
put out, like the
I don't
character of the
relate to the
individual.
lifestyle. I don't relate to the
absolutely.
lifestyle, but it's like I relate on certain, on you know. I mean, it's deep poetry, you know, with him.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a poet. That's why that stuff connects to me quite a bit.
And but it definitely, you know, like you said, like it definitely has involved or evolved as far as, because there's some stuff I was like, I don't know how I found this. Like I used to like this song, I still kind of like it, called Disturbed. Or no, I mean Down with the Sickness.
Oh
Everybody
yeah,
liked that song.
Disturbance.
yeah, it's a good song. Like I definitely
but
can I can relate.
but when I listened to the lyrics, I was like,
How even?
how am I jamming out to this? You know,
Dude,
and
it's another thing, dude. It's just you got to be like, I think metalheads are just. It's like you got to acquire that taste
Pretty much.
young,
but
Like
it's
a
and
lot of
I
people.
was looking at it from a different, like I wasn't looking at from like what the artist was trying to say. I was looking at like you've woken up the demon. Like it was something like I connected to, like, okay, like my own demon. Like, you know, it's, I wasn't
Oh
looking
yeah,
at it. I wasn't
with
psychoanalyzing the artist, so it wasn't really that deep of a connection.
you
You
weren't
know.
caring about his like giving of the lyrics. You were kind of like self-interpreting.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
All right.
Now I look at it, I was like, wow, well, that's kind of
Although when
harsh.
you're psychoanalyzing someone else, you're also psychoanalyzing yourself because what you critically think about someone else, and usually what you're observing from someone else is a reflection of self.
Yep.
So no
Yeah,
matter
Hey,
what you do,
you ever heard
all
of? You
come
ever
back
heard
to you.
from? Yep. You ever heard from Nietzsche? You stare into the abyss, and the abyss stares into you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
I've heard that one before. Like once or
It's awesome.
oh, dude, like if you want some really conscious music, if you haven't heard of them before, Nako and Medicine for the People.
I see why. Like I heard in my head, he's gonna say Narco. He's gonna say Narco.
Yeah, well,
I'll check them out later. But recently, I've come up with some. K Reno is like a conscious rapper. Iced Earth. The lyrics in those songs are very powerful.
oh, dude. Also, Shimshai. Shimshai's got some really powerful stuff.
I listen
Yeah.
to. I still enjoy listening to Eminem. I'm not gonna
Oh
give
yeah,
that up.
yeah. Eminem is pretty. He's a rap god. You can't dismiss it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like, I don't, dude. I like
I think
fucking
some
metal,
artists
dude.
have gone through their own transformation as well. I think like stuff I listen stuff. I mean, it's just they may not even consider themselves say like a conscious rapper or something, but they just are. They are. I mean, there's stuff that I still listen to from Biggie, and I'm like, wow, that was such a
Super
punchline.
Nintendo and Sega Genesis.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's that.
Remember
That
when I was
resonates with
young,
me
I
right
could
there.
never picture this.
All right. Do you want me to carry on with this?
Yes, carry on. Michael is back, and we want to hear what you have wrote. Everybody who's listening, everyone
Absolutely.
tuned in. Thank you, by the way,
Yeah,
if you
this
were
is
tuned
gonna.
in. This is Roman's thing that he wrote. So let's check it out.
Yeah, yeah, definitely appreciate anyone who's willing to come and listen to this. This was something I put together and kind of co-wrote like probably a year ago. Not all these words are my own. I've kind of compiled them over different people. Some of this stuff is quoted, but nonetheless, it's the information I care about. I don't intend to like copyright this thing. It's just something I put together. George Orwell, the author of 1984, said that during times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. It echoes the words of the Greek hero Tiresias, who told Oedipus, "It is but sorrow to be wise when wisdom profits not." Quote, "Heed these words, you who wish to probe the depths of nature. If you do not find within yourself that which you seek, neither will you find it outside. If you ignore the wonders of your own house, how do you expect to find other wonders? In you is hidden the treasure of treasures. Know thyself, and you will know the universe and the gods." Those are the words inscribed on the Delphi Oracle in Greece. Today we find ourselves living in strange times, when truth is at a premium, and when lies are heaped upon lies until everyone of truth is dismissed, ostracized, and very often condemned. Nevertheless, when searching truth, you will still find it in its purest form, if not sidetracked or misled by the four heavily deceitful forms of quote-unquote truth. These systems are religion, politics, scientism, and the New Age movement. Each one is an ideological system, an institutionalized system of thought. Although each one differs in varying ways, they are all ultimately what I would call boxes of consciousness. You will not find the whole truth in either of these. The truth is too big to fit into any of these confines. You cannot limit yourself to just one or more of these systems. You must discard them altogether and find the real root of each of them and understand their true intentions. If you understand knowledge of self with a thorough thought process balance of intuitiveness and logical skepticism and your own research, the real understanding of facts, and not taking part in mainstream research, and really go down the rabbit hole, you may be exposed to the deep dark occult roots in government, religion, and big business. If you ever find yourself reacting strongly against the information you find, I can only suggest that you learn with great interest, not only the information, but learn from your reactions to the information itself. I say this because there is much to learn about yourself as there is with the information you find. The truth is as much about you as it is about the world, and to only think of it as gaining information on alternative subjects for the pleasure of intellect is foolish indeed. The great philosopher Soren Kierkegaard once said, "There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true, the other is to refuse to accept what is true." The somewhat cynical but nonetheless smart Arthur Schopenhauer once said, "All truth passes through three stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident." Though it may come as something of a surprise, it can be proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the social, educational, religious, and political leviathans which we habitually take for granted are granted and serve are not in turn serving, protecting, or empowering us. In fact, in many cases, they are upright in accordance with occult designs, largely unknown to the well-meaning and hard-working individuals serving within their
You're
hierarchies.
breaking up.
Let me check here. Did you catch that last bit?
Yeah, I've got it. I got it, so it should be in the recording. Wow, dude, that is so amazing. Keep going.
Yeah,
Thank you. Is it good?
Yeah, you're good.
dude. Fuck yeah.
Regardless of the amount of good they do, these edifices demonstrate time and time again that they are not serving the best interests of humanity or of the planet. Their publicity-shy architects consider themselves a high class of specially endowed Olympians and utopians whose duty it is to suppress, control, impoverish, and if necessary, destroy their resisting subjects. Those subordinate persons or nations whose agendas coincide with those of the overlords may experience some prosperity and privilege, whereas those individual persons or nations' philosophy or attitudes differ will see misrepresentation, scandal, subjugation, and even annihilation. As the Russian writer Leo Tolstoy so perceptively wrote, "Government is an institution of men who do violence to the rest of us." We have independent candidates that have no chance whatsoever of getting elected, and two candidates controlled by the same hidden hand. Those who control the major media networks and the main political parties know that the ordinary individual has neither the time, energy, nor even the inclination to get their arms around all of the facts. Even if those facts were to be presented, years of lies and deceit and scandals, criminality and cover-ups have jaded most of us into a semi-comatose condition when it comes to monitoring what's going on behind the very closed doors of that all too remote corridor of power. Giving up on banging your head against a labyrinth that was designed to entrap you is a wise decision. You are doing the right thing. It does not mean in any way that you have given up caring for the fate of society and of the world. You have given up on falling for their gross deceptions and their one-party designer politics, and you know that they will try old things in new ways. In any event, here we are, immersed in our furious, manic world. A world now receiving warnings about a nightmare list of forthcoming hazards about terrorism, world war, global warming, future shock, natural disasters, crime, and so on. And precious few are those commentators and thinkers who have anything positive to say in the way of real solutions. The present millennia is a time for solution think, for finding simple, grounded remedies to age-old problems. This certainly is a time of challenge, but it can also be our most creative time. All we have to do is dispense with the hierarchies, conspiracies, and oligarchies, which seek to keep us in ignorance while they progress from our energies and blind support and move towards a rising in consciousness. We find ourselves in the present debilitated condition due to the fact that we have been duped into placing our faith in orthodox religion and technology, rather than in nature and within our own abilities. As should be clear by now, orthodox religious dogmas have little, if anything, to do with self-realization, and clear also that technology has likewise little to nothing to do with answering life's greatest questions. Christianity and the other religions exalt mind over the physical body, and science exalts left brain structural thought over right brain intuition and imagination. Religion comes from the Latin verb religare, meaning to tie back, to hold back, to bind. It also comes from religio, meaning to form a bond with or to connect self to. In fact, division and restraint are the mainstay of both governmental ideologies and religion, but especially of religion. Judeo-Christianity, like most fundamental and unsustainable religions, is deplete with dichotomies and inequalities. From beginning to end, we see nothing equal in the creation. A little reading, and we find that God is unequal to Lucifer, and that heaven is divided from hell, and that there is inequality among the angels and heavenly choirs. Adam is not equal to Eve, and Eve is not equal to Lilith. Cain is not equal to his brother Abel. The 12 tribes are not equal in rank, and the prophets not equal to commoners or the generals. The Gentiles not equal to the Jews not equal to the Romans, Christ not equal to the Messiah, the Pope is not equal to his flock, and the priests are not equal to their practitioners, and so on. We have Christian versus Muslim and hundreds of denominations of the same religion, each despising the other, and yet we are told to believe that the denomination that we belong to is holy and possesses the whole truth, and that to go elsewhere is to jeopardize the welfare of our own souls, no less. Clearly, it is our misretribution of our faith which accounts for why multitudes are now finding themselves in a state of emotional, psychological, and spiritual angst. In an age of which there is materially more available to us than ever before, our lack of attendance to the real questions of being also account for the delinquency and disenchantment among the youth, who feel more and more pressure to perform, to excel, and to overachieve. Well, we've taught them our bad habits, so they know exactly how to go along to get along, as it's said. And most of all is what to think rather than how to think, and to do rather than to be. We've replaced life with lifestyle, and freedom with a relative liberty. Our offspring are a barometer of our existential progress, the measure of the moral level and internal and external state of decay. A quote from Vernon Howard, a great thinker. Human sickness is so severe that few can bear to look at it, but those that do choose to look at it will become well. Most evil in the world can be attributed to psychopathic people, tendencies, or people acting upon those type of tendencies. The misuse of the blue flame, if you will. We all feel hate, anger, sadness, sorrow, revenge, jealousy, anxiousness. But we're to believe that we don't want these emotions in our life, even though without them we would most likely live like hermits and perish. It's simply the misapplication of these tendencies. They are you, your whole being, your soul. To divide your emotions to ones you don't want would be to divide yourself, and then you would be an incomplete person with no moral compass, and will at most times be emotionally confused and ultimately could not function. Most evil can also be attributed to four functions that lead each other through what could be called the tree of all evil. The leaves being willful ignorance, which comes from the branches of fearing to own personal responsibility, which comes from the trunk of self-loathing due to lack of self-respect, which comes down to the root causal factor of parental abandonment issues. Whether it is physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual abandonment, how you are raised plays the largest role as to who you become, and the ones in positions of power definitely recognize this fact. When we come into this world as children and begin our indoctrination process with parents and teachers, we are basically led to believe that there are no operating manuals to life, and that we either get it together through trial and error as we go. However, nothing could be further from the truth. There are operating manuals. Their names, different versions of tarot, astrology, Kabbalah, numerology, psychology, and what has been interpreted as, but is just an understanding of natural law. These sane spiritual practices, which are older and richer than anything we've been offered by our deviant clerics and politicians who work overtime to make sure that we never discover that we are our own priests, our own priestesses, and who have so much to lose if we ever do awaken to inherit our own sovereign power. Each one is a lifetime subject of their own, which can be studied very in-depth, but I believe the one that is most important is natural law. Natural law are universal, non-man-made, binding conditions that govern the consequences of behavior. Natural law is a body of universal spiritual laws which act as the governing dynamics of consciousness. The practices listed a moment ago were and still are the mystery school curriculum. They are designed to not only help us see into the future, so to speak, but more importantly, to be totally and passionately aware in the present, in the now. They operate the mind to make it act holistically and sanctified. They enable us to assist. They enable us to assist ourselves and those around us, and they are at our disposal anytime that we are ready to bring their magic into our lives. They were created in times past to help us navigate through the tempests of life, that we might arrive safely at our true destinations. That's it.
That was
Wow.
excellent,
Dude,
man. That was
most excellent.
absolutely fantastic, dude.
Dude, on point as well. All that stuff.
Dude, much love, dude. Agape. That is amazing stuff, Roman. Yes, keep it up, dude. Are you turning
Thank
those
you.
into quest journals and/or conscious articles on the paradigm shift, or is that just like super cool, secret, esoteric stuff you're gonna keep for yourself?
Well, it's not very long. I could just copy and paste it and make it a little published quest journal, I guess.
It was very scholarly.
Yes, it was.
Although a
That
good
was like
scholar is a waste of a teacher.
God. Well, I believe I've actually posted that entire thing on my
Dude, shout out to
Facebook
Ashley
page before.
Munoz. She says,
Ashley.
Roman, she says, very good job.
Thank you, Ashley.
I'm trying to spread posts on Facebook and stuff, get other things going. People complaining about some video someone put up of like a ritual over in India where they take their babies and they like drop them and then catch them in like a blanket thing, and people were commenting on it, and I was like, oh no, look, something different and strange. We better hate them just a little bit more. Hate them just a little more because that's so different. Now let me go cut the foreskin off my son's penis, but so no one will think he's a fucking heathen like those guys.
Yeah, it's just that misunderstanding. Like, even if someone thought that dropping a baby in a blanket was some form of child abuse, it's probably culture and tradition.
It
Just look into yourself. How many things in America could be considered child abuse?
Yeah, that's what I was relating it to. Like I was relating it to. I was like, imagine this, circumcision. And I also referred it to baptism. I was like, these guys, what do? They drop their children off of a thing and then they catch them safely. Because like that's their tradition for putting them into that religion. It's like, well, what do we do over here? We imagine this headline, like, horrific ritual where infant children are held underwater in a river for good luck for Christ, it could go both ways. I was just dropping comments to like get people to be aware that what we do over here is not any different. And that's their ritual, who knows, maybe that slips them out of a certain negative energy for the rest of their life. Maybe that lets them be suspended in ultimate, drop or something,
Well, I say, like, the weird thing about baptism is it's like, think about what's happening. Someone's being held, maybe against their will, sort of, or willingly, being held in a very uncomfortable state, but once they rise out of that uncomfortable state, things are better. So it's like almost just an allegory in and of itself. I don't think anyone needs to actually be held underwater, perhaps, however far that work goes.
Unless you get to choose the prayers.
Yeah. I just want to take a moment, you guys. I want to take a moment. Welcome, Jesse. The new player has entered the game. Jesse jumped in. What's going on, Jesse? Do you have a mic? Do you want to say anything?
Does anyone have the Triple X entrance music? Like, it's time to play the game!
Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any input, Jesse, or are you here just to hang out and check it out? If you don't have a microphone or anything, that's cool, too. I'm not sure if Jesse's a regular on paradigm shift stuff. Oh, here we go.
He's trying to locate his camera.
Yeah.
But the thing I just read, I've published on my Facebook page, not my personal one, the Paradigm Shift Authanium. I've put it on there. Probably like, I think it's like one of the first posts.
It sounds similar to something I posted about. I think it was like the etymology of religion or something.
That I wrote that way before you posted that. So I was like, when you were talking about the etymology of the word religion, I was like, hey, Mike knows what's going on.
Yeah, by the way, for everyone listening here, how about we throw out some research topics for people in case they want to look up some extra information, anything that screams at you.
Ooh, I got it perfect. What people need to do, this isn't trying to be self-promotion, I don't get anything out of it, but on my page, Paradigm Shift Authanium, make sure you have the notification setting turned to like see first. So you'll get a notification when I post something. Usually it'll just be a little quote photo or just some text, but sometimes I'll put a link in a video and those are very helpful. But if you click the Learn More button on the Paradigm Shift Authanium page, it'll take you to just a section of a website that has links for just about every subject you can think of that has to do with this kind of work. And I could even do a share screen real quick to just let you see what the page looks like.
Roman Renegade just left.
I'm sure he'll be.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be right back. I'm sure he will. He said he was having some.
Let's see first, just in general.
Yeah, there he goes. Figured he'd be back in just a second.
Sorry about that. That was strange. I think I accidentally exited out. But yeah, what I was saying. Let me just do a screen share, show you what the website looks like when you go to click on the Learn More button.
Yeah, it's not giving me a see first thing on the following.
Oh, the following
I
will
would
let you?
like to tell you.
I have it liked, so its stuff is gonna pop up, but I don't see the follow part of the page on here. I'm gonna see what I can figure out.
Maybe I'm not that popular yet. I don't know. Oh, on PC. On PC, yeah, it's over the like button.
What is your group called again, brother? I'll get it up real quick. What is it?
My group?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a group, but it's Paradigm Shift Authanium.
Should already, yeah, Paradigm Shift Authanium. That was the first one that came up.
Let me see if I can like copy and paste Authanium. It's a very clever way of saying like repository, knowledge library. That's what Authanium means. Very ancient word. But anyway, let me do a little screen share. It comes from Athens, from Greece. So I thought it was pretty neat. Instead of putting like library or something.
Like that.
Room. Everybody can see right now, they can see your page on my screen. So if they're watching YouTube, they're looking at your page right now.
Cool.
Paradigm Shift Authanium.
Here is the screen share. You guys can see this, right?
One sec. Let me get mine up.
What on earth is happening?
Boom. That's Roman's screen share, you guys. This is... Whoa, is this a website? What is this?
Yeah. This is Mark Passier's website. Depending whether or not you want to visit the website or not.
This is what on earth is happening.com. Oh,
yeah, but
yes. Yes,
you can go to
I remember that.
Yeah. Here's all these are links, all these names, all these blue things here. So it's in alphabetical order, and it goes everywhere. I mean, what is this? Zodiac, 0 Point Energy, World Trade Center 7, weather modification, Vatican sex crimes, UFOs,
Vatican sex crimes, Jesus Christ.
Thelema, theoretical physics, Temple of Solomon, Taoism, Zechariah Sitchin. Like, it goes everywhere. So that's a good place to go if you want some links to practically everything.
Sounds good.
But also on my Facebook page, if you click on the
more on the Temple of Solomon.
Oh yeah. But basically on my Facebook page, if you click on the about section of my page has a It's not the learn more section. You have to go to about, and it should show you not the short description, the long description, and the long description has all the repositories I use. ParadigmShiftCentral.com, WhatOnEarthIsHappening.com, WayOfTheTruthWarrior.com, MichaelTesterion.com, and a YouTube channel.
You should send me those things
Nice.
in a link. Send me
Alright.
Yeah,
those,
well,
whatever you
last
have tied to your page. Send me in a link. So I've
Side
only
zone,
got Paradigm Shift
yeah.
Central tied to my page. I don't even think I have my YouTube account tied to Paradigm Shift Delaware. But I need to go in and redo that entire page because
Oh, I don't even. I'm
I've
gonna
got to get
have
all
some
my
stuff
stuff
put on
professional.
YouTube. I'm gonna have some stuff put on my YouTube channel later, but this YouTube channel is not mine, but it is someone who would be fine if I shared their. Because all he does is he takes clips, or he takes full clips, and he just throws them all on this channel.
Yeah.
And it's everywhere. It's like multitudes of people's work, and it's different subjects all over the place. You can explore the channel yourself. But here, I'll send all those websites to Kyle.
Absolutely. That way I can push all this information to these other guys too. Like Bryce and Dylan. Or more or less
Yeah,
mainly
I do
Bryce,
think
because Bryce is gonna want all the information. He's got a lot going on, man. That's insane. He's like 2 neighborhoods over from me too. And it's so crazy that Bryce, out of all people, is like one of the guys who woke up and is like, oh man, you guys, like, I'm totally awake now. I get it. And it's like, dude, I went to high school with you. I remember seeing you and thinking that guy's just like me, but he has no idea. He has no idea. And he's just going to walk around blindly like everybody else. And now he's one of the guys that's hitting me up like, dude, I need to understand this. I need to know what's going on. It's like super insane. Super in sync.
I was gonna say I do think that is quite cruel. The whole circumcision thing.
Yeah, I was just like, I was just relating it because, they got this video. And it's like, well, that's not really so bad. It's like, that's perfectly fine. We
I was curious.
do some serious stuff. Over here, babies get like 56 vaccinations before they turn 3.
Yo, Kyle.
Yo,
Question.
yo,
Well,
yo.
that's to
Do
supposedly
you know if
strengthen.
anyone's got a Paradigm Shift Central for New Orleans yet?
I don't know.
Started?
I will talk to Brendan
That'd be
and see if there's
interesting.
anybody in Louisiana. Because if they're in Louisiana, but outside of New Orleans, you can do in New Orleans.
Because
And
I'd
if
rather
they,
try to centralize it if I can.
yeah, I'm saying if there's anyone that's already got a group started that's paradigm shifting out there, I will find that information for you and I will let you know as soon as I know. So that if there's anything going on in Louisiana or around New Orleans, I'll have you know. Definitely. There's a way to check actually. I'm not sure if it's fully operational yet, but there is a map, a live map on Paradigm Shift Central that will link you in with all the other paradigm shifters around the world and show you where they are located and where groups are. Like, I'm not entirely sure if um, it really, I'm not sure if it's all functional right now, and I'm not sure if everyone has been placed on the map, but you can check that out. And otherwise, I'll ask Brendan directly and be like, hey, is there anybody doing paradigm shifty things in Louisiana near New Orleans? And I'll get that information to you so that you can know.
Well,
Absolutely.
you could just say just anywhere in Louisiana, because
I could do Louisiana, but largest population
right?
center where we could try and shift consciousness, where people are concentrated.
There's
New
Lake
Orleans.
Charles.
Lake Charles is pretty concentrated as well. That's for sure.
Is that? I'm just curious because when we were in Louisiana, we were trying to find. I was like looking up at all these places. Like, is this a safe or nice place to stay overnight? And and I found like some pretty good reviews on Lake Charles. Is that a pretty like chill place to.
Hey, Jesse
I mean,
has
I
found
haven't
his
been
camera.
to Lake Charles, but could do some exploration sometime. I gotta see how far away it is. Like, I may have to do it astrally, but
It's kind of close to Texas, so.
yeah, that's like a good 6-hour hike on like in a vehicle from where I'm at, like from New Orleans.
Hey guys, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead.
I gotta give a shout out or just thank Ashley for going down the page and just reacting to and liking to certain things. Because basically, you interacting with that photo, just that single tiny interaction, even though nothing else has any interactions. But that means, you liking it is going to outstretch the scope of that information to all types of people. That's what I want this page to be, is kind of like the legitimate version of what like Mind Unleashed is supposed to be. Like, I want it to be where one part of the page is a repository of knowledge, but on the face of it, just for views or people's liberating and conscious media. See a little picture, see a little quote every day or so, a little bit of encouragement. That's all I want it to be. But yes, thank you, Ashley, for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, by the way, I'm going through that as well, just to spread it around my friend groups, which have their own like extensive networks, and if they start sharing stuff, like it's gonna go viral.
Cool. Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah, no problem. Like I can do that while talking to you. Like I'm on my tablet. All good.
Absolutely, brother. Welcome, Jesse. How's it going? Welcome to the
Good, you guys?
broadcast.
What would you say
Doing
about
well. Doing well.
What would you say about Lafayette?
Lafayette.
Yeah.
Also another place I haven't really explored too much. Thanks to limited resources, my ability to go out to these far-reaching areas is restricted at the moment, at least physically. Yeah, like especially not having transportation, I'm kind of stuck out in the
Well,
middle of rural
when
Covington.
when I looked at like places to stay, like New Orleans was at the top for like like all the bad shit that like
Well, if you
it
want
was.
somewhere that's peaceful down in Louisiana, like out here in Covington, there hasn't been anything really going on, like negative wise. Like there's a lot of really positive stuff. Like there's a metaphysics group I'm meaning to go to on Sunday for 11 a.m. It's a Unity Consciousness group. There's also like
Oh wow.
oneness meditation groups. There's a Reiki like meetup thing that I'm going to now. Recently, there was a earth healing circle ritual meditation where we turn stones into sacred objects, so you can throw them like pretty much anywhere that needs the energy, and it'll revitalize the earth at that location.
Wow.
And next
Would you
meeting
say that
should
was
be
Covington?
yeah, Covington, Louisiana, Mandeville area. It's about like about 35 minutes away from New Orleans.
Oh wow.
There's a lot of great stuff going on out here, and this it's just a small part. There's also a lot of great stuff going on in New Orleans. Like as soon as I have better income, which
I
I'm
guess there's
getting.
better places in New Orleans.
Oh, absolutely. New Orleans is just fucking cesspool. Like they definitely need the help. Although like I'm thinking next time I get to go into one of those earth healing rituals and take a bunch of stones with me, like pretty much like a bowl full of them, so that way I can take a trip to New Orleans and just seed them around the city.
Yeah. Wow.
Figured that could help, like set up, like check out the map for New Orleans and set up a mineral grid throughout the city with the objects.
That's really interesting.
It'll take some doing, but like can get it done.
There's
If I
also
can
some really
manage.
nice places in Alabama. Believe it or not.
Oh man, okay.
Yo, Roman, is there an ability for me to actually share your page? Or am I just going to have to, like, share stuff from it?
You can just either hit the share button on things and share them on your pages. I'm pretty sure you know how to do that. But the only way to share the page would be to just go to the home page and then copy and paste the link. It's as far as I know.
But there are some places in Louisiana I wouldn't even try to lift the vibration.
Sorry to everyone.
I wouldn't
on
even know
my
where to use
Facebook's
is
in
is
everyone's
that-
face right now. I'm trying to get it.
Much the places you
Publicity.
think, like
Go on.
where it would be the places you think you wouldn't even want to go for raising the vibration. That's exactly where you need to go for raising the
That's where you
vibration.
need to go.
Pretty much, yeah. Like the darker the place, the more it needs it. Just like the people who are most filled with hate, most filled with rage, and all of those like dark emotions per se, if you want to call it that, or using those emotions in an inappropriate manner. Those are the people, those are the places, the things that have been affected by those emotions, and all of that entropic energy. That's where they need that high vibrational energy the most to help shift their consciousness. Even if it's on an unconscious level, it'll help the awakening process.
Okay, so I need
Excellent.
to go to a
Fantastic.
Burger King in Louisiana.
Burger King in Louisiana.
Places where there's been
Because they gave us onion rings with no onions.
Oh man.
yeah, fast food's not exactly like really. I just purely avoid fast food. Like the only thing close to fast food I'll go and indulge in is Smoothie King, but that's like a smoothie.
Oh, Smoothie King is good.
I literally had a Big Mac the other day. Well,
Like,
that's also just because I'm trying to actually gain a bit of weight.
although, with Smoothie King, make sure
Well,
if you're going there, don't get the turbinado. It's really bad for you.
All right.
Sorry to divulge from all that. Anyhow.
Yeah, definitely most, like 80% of the time I'm eating something decent.
they
Yeah,
gave
try
us
to.
they gave us these apples from a McDonald's, and I remember looking at it, I was like, what tree did this come from?
This is not an apple.
You know, it's like I wasn't trying to be mean, but I was just like, this just, I don't know if I could trust where these apples came from.
They're literally
Yeah.
like just the cheapest messed with apples you can ever get.
Yeah, all the fucking.
Yes.
Yeah. These ones have been
In a little
fermenting for
baggie,
3 weeks.
and they were green.
We'll buy it. Don't worry. That's too funny, man. Yeah, all that food, it's not food. It might be edible, but there's no nutritional value to it. There's any fast food. Just bad news bears, dude. Jesse, what's going on, man? Do you have some cool topics to throw our way? You got any input, or are you just sort of hanging out, man?
I'm just chilling for now. It's my first time hanging out with you guys, so figured to come see what you guys are saying.
Excellent, man. Excellent. This is sort of like an off branch
Greetings,
of
Jesse.
paradigm shifty stuff. Brendan, I don't know, are you linked in with Paradigm Shift at all? Paradigm Shift Central?
Yeah, I just found it like a week or two ago.
Excellent. I think I saw you jumped into a hangout. I'm not sure which hangout it was.
It was like 3 or 4 in the morning the other night.
Yeah.
This isn't the best content to be like introduced or jump into. You're more than welcome to go and talk, but
yeah, absolutely. If you have anything cool or interesting
your
you want
way.
to add, absolutely. But yeah, like
Oh,
Roman,
yeah.
Questions definitely.
yeah, like Roman was saying, this isn't the best hangout to be, introduced to. There's a lot of other good material that's going to be coming back out again soon. Just Brendan's he's been really busy with sending out the shifter kits and stuff.
Yeah.
So
There's absolutely nothing esoteric to be learned about the shitty McDonald's apples in Louisiana.
yeah. Let's try and get back on the right track, you guys. Let's get on some kind of good. Let's talk about something good, dude.
Right.
Well, I was. I just kind of saved the document for my 4th article in the. I wouldn't call it the psychology series, but yeah, its foundation is of psychology. Let me see. I remember what the title's called.
I see Goku on the wall over there.
Michael's gonna go fangirl. The title
That's
for
awesome.
the title for the fourth entry is Psychology, Anima, Animus, the Conscious Authentic Being. I like that title.
Dude, I have been like trying to rack my brain. Like, what is my next article going to be about? I kind of want to write a conscious article, but I probably need to do a few more journal quests before I get conscious article-y. It has been a long time since I've actually written a quest journal. And the last couple ones I put out were really good. And the last two, especially the Understanding the Age of Aquarius, was kind of like just sort of typed
Oh,
out
that's
on a
good.
whim, but it was ended up being really well and getting like over 1,000 hits really quick. Like over 1,000 people read that article really fast. And I think my
Well, actually, I think
articles
I
in
found.
shadow work. What's up, Roman?
Sorry, you keep talking, but I don't know if it's like just a glitch or just the way the algorithm works. But I saw this with mine. I went right when I had published one of mine, like a day after. I was checking it out to see how many counters it get. You know, I was reading quest journals from other people, and I refreshed the page, and it counted as someone reading the article. So
Yeah,
as long as they're on the page, they're
yeah.
on the page of like the official article, and they refresh it, it counts as a hit. So I'd say, estimated 1,000 people
I mean, that was
saw your
like
thing, but
several
yeah,
months ago, so I don't. I have to actually look. The last time I looked, those HTML counters that are on the conscious articles and stuff, mine read it read web counter. It didn't give me a number. It just had a little box and it said web counter. So I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
What?
I ran into that when you were trying to get me to check on it.
I'm gonna have to talk to Brendan and let him know that that's kind of glitching out. There could be something wrong with the HTML process in there, or the embedding or something.
that's what I'm saying.
I've been trying to alert him of the stuff that I come across on the website. I don't think, like, I'm not sure how much work he's put into it since the last time he was like, I want to get the global team map started up with everyone who's paradigm shift admin being on the global live map where you could like go and interact with it, like zoom in and find people and stuff. Um, I'm not sure how much work he's done on that, but the HTML counter, yeah, that ended up like being weird. I went to go check it today, and it ended up being like really funky. And I was like, man, I wanted to see, like the 3,000 possible views that my articles had. So I also noticed that the Paradigm Shift Central um, live page, the actual main hub, it was only at 232 unique visitors, and like that thing had to have reset because that is definitely not right. I've seen that thing
Yeah,
like in the multi thousands before. So
60,000
yeah,
or
like
so.
60,000 viewers went to that friggin' website. So that's like, all
I'm
right.
trying to sign in right now.
So I had a question, but I don't want to ask something that sounds too advanced because I'm not trying to sound advanced.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. We've got a lot of different people in every hangout or session that we do, Michael. So throwing out the advanced topics is okay, I think, especially in
Hey,
the
what's been in your mind? Just throw it out there.
yeah, like what's been on your mind? Because I've actually been wanting to
Okay,
get into some advanced stuff because I got a lot of people
cool.
coming to me, and they're coming to me like, and I'm going over a lot of these basic things. It's like, well, I could definitely go for some more advanced stuff, and you know, I'm definitely ready for it. So if you want to bust it out, bust it
So
out.
the
And
the
I
the
gotta say, Dylan
yeah.
by far is no real quote unquote beginner. I'll say that he's been involved with the same people that I got introduced to and that put me up on a level. So everyone that was in our original our original like group, we had a coven, which is actually too much information for me to be saying. But we have a group. That's who
Mhm.
kind of brought me into this esoteric and knowledge of the occult. It actually guided me when I came into it myself. So
Okay.
Dylan ran
Well, you've
into the
been in
same
this for a
people.
while. I mean,
Yes, Dylan
right?
ran
I mean,
into the same
you got
people. I'm not sure when in life, but he did. He ran into the same people. So he's actually
Kind of
been
around the same time as you, actually.
he has been under he was under the same teacher that I had for a brief period of time. So keep that in mind. Like, he's not exactly new. He just got removed from an area, put in somewhere else, and his whole life got flipped upside down, so he's kind of starting over. That's all.
All right. What's it? Did you lose it, Mike? What is it?
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
Mike or Michael, whichever.
Michael.
Or,
Mike Hale.
I like Michael. But
Mikhail.
most people call me Mike, so it's like whichever, you know.
Well, what's
By
your
the way,
question,
I just
brother?
added y'all to my contacts on Hangouts.
Excellent.
So I was
excellent.
gonna ask. I've been studying quite a bit of psychology. Do you think that Sigmund Freud's psychosexual development stage corresponds to the chakras?
I think
I'd say they're related, or they're both interpretations of that core thing.
Wow.
That's a really good question.
Because I'm learning.
Sigmund
going through,
Freud.
you know, all
What?
the
Sigmund Freud,
stages.
psychosexual what? Psychosexual
Development.
Psychosexual
Psychosexual stages of development.
correlate with chakras. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So the different stages of development move through each stage of chakra. I don't know how I feel
I'm
about
thinking
that.
just like, say, in Kabbalah, like how you would connect a certain planet to a certain zodiac sign, to a certain
Phase of the moon down to a point on your body.
archetypal. Yeah, I'm thinking you can do this. You must be able to do the same. Like with the chakras and corresponding them to Sigmund Freud's module.
I'd have to go back
Or
and look at
model.
Sigmund Freud's module because it's been so long since I've taken a psychology course, bro.
Yeah,
Well, that
I
was
as well.
Freud put a lot of good work out, and there's definitely some misinterpretations and existential psychologists that came after. But the id, the ego, and the superego, the 5 stages of theory, oral, anal, phallic, latency, and grapes. Well, Freud looked at human beings as kind of like in a will to power sort of sense. I'm pretty sure him
Talks
and
about
Jung,
energy.
yeah, him and Jung might have disagreed on like the latency of what they called certain things or the purpose of certain things.
Oh yes,
But
no, I totally
I
do.
think they're
Oh,
yeah,
I
I
remember
was
now.
the 5
You know what I'm talking
stages,
about?
the 5 stages and the
The
chakras are
oral
kind of
stage, the anal stage. Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're the same thing, but Freud, just raw. That's like his raw interpretation of something the chakras already kind of introduced. So you can look at Freud's structural psychoanalytical model as kind of an easier way to put the chakras rather than this chakra does that and you move up the ladder. No, he's explaining it in more of a carnal sense.
Yes, you're very right.
Right.
You're
See,
right.
but the thing
More
is,
flesh.
I haven't found anything. There are no pictures on Google that correspond the two. So it's like
You should make one.
I should make
No,
one.
totally won't
Absolutely.
find one.
Or like compare. No. It should be like a comparison, like more than just like take the tree of life, take the chakras, take the planets, and then take Freud's model and see if you can like tie them together on like get yourself a whiteboard and draw it all together.
Yeah, get yourself a whiteboard, some thumbtacks,
Yeah.
and some twine, and pull them across the
But
wall.
that's a really, for me, that was an insta thought. Like as soon as you said that, I was like, well, yeah, the Freud model and is like an interpretation of whatever it is we understand about human psycho development, which is also just what the chakras are kind of explaining. There's not like a purple ball, inlating inside of you. It's just
Some of it. I mean,
interpretation.
yeah, but some of it is kind of odd. Like I mean, because a person doesn't go to the bathroom in in the prettiest fashion, that must mean that they are defiant towards authority.
Yeah.
Well, you could say that's Freud's own. I mean, look at the time where he basically did his work. That time period. Certain little like instances, like you can compare it to Blavatsky or Crowley's work. Like there are some amazing spiritual things said in there, but sometimes there's this strange little like egoical input you'll see in his work. Sometimes that's often very strange, or it is strange, but it's very misinterpreted. Like the one about the virgin blood sacrificing.
Oh yeah.
I know one guy who says that's a misinterpretation of something allegorical, and because virgin has to do with Virgo and blah 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 blah, right? Astrotheologically, and then there's another one saying that's kind of like, I mean, just look how like what happened to him. He put out all this great work. He was a great magician. He knew the path, but he didn't walk it. And him not
Who are
walking
we
that
talking
path is
about?
what led
Crowley?
Crowley. Him not walking
Crowley
that
did a
path is
lot of things.
basically what Crowley walking that path is basically what led to his early death and his destruction. Mentally, I'd say. So think of it like that. That's kind of a weird way Freud would kind of announce like someone
Oh,
not
that's
going to the
another thing I
bathroom
do want to
looking
touch on.
good.
I'm sorry to interrupt
They're
you.
kind of
Strange.
similar.
Very strange.
My bad to interrupt you, dude, but because you related on Crowley, the left-hand path, the extremism, the pushing of the envelope to that level, and the fact that he indulged in the way that he did. But when we go and we indulge in those darks, and we're like, okay, like I'm acknowledging that, like, yes, we have these five physical senses and materialistic things. When you do that too much, you begin to trade your actual life force. That's the difference of choosing between to exist in the dark and to exist in the light. Because we come as beings of light. So when we choose
Kyle.
to do something like go down that left-hand path and be like, well, I'm gonna have these orgies that are fueled by like drugs, and we're gonna make some crazy magic happen, and then manifest a bunch of stuff. Well, when you do that, you're actually literally trading your life force away, and that's what leads to your early death, because your mana is being consumed by something, but you have willingly given it. So that's just the difference, and be aware.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You put it pretty well, Kyle, but I would like to say it perfectly fits. I'm saying this completely like allegorically,
Yes,
but you
absolutely.
could have you took from the devil what you could have gotten from the Lord, kind of way.
Yeah.
Think about it like that. No, I said I was saying that completely allegorically.
Absolutely. I mean, because, like, and I also want to touch in on something else. Like, this is kind of sort of advanced, but it's not really. It's just an idea. But it's a very solid one. It's one that I definitely hold to be true. Basically, you look at God in the Bible, it is separate from the evil forces.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Alright, sorry guys. That's my bad. It's just me being far away from my mic. When you look at the Bible and you have God, and then you have a separation of forces. There's a light and a dark. But in actuality, and it is portrayed as being separate, as two completely beings that are not tied to each other than the fact that one came, like one fell and like lost his position or whatever. Basically, no, none of that is true. It's all bullshit. There is no separation. Source shows you directly as you need to be shown, and Source reciprocates what you put out. So if dwell in, like, basically, what I'm trying to say is there's no separation. God and Satan are both the same thing. They are the same entity, the same being down to the very core, because
Whoa.
it's just it's yin and yang. It's the same thing. It's light to dark. They're the same being. It has the capacity to show you anything and everything, and that is both light and dark. So just
Hey,
that too.
it was like what I said. It was like what I said earlier. God is unequal to Lucifer.
Yes.
That's kind of what that means, in a way. But also about Cain and Abel, there was something I shared recently. I think it was from the works of Manly. Let me see if I could
Oh,
find it
Manly
here.
P. Hall.
Yep, that's my boy.
Man,
I'm just kidding.
P. Hall.
Anyway,
I know that name.
yeah, here we go.
Who is he in psychology?
Here it is. It's pretty
He,
short.
he writes a lot of good stuff on that.
He's got was it 800-page book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. You can definitely find something in there. That is a lifetime book right there.
I barely even got through half of that book.
I'm like on the first chapter. The two lobes of the cerebrum. Oh, I am. One sec.
I just keep getting like choppiness from everyone. It may be me.
All right, is it good?
It's kind of clearing up.
All right.
You're good
Okay.
on my end, Roman.
The two lobes of the
I don't
cerebrum
know.
were called by the ancients Cain and Abel, and have much to do with the legend of the curse with Cain, which is literally the curse of unbalance. For the murder of the spirit of the equilibrium, Cain is set forth a wanderer of the earth. Manly P. Hall. That speaks right there.
Wow.
Comparing Cain and Abel to two lobes of the brain. The legend of the curse of Cain, which is literally just the curse of imbalance. For the murder of the spirit of the equilibrium, Cain is sent forth a wanderer of the earth. Because Cain wasn't struck down with lightning as soon as he killed Abel. He was sent off. He wandered. Quote,
That's amazing.
There
That's fantastic.
was
And someone else had told me this. That's actually you, Dylan, I think. It was like all these ancient texts are actually highly complex books about chemistry and psychology manuscripts.
Yeah. There was a guy, Clint Richardson, who was talking about, no, or maybe it was him or it was another guy, but he was talking about if you read the Bible, like you said, it's highly complex, but if you can read the Bible correctly and separate it from all the dogma, all the teachings, all the churches, and just read it as it is the most perfectly compiled literature of history, psychology, interpretation there ever is. You can't find something like that in let's say the Torah or the Quran. The Bible, even in all of its skewed forms, is kind of like this centerpiece because you have all these researchers who will reference quotes from the Bible, and they have historical significance. Yeah. People just have this faith within the book that even if it is skewed, we can still find truth in its purest form if we are not misled by quote. Right?
You ever watch Bill Donohue's stuff on YouTube?
Bill Donahue. I've heard that name. Let me check.
He does some good shit.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm getting stuff, but it's still kind of choppy.
Everybody's
Oh,
going
he's like
perfectly
kind of like
fine.
evangelical Catholic. Can
you hear me okay?
See, I haven't heard anything directly from him, but he's definitely one of the. See, what's crazy in the early stages of like the free man movement, as you would call it, like people looking for this information and sharing it around. You've got people like Bill Cooper, and before him, you have guys like Bill Donahue. Was his name Chuck Missler? Evangelical Christians, where they kind of stick everything to the Bible and to Jesus, and they make it really like Catholic or really Christiany. But the message that they're getting out is like a true, honest sociological expression, and it's correct in a lot of ways. I've heard some Chuck Missler stuff, but they are as men, they're pretty old. They've got these evangelical ties. It's fair, whatever. That's the point. Like, people can believe in anything they want, but I think that it's kind of like that religious, hold close to your heart, don't let go of it kind of overview that may shadow someone. Because Michael Tsarion gets on this class of people. Not to he's not like trying to disrespect them. He respectfully disagrees and said, this attachment to this religious, like emotional attachment to this religion is kind of what keeps you from like as soon as you see something occult, or what he called like underneath the abyss, which is a strange image. Underneath the abyss, you like immediately name it as something the secret societies drew up, or something inherently bad. And I wish I could find the little video clip, but it's probably long gone in my subscriptions by now. But I wish I could show it to you guys, because it was
Yeah, that's right.
really great, where he was explaining. I think they were talking about Crowley and Manly P. Hall and stuff, and then Michael Tsarion stood up and was like, just completely roasted him. Anyway,
That's
it was like a little
fantastic.
conspiracy
think,
conference.
well, the interesting thing is that, it's probably not a popular topic, probably not something that people mention that much, but Crowley actually had a very religious upbringing.
Mm-hmm. That's the tie. That's the tie thing too. I didn't come up with a religious upbringing, although there is like a special, since this is America. Everyone has this weird special significance with either a bearded guy, creator, universal principle in the sky, or a Jesus in some manifestation. Just as if Muslims and heck, look in like the left swing media, look in colleges. If you say anything about like Muhammad or something, they know you're misinterpreting or you're trying to bring to their attention. I mean, they get immediately hostile. I mean, that's not a bias for me. I'm just starting to notice this kind of thing, but that it kind of happens. People, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't grow up too religiously doctrined, so I don't view these figures and these teachings as ever so sacred, even though I know, at their core they are. But I'm just saying, when someone tells me that Jesus isn't a thing or something like that, I don't get defensive about it. Immediately, I'll explain it to them, but I'm just like, I don't have this
But
emotional
I mean,
attachment.
as far as I mean, but as far as what do most historians say as far as certain like biblical characters?
Well, you can probably address your friend Steve on that one. He's got those ever so links that say, these 30 plus old dudes said that Jesus was a guy. And, I want to say, like, it doesn't matter if he was a guy, because even if he was oh so essential and special, the stuff he was bringing forward is kind of stuff we're already grasping onto. Like, what new information can he
Hey
bring
guys,
forth?
I gotta bring
Like,
this up right about now. I'm sorry, dude. I'm totally sorry to like cut in and like cut you off,
sorry.
but because you just said it, dude. You just said it, and I don't know how, but it sparked this, dude. Let's go ahead and say some of that stuff
Oh,
has a
okay.
little bit. Let's go ahead and say some of that stuff has a little bit of validity in the Bible or whatever we're talking about here. The Bible, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go ahead and say
It's
that.
something, it's the hugest thing with
I
the
keep
work that we
picking up
do.
on this.
I
What
think
I'm getting at.
turn off your video, Dylan. It might help.
Yeah. What I'm getting at is, brother, what I'm getting at is, this is the second coming, quote unquote, of quote unquote Christ, Jesus.
Exactly. I know
He
exactly what you're
didn't
about to say,
teach
Kyle.
Christianity, dude. He didn't teach Christianity. All right. He taught a way of being because
Alright,
he
there we go.
because he walked a certain way. And this is the second coming, Roman. And you know what I'm gonna say, so say it, dude. I want you to say it. What do you think? Cause I know,
Just
dude.
I don't know exactly what you're gonna say. Obviously, I don't have like a direct intention.
We
But
are.
basically, we're the second coming of consciousness. We're the
Yes.
Christ consciousness coming up again, because it was sheltered so many thousands of years ago by controlling oppressors, the deluge, things like that.
Yes, dude. That's it. We are the ones who are the second
coming.
coming. Like that is, if there is one, it's already happened, and we are that manifestation. Because, like it says
Definitely.
in the Dead Sea Scrolls at the end, it says, "You will not. You're not going to see me again." And wherever you cut wood and break stone and erect building in my name, I will not be there, for I exist in the heart of man, and I will come back in the heart of man. And that
Exactly.
I
is
could see
And
it.
the
that.
That is
seventh.
us. That is you. That is Mike. That is Dylan and Jesse and me and Brendan. That is us, the ones who are awake and the ones who know, the ones who can clearly see.
But as far as like what I understand, as far as Christ consciousness, I mean, it's more of an emphasis on love.
Yes.
Yes, it's
Right?
not
I mean,
anything to
it's
do
not.
with actually like the Bible and
But I
Doctrine.
mean,
it's
I'm saying
it's not anything
it's
to do
not.
with that. It's just a way of relating that information in such a layman's terms way. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
okay.
But like, yeah, like
Yeah.
it's the collective consciousness that we have tapped into that is that second coming. Is that what you were trying to get at?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was gonna say like as far as I think it's a little bit different than say like Buddha consciousness, because to me Buddha consciousness is just like, you know, there's no separation between anything or anyone.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think that can coincide.
and to me, Christ consciousness is more of a like an emphasis of like love and the many dimensions of love, or
Yeah.
at least like unconditional
Love in that fashion of just
love
Yeah,
actually
put
under will.
giving a shit about yourself. Everyone's stuck in this like
two and two together.
don't give a fuck. I got none to give. Like, well, that better start changing because
I just
nobody's
a
going
little.
anywhere if you don't.
Hey, I got two things. In the 17th chapter of St. Lucas, it is said that God is not outside of man. God is not within one man or a group of man. God is within you, all people. Something to
Yes.
that effect. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, it was the thing. I think it was a Tessarion quote. He was quoting someone else, I believe, but I can't remember who it was. But he said, "If why is it that man can believe that God can become man to save him, but that man cannot become God to save himself?"
Yes. I saw that quote you put up, and I was like, "Fucking A, Roman." Yeah.
That is a powerful little piece of words.
That is amazing.
But understanding like what God is, like we're not saying. See, this is the kind of like strange ad hominem attacks you'll find. I don't know where, but it happens. But basically, when you'll find in very extreme communities or even satanic little cults and groups and blah blah blah. Even if it's not even official Satanism, it's just like weird psychotic people coming together. But let's just say officially, you'll see this notion of like I'm God, like it's like solipsism basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're the dark sun, but no, what is meant by if man can believe that God can become man to save him, why is it that man can't become God to save himself? So it's basically like um, the principle in and of itself is that man is awakening. He himself is becoming his true self, and that is what can save him and everyone else around him, is if they recognize that fact. But the fact that this is the biggest problem is that God, however we want to look at that, or what that is, has been externalized. And that's what dominators and controllers and even Satanists use as a temperament educational output. Like they don't believe it themselves, but they output it so other people can believe it and be misled off the path. But yeah, that is the principle of salvation. Like you have to do something in your life to please an external force to save you, when really it's you pleasing yourself to save yourself, and not pleasing in like a pleasurable 5 cents way, but um, wiping the persona and the ego clean off, fixing everything, and becoming your true self. That is the actual salvation. And I love realizing that little things like that.
Fantastic stuff, man. Absolutely love it. All right.
Hey, it's 9/11.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it
Oh,
is
it's
where you
11,
are.
11 over here.
It's
Where I'm
12,
at, it's
11.
9/11.
Dude, we've got every time zone. 9/11, 10/11. Or, well, not 10, 11,
11.
11, 11,
Oh.
and 12, 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike's in Texas.
So share the synchronicity.
Dude,
All right.
epic
On the right
stuff,
path,
you guys.
and just on the topic for 1111, I figured I'd share some just little tidbit on the numerology.
Ashley said she's
Oh, yeah,
got deja
totally,
vu.
dude.
Excellent.
Go ahead, dude. I want to hear it.
Just for the sake of like everyone, the 1111 number sequence is often the first one that appears for many people. Once noticed and acknowledged, which thank you, universe, for that synchronicity, the sequences progress onto other numbers and other messages from, say, your angels or other ascended masters, guardians, spirit guides, what may have you, to pass on to you. And the 1111 number sequence is a sign that there's an
Oh,
opportunity
yeah.
opening up for you.
Check out
If
that
you thus
website I
manifest
just sent.
them in form at lightning speed.
Yeah, Dylan, one of the
It is
first
similar to
things...
light of
Oh, sorry about that. One of the first things I ever saw was a little article about angel. What was called... I didn't understand much at the time, but it was just called angel numbers, and I looked at it, and I was like, 1111 is kind of like an introductory, like, oh, you're starting to find your way, follow the white rabbit kind of number.
yeah,
And
pretty
so on.
much.
333
Like,
or something.
I'll
numbers
go
all
ahead
the
and
time.
continue. It means that the universe is just taking a snapshot of your thoughts and is manifesting your ideas into material form. Be aware that you will manifest your thoughts, therefore do not think negative thoughts, as these are what you will draw into your life. Use the positive energies of the universe to bring fruition your deepest desires, hopes, and dreams. You're welcome.
You
Is
got it,
that
dude.
is that from
Figured I'd
Dory
share that.
Virtue's book?
All right, everybody, hold on just 1 second for a minute. Jesse dropped a link in. I've got it pulled up so that these guys can see it on the YouTube screen. This is www.dimension1111.com. So it's dimension1111.com. That is the website that Jesse just dropped in here. And this is pretty much just a little description of what it is, and Dylan just read one that he has from his research and studies. But this website is up here, so if you guys want to check it out, I'll add it in some show notes at the end. I'll try and put some links and key topics that we went over at the end of this. I'll make some notes and put this in there as well, you guys.
Definitely. I
Yeah,
think
I'm
that
going to
was
be doing
actually
an
the website I
article on
used.
numerology, numbers, stuff like that. I've got a
Gematria.
different site I can research from, but it all lines up, like, from what I've gone across. So I want to do an article on that. I'm going to be doing an article on also other synchronicities, like things may be not considered, like if you put a 24-hour clock, 1313, 1414, 1515, and so on. Going to be going over those synchronicities as well, what they mean, and stuff, just little signs from the universe that you're on the right path.
Do you guys think that Judaism, in some forms, was like right on the mark?
I'd say
Some
since it is the most misinterpreted, misunderstood, and most transformed religion of them all, and it kind of has, because Christianity kind of comes from, and so I think even Judaism, Hebrew as well, also
A
comes
lot of
from
it
the
does.
origin of Egypt and Babylon and whatnot. So yeah, it's the first one. Basically, the religions that branched out of the, what is called the same religion is Judaism, and then after that, blah 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 blah. Right. So that too, with the Ashkenazi Jews and the Qatars, and man, there's a whole history lesson I need to still learn. But yeah, basically, it's a whole construed timeline of like obfuscation, manipulation, and atonism. If you don't know what that is, go to the Facebook page, my Facebook page, click the Learn More, and one of the links should have a reference to atonism, like Aton, Akhenaten. It's basically it's one name for the sun cult, the solar cult, which is basically like just a whole thing in and of itself. But it is a little interesting additive to. Paradigm, Facebook.com/
Yeah.
Paradigm Shift Akashic. Pretty sure Kyle, it's on Kyle's profile.
Paradigm.
Yes, it is. I shared the page. I'm pretty sure I shared the link. I shared the link to your page. So if you go to my page, my Facebook page, you can get that information directly off of it. It should be one of the last posts that I put up.
Yeah, there
But
it
with
is.
Judaism, we did get Kabbalah.
Atomism. See, the link's kind of just, it's an automatic Google. So what you want to do is see what videos pop up when it, does automatically Google, go to the video section. Or on the topic of atomism, you could do a YouTube search for Michael Tessarion, atomism, and he could probably explain it in the full scope.
Optimism.
All right.
But with Judaism, we did get Kabbalah though.
Yes, that the true Hebrew tradition is basically just a nice little misnomer, not a misnomer, but just a nice little interpretation of, the true mystery tradition. So yeah, like you could say like true Jews or true Hebrew, whatever. It's a very nice, honest fashion of religion.
Israelites.
Yeah, Israelites. That's there's two reasons why they're known as like, the chosen people, is because it was the band of people that the immoral manipulators, it was their band. It was kind of like, Negan in The Walking Dead, like him and his saviors are, the chosen people, right? Even though they're immoral
Chosen
and
people.
whatnot.
Yeah.
But there's also everyone. It's kind of like Freemasonry. Everyone's an Israelite. Anyone who seeks this knowledge and seeks to be a better human being in Christ consciousness and all that because of it is kind of, God's child, in allegorically.
Dude,
Those are the two ways I've heard of it.
The Matrix so hard right now.
Well, I really do like Kabbalah because it's very organized.
Yeah, but Kabbalah itself too. I believe Kabbalah comes straight out of Egypt, doesn't it? Kabbalah, which means like tree of the soul or soul of the live tree, something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse knows.
Jesse
Oh, I know.
Could be.
I know too much that my head just feels like it's gonna explode sometimes.
Oh, my head explodes all the time.
Oh man.
It's a DNA explosion.
And I'm only 17, guys. Like, cut me some slack here.
Yeah, dude.
Really?
By the way,
You're
guys.
almost 17?
By the way, guys. Yeah. If you guys didn't know, Roman is
Wow.
only 17. So, yeah. That's why he reminds me of
Blown
me when I
away.
was 17, dude. I was doing shit like that. That's like, dude, so proud, dude. That's awesome.
Like 17, I
So
was.
he jumped in and he was like
I mean, I
skeptical
was
too.
advanced, but
Fuck, man, that's crazy.
Right?
I was partying when I was 17, up until my 20s.
I'll get into that at one point. See what it's all about, right? I can't even make any friends that are my age. Apparently, no one wants that deep conversation. They want the quick, like, get
That's
off.
my problem now. I lost all my friends.
well, I know how
had
that
to make
feels.
friends with older people because like I couldn't like connect with people my age or even remotely my fucking age because everyone wanted to talk bullshit gossip and I wanted to talk like fucking
Yeah.
all the serious topics, deep thoughts. Like no one my own age was able to even comprehend what the fuck I was talking about. They were just concerned with, oh, what's going on this weekend, or like, what's the newest pop song coming out?
Medial conversation. But what is fun is when you and someone else's mind is pretty much open like yours, or at least you like the person as they are and they're progressing. They're not a bad person, honestly. I'll get completely lost in talking about freaking comic books with my uncle sometimes. He's not
Those are good
talk comics.
conversations.
Those are very good
I'll
comments.
talk comics with you.
talking about movies and all this stuff. I can get lost in it. I can talk about it forever. And it's not like a progressive forwarding conversation. We can remember there's a reason to have fun and have an enlightening human experience. And people who don't know this stuff aren't inherently immoral, but when they do when they practice, support or perform. That's why in the anarchist type community, they don't like statists, because if someone supports government or supports statism, that automatically makes them a violent person because they're advocating that someone steal from you and give to everyone else. It's a simple principle. You could read it in a paragraph if you go onto something. Whether you agree with that or not, I'm being very general. I can be very in depth about it soon enough, but I'm pretty sure we all understand this stuff. But yeah, that's the basic thing. Like someone who doesn't understand this information or even care to look at it, it's like an insult. But there's casting pearls onto swine is not keeping the information to yourself all the time and not letting anyone in on it. It's make sure you're choosing your battles. You're making the right decisions when it comes to letting people in on this stuff. Because there are people who shove it down people's throats. There are people who, unless you agree with them,
Yeah, that's
name
true.
call you, and they just generally don't like you or have the time for you. I know a couple of big name, or well, medium, decent sized big name guys like that who just don't have the time to individually talk to people. Sometimes they let the information out. They talk good stuff, but they're not very based individually.
Yeah, definitely know something about having that wisdom of discernment, figuring out.
Discernment. Thank you, Dip. I've been meaning to say that all day. This whole work, everything is about discernment. Everything.
Absolutely. Like once you discover that wisdom of discernment and really figuring out where you're supposed to disseminate information rather than just trying to like fucking force feed it down people's throats, like trying to get someone to swallow their fucking pride. Apologies for my cursing, but like seriously, like a lot of people just don't realize like who they need to, who's actually open to sharing, which usually you can pick up on who's open-minded and who's closed-minded. It takes like a snapshot of a second to figure that out in a social situation. I love picking the people out who are open-minded and dropping knowledge bombs on them, and then their whole mind just gets expanded even further. And I have to come back like a month later before they're ready for the next drop.
Yeah, like me in my personal life, there's someone who would be interested into going deeper, or at least talking with me about importance. Not all this crazy rabbit hole stuff that we get into, but just the basic moral importance of it, right? Just go along to get along, kind of go along happily to get along happily, in a way. But basically, they know that, but they themselves are dealing with too much psychological baggage to where once it comes to knowledge of self, basically, they kind of shut down because they can't deal with themselves internally. They're kind of scraping along until they don't have to deal with these responsibilities anymore. And you'll see that a lot in teenagers that have AP classes and just don't have any time to do anything fun. Sometimes they're just super stressed out, have all this work to do. And adults who have all this work to do, they ain't got time for stuff. Money, you ever seen They Live? You get the money in the hand that says, "This is your God." That's kind of the satanic ideology driving force thing.
I
When you
like
bring
They
up these
Live.
people, if I'll definitely shut up after this one for a bit again, but if you bring up this, like most people know about like productive, like busy time, but like introduce them to the concept of productive downtime. Like you got to really nurture yourself if you're going to make any kind of progress towards anything. Because if you don't give yourself that productive downtime, you're just going to get overloaded, burn out, and it's nothing good at all. Like you really got
I
to
think I've realized
take
that.
time for
Yeah, it
yourself,
really is.
take some solitude. Like it's really important. Like you can look at like ants, bees, and wasps, for example, just using this like as a concept in their social structure for these like micro creatures that we live with. Most people know that they all work together in a hive mind, but what most people don't know about them is that once they're in the hive itself, a lot of them will take time to be on their own, away from the other workers, away from the other things within that network. And most people
Oh.
in general don't realize that they need solitude. And like in that loneliness, in that solitude, you really discover your own heart. You really discover what's going on internally. And a lot of
But
people
the
have
ant probably isn't going through.
well, the ant probably isn't going through all of that, but then of course they're living in a more pure state than us for the sense of consciousness because they're not boggled down with all of this information that's coming through trying to create fear instead, they're living in a pure state in the nature of the mind, as the Buddhists would call it, or rigpa. And it's very rare that they even leave that state unless, like, affected by other creatures.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, they do bite other things in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess on a good day they get,
But a lot of time, like, they're not exactly violent creatures. It's only when afflicted by something else will that defense mechanism kick in. Like, I mean, I can have ants crawling all over me, but as long as I don't step on their frickin' hive or any of them, they're not going to do anything. It's all
Well,
Hangout.
they're not red ants. So not gonna have
It's
ants
funny that you
crawling
say
all
that.
over me. Well, I'd probably
I'll
move
tell
a
you,
lot.
I am afraid of freaking wasp bees and those big giant black bees that are apparently harmless. I'm scared to crap when a freaking gigantic noise swings by my head and it's like, woof, and you're like, oh my god, what was that?
I have other.
But it's harmless.
I have
you know?
background to that. Roman,
I don't like that.
it goes more than a primordial scare. It goes more than the fact that, like, in our DNA, we know that we would get stung and hurt, and, you know, that's what would drive our psychological factor to be afraid of those things instinctually. You know, it's like an instinct to see a spider and be afraid. Well, that's because we know genetically.
Racial
throughout-
memory.
Yeah, basically, we know through that sort of genetic memory, or what'd you call it?
Yes.
What'd you call
Racial
it?
memory. Another
Racial memory.
thing.
Yeah, it's
Racial memory, but it goes back to the deluge. You know, the big story of Noah. It's in every religious text ever, right? The big disasters. That leaves human beings with an internal. Every single human being is afraid of the vastness of the ocean of water, and that is for a reason. I think Mike might be familiar, but Michael Tessarion definitely touches on it a lot, and I think it has to do with Atlantis, his book on Atlantis. I haven't gotten into it actually,
Okay.
but I know about the Diluvian era of the
Speaking
great,
of that,
huge human scare and the upbringing of the ego.
but Roman, let me go ahead and interject there on the Atlanteans. All that genetic fear, like, all of that can be processed out of your DNA. The fear itself, which also inherently is going to stop your consciousness from shifting higher. Which, if you work on that, for example, there are transmissions on the soulmatrix.com, guided meditations that can help you process out all of that fear from your Akashic
Yeah,
records, from your DNA.
that's the epigenetic shadow work. You're the writers of your own genetic code, not the slaves of it. Yeah, you should take a look at epigenetics, EPI genetics.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. For anyone who wasn't watching this.
I need to do that. I need to write something. No longer scared of driving.
I'm pretty scared of it. I'm getting used to it, but I am not comfortable.
I mean, just the sense
totally,
of internal combustion engine, like, inward explosion, like, that thought alone kind of, like, brought up some fears for a while, but I've gotten a little more comfortable with it.
Well, actually, I mean, when you've been doing it a while, I mean, it's like, you know, it gets easier. The only thing is, like, yeah, I mean, the only thing I don't like is I just like there to be a lot of distance between me and other cars.
Well, yeah, although that's dealing with, like, control, and if you practice, like, active surrender, like self-surrender and understanding that those things are outside of your control, if you allow those fears to each in, your thoughts are going to manifest those fears into reality, just like love. Either way, so as long as you, like, consciously work on surrendering that fear rather than, like, embracing it and holding on to it, you can heal that and get around that from manifesting in your life. Like, I used to have that fear and I got rear-ended twice, and after working through that fear, no longer am I having any issues at all whatsoever. Even if someone's tailgating the fuck out of me, I know, like, I'm not going to have any problem.
Faggots.
Yeah, I honked.
Hey, they're not piles of sticks. They're spiritual beings
Yeah.
doing human experiences.
What I'm
I like
talking about,
uh,
yeah.
Hey,
No,
for the time being,
well,
a lot of
hold
people
on,
out there are
hold on.
lifeless husks.
We gotta keep it cool though, you guys. We can't just, we do have to be mindful. Can't just be,
Exactly.
Yes, Kyle.
doing stuff.
I apologize. The
Don't
thing
want
about
my
cars,
channel being bombarded. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
The thing about cars is it's human beings 16 and up driving around giant metal things that go fast. It's like driving
Well,
around giant bullets,
pretty
I
much.
mean,
right? You know,
yeah, but
think
I mean, they're
about that.
cool too. Like,
They're pretty cool, like guns and bullets. All right.
I mean, yeah, they are. Guns and bullets are cool. They're a lot of fun. I
All
mean,
right.
not when you use
I'm
them
just more
like
of a bow and
pointed at
arrow
other
kind of guy.
people,
But
but if they're not pointed at other people, then they're a lot of fun. You know what I mean?
They're a tool. You can use it for good, or you can use it to fuck shit up.
Yeah, dude. It is a tool. It's depending upon how you
there
use it.
there are a lot of
It's
spiritual
not the tool that's
analogies you can use with the car.
What's
Go for it. I want to hear this.
I think cars are probably way more dangerous than guns are. You're damn right they are.
Cars are more dangerous. Look at the Paris attack with the fucking truck.
Yeah, dude, for real.
Like, seriously, you want to talk about dangerous? Like, that guy, if he had a gun, he would have been stopped a lot faster than a pickup truck.
Yeah,
what
by
was it?
other men with guns. That's the thing, is that you can have good guys with guns and bad guys with guns. I don't want to talk about gun
Yeah.
control though. Let's not do that. That's
I think we all get
And
it.
and hopefully not paranoid people with guns, because that's just worse.
Are they
Yeah,
coming to get my
paranoid is
guns?
Oh, fuck! I just dropped avocado on myself.
Yeah.
I'll be Captain America this once. Language.
Yeah.
I love Captain America. He doesn't stand for mindless patriotism. He stands for the actual values.
Yeah.
Who just so happens to be under the banner of some flag. But, Steve Rogers is the hero. Captain America is not. Whatever. There's a great quote by Captain America. Let me see if I can pull it up. You guys keep talking.
I like Captain
Roman, I was
America.
gonna say something about the bees. Also, the thing with the primordial instinct.
We were talking
with
about
that.
cars and bullets and
When I was going back to the natural instinct of being afraid of a spider or a bee, I think there's more to bees because bees they fly. All right, there's a guy. I'm gonna try and pull up this information too because it's really good stuff. I'd really like to get it out there. There's a guy. He um, he found a beetle that wasn't so good at flying, but they were pretty good at sort of levitating in the air and turning around a bunch of times. So he studied this beetle, and the beetle was apparently going extinct after a certain point, and the beetle, I don't know, something about this beetle being like close to extinction or something, but anyway, he found like a lot of them because the beetle was elusive. He found this, like a culture of this type of beetle, and he would take the wings and the shells, and he would like put them under microscopes, and he found that the shells, the husk on the outside that protects the wing, had these microscopic holes with little follicles sticking up. And he noticed that when these beetles flew, they weren't exactly flying. They were, like I said, pretty good at being able to levitate, sort of just flopping around in the air and then falling down. But what he found was he took these wings and these beetle shells and he was looking at them because he was an entomologist. I think that's what it is. When you study bugs, it's an entomologist, right? Is that something else?
Yeah.
I think so.
So he was playing with one underneath a microscope with like a metal rod to push it around or something. Well, he found that it stuck to the metal rod that he was using. And he tried to like pick it up and shake it off, and then he realized it wasn't really touching the rod. There was an electromagnetic force that made it cling to it. And then he tried testing this out, and he like played with the metal rod and the beetle wings, and like sure enough, like they levitated in between the surface of the table and the rod. So he found that these beetles weren't really flying. They were creating electromagnetic waves that were distorting something and allowing them to levitate. So he went and took this experiment to another level. He took a bunch of these beetle wings and he applied them to a tin sheet, and he put that inside of a platform, a wooden platform, and he rigged it up with these two hand pedals, so where you could squeeze these levers and it would um, like make this tin plate move back and forth and up and down. It would warp it a little bit, and in doing that, there's like these really old school photos of this guy standing on a platform, and then the next photos of him standing on a platform about 4 feet in the air. And there's also some accounts of him using the device to fly, and it was nuts. These accounts are like he was like apparently moving at massive amounts of kilometers per hour, but also he wouldn't run into anything. He would move right through them. So if it were a wall or something, apparently he would go right through the wall. I'm not sure the validity of all that, but there is modern day research that shows that certain insects and their wings carry fractal patterns under microscopes, and when they flap their wings, they're not really they're vibrating them, and in that vibration they're creating an electromagnetic force that allows them to float. That's my theory on bees. I think bees eat sunlight and they make honey. They take nectar and make honey for the young, but I feel that bees eat sunlight.
Well, in a sense, almost every living creature on the planet eats sunlight because everything absorbs solar energy. And a lot of it, everything on the surface at the very least, or near the surface, requires solar energy to live. Like, for example, we need to absorb sunlight to, like, use vitamin D and everything. And plants absorb it, the photons for growth as well. So pretty much everything like you see that is alive or not alive per se, at least in like the 3D sense, is going to require sunlight. Has sunlight within it. Everything has light within it. Like on a scientific level, on a spiritual level,
It's
they
called
all have light.
biogravitics. Biogravitics.
Huh. Interesting. I'm
Just
gonna write
pulled
that
up a
down.
video on it. I'm gonna find something better, though, to put into show notes. Victor Grebennikov. Viktor Grebennikov.
Speaking of which, I need to.
And
I
his
found that.
beetle wing powered levitating platform above topsecret.com.
Oh man, I wish I actually like. I
Well,
wish I
this
had.
guy's website is way decked out, this guy.
All right, let's had set an alarm for 05:55.
Superman.
Yeah, that'll be good. Let's go ahead set one for.
Hey, I found that Captain America quote.
What was it?
Doesn't matter what the press says. Doesn't matter what the politicians or the mobs say. Doesn't matter if the whole country decides something wrong is something right. This nation was founded on one principle above all else, the requirement that we stand up for what we believe, no matter the odds or consequences. When the mob and the press and the whole world tell you to move, your job is to plant yourself like a tree beside the river of truth and tell the whole world, no, you move.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I have read that one before.
It's famous for being legendary. Right out of the comic, I think he confronts a pretty huge villain in the comics. I don't know if it's Thanos or someone else.
You guys, if you can operate the chat
That's a
bar
pretty epic
over
quote, though.
on the left-hand side now instead of the right-hand side. Google has changed it. If you guys can figure out how to pull that up, I dropped in a Wikipedia link for Viktor Grebennikov, so you guys can actually check it out and go from that Wikipedia link to other, things to where you can learn more about him.
Shot bar, huh? Right.
Since I've been running my page, by the way, I've collected like masses of quotes from different people. That's my favorite thing, is to collect quotes.
You've been studying really hard, man. I like it.
Well, here's a good one for you from Albert Einstein, that everyone is a genius. However, if you continue to judge a fish by its ability to climb a
Climb
tree,
a
it will
tree,
never be.
it will always fail. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That one's a really good quote to share. So that way, like, instead of people like thinking conditionally, like, oh, I can't do this school stuff, I must be dumb. No, 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 no.
It's a
Like, it's
perfect
just a
quote for
matter of,
public school.
it's definitely a perfect quote for public schools, for people indoctrinated in this core science only type bullshit, where they're not able to expand outward, and they keep on getting filtered and filtered again through finer and finer filters. And pretty much the most conditioned of all people tend to be doctors, because they've gone through all the filtration that our academic system provides. And so they're going to say, oh, yeah, our education system is perfect because they went through the whole thing.
And they
Will
got the
But I
never be
mean,
further from the truth.
there's a lot of knowledge that they have that
Oh,
not everybody has.
there's a lot of knowledge they have that not everyone has, although all of that knowledge is available and more thanks to the information age. You don't have to go through school and go through that indoctrination process to find it.
No,
The
I
most
mean, but I
destructive
mean,
years have to be something like elementary school or middle school. But when you reach college, a lot of people go to college. Bruce Lee went to college and got a degree in philosophy studies. So it's like college isn't completely harmful. The idea of a college is perfect, but it's what
I
college
like
is
college.
nowadays. I do
And
too.
it's funny because I didn't really like the. I I wish I would have paid more attention in high school. High school was quite difficult for me trying to fit in.
Oh, dude, I was an absolute
Little
pariah
Mikey.
in high school. Like, dude, fitting in high school, if you fit in, you're doing something wrong.
It's kind of a
Something wrong.
survival instinct, though.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, I mean, like, there were some people I got along with, but it was few and far between.
Yeah. I never went to high school.
Hey, you
That's
guys,
good.
I didn't really see this, and I'm not sure if this person is still watching or not, but Breathe On in YouTube asked us, will we ascend to 5D soon? What are your
Yes.
guys' thoughts on our ascension to fifth dimensional energy, access to fifth dimensional energy?
I feel like
Well,
that will happen
I want to let
when
you
the
guys
time
go
comes.
first. I'm going to let you guys go first, and then I'll
I
speak.
yes,
never went
that
to prom.
the ascension process is already beginning, and whether people are conscious of it or not, they're also transitioning. And as they hit a certain critical point, they become consciously aware of the information that's going out there, the new grid per se. Well, I wouldn't say new, but tuning into that 5D grid of consciousness for the whole planet. And as we're seeing lots of people dying across the planet, suddenly these are more than likely the people who aren't in a position of development to where, even with this wave of ascension energy that's coming through, can make it through the ascension process, and so their bodies fail. Anyone else have any thoughts on it? Feel free.
Well, I think it is possible that maybe it was depending, maybe it was either their time to go, like maybe it was like a determined thing long ago, that they determined to like leave at a certain. Because I mean like say somebody like David Bowie. I don't think David Bowie like struggled to make it through to the.
Yeah, I'm not
I
saying
mean David Bowie was pretty.
like I mean like what I mean by that is not like per se like absolutes, but
Mhm.
for those who aren't already like for those who weren't already on that path of development and such, the people who are going now are the ones who can't who weren't able to make it through that process and survive it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not saying that like people before like this new wave of ascension energy came through bring with this transition of ages. Definitely not saying there weren't like people who had made that ascension beforehand. Obviously not the case. If that was the case, we wouldn't have ascended masters, and we wouldn't have these masters of light, other beings, etc., that we can call upon.
Yes. I would say first someone needs to like explanatorily lay out to me, what level of dimension is what. But okay, never mind that, as it
I
doesn't
got
matter.
you, Roman.
The point is,
Yeah, Kyle, you go
I
ahead.
think
I need to understand the rules of the fifth dimension.
The rule.
exactly
Okay.
because
All right. I'll break it down.
as if numbers don't matter. But I'm saying what the point is that a goal that we should just sit there and be striving for every day? Well, what exactly is that higher dimensional goal rather than other dimension? What is this higher dimensional goal that's being spoken of and trying to be
Well,
reached,
All right.
rather than, oh, I'm going to ignore everything here on Earth and just kind of focus on myself and see where I just want to go out into space and in other dimensions. I want to see what's out there.
No.
yeah,
That's
The
not what I
point,
meant.
yeah,
And though,
the
let me
point is you're reaching this point, this point of this pinnacle of human compassion, cooperation, and
Evolution.
morality, evolution, to the point where this human experience is what this is. These physical surroundings and the higher dimensions is just either seeing things on a wider spectrum or a different spectrum entirely. So I think what is given to us here, why these souls are in these personificated bodies, is because we're here to learn things and then go on. However, people want to believe in that. It's pretty hard for me to pinpoint that, but I know as the fact reaching that higher dimension isn't just about reaching that higher dimension. It's about becoming that better human being, and then once you become that outfitted better human being, that's kind of what that upper dimension is. So that once your physical vehicle decays, you'll go elsewhere, and that's what that's because people, I think, who reincarnate back into this reality, these human beings on this, let's just call it the third dimension, are people who didn't get the message, so they have to go through it again.
Yes.
But I've also
Roman,
heard.
you're on point there.
But I've also heard of
let me
this strange.
interject.
Sorry, Dylan. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm going to interject there because not only do people incarnate because they haven't gotten it, there are also souls that have chosen to come back from those higher dimensions to help the ascension process. And
That too.
which on top of that,
Oh, like
ascension
the
process,
concept of the bodhisattva.
yes, I'm more than welcome. I'd like you to elaborate on that for anyone who's listening after I go through this. But the ascension process that's going on now isn't about human beings ascending. It's about Gaia ascending, about bringing the Earth itself into that next dimension.
Yeah, but it's also about the humans because the humans
also
are important. We gotta
Humans
because
are
that's
important.
it's
Well, it's
us.
also strange. There was
Humans
something
are
written
important.
in the
That is us.
there.
It is our
Yes,
ascension. And
there was there.
Mother
Yeah,
Gaia cannot
there's a whole
ascend
lot of
without
us.
us.
Yeah, definitely. All these souls, whatever they are, past lives. I honestly don't delve or care into much of that stuff. But I think what you said about Gaia moving forward. Um, there's a thing in the ancient Gnostic Nag Hammadi texts that were found in an ancient jar. They talked about something called the Han, and that's the controllers. I'll get into this Anunnaki light thing afterward. It's very interesting. I heard it from, I believe, a Native American. Basically, what I'm about to say is the Nag Hammadi scrolls described you know how David Icke will talk about simulation or simulacra, and we're only on this little tiny spectrum, so this is what we're seeing: 5 sense reality, blah blah blah, mind, mental, all of that stuff.
Absolutely.
Basically what he's elaborating there is those Gnostic texts described as the quote unquote lowercase g gods that are perceived, Anunnaki, other beings,
Hold on.
higher dimensional,
Hold
other
on,
entity,
Roman.
other entity beings, didn't create the Earth, the sun, the planets, and the stars. The intelligent creator created those things. They just created the physical reality that we're experiencing, like a layer over the real world, like a plastic layer, and then they can kind of create a simulacra on top of that layer. It's a very, I can't explain it in an
Sophia
image kind of way.
creation.
Hold on a second. What's up, Jesse?
I was just saying, are you talking about the Sophia and the demiurge kind of idea?
Yeah, sort of that too. But yeah, you have like the true Earth,
The
which is either
demiurge.
just kind of like the shifting breeding ground for third dimensional beings, or it's like this, it's this Stargate, where third dimension beings can be helped to understand more, better, and more definite laws of the universe and move on. Basically, that's what that moving on process is. So, man, this can be talked about for hours because it's just so unknown. But about basically, I agree.
I gotta throw mine in here. Dylan is right. The ascension is happening now. None of you, I've heard none of you touch on what fifth dimensional energy actually is and what fifth spatial dimensional activity actually is. This is something that we have to be incredibly mindful of. Yes, the gateways are open. We have instant access to fifth D energy right now. The whole process is meant to get Earth into a higher frequency vibration, dimensional space altogether. Basically, what we're doing is we're trying to pull every human being out of their mess, and with that comes Mother Gaia. Because Mother Gaia cannot ascend unless everybody else that is stomping on her face can ascend as well. So now, fifth dimensional energy, when we go to manifest something and we go to use our power, when we start thinking about something, after about 17 seconds of steady thought, it begins to actually manifest physically. 17 seconds.
I guess
Now,
17
in
knowledge.
the fifth dimensional energy, when you have tuned into that, and you're like, okay, I recognize that I have really high frequency something. What is this? Like, that's fifth dimensional energy. When you're in contact with that and you're in that mental space, whatever you think about, instantly, completely simultaneously, as soon as that thought is live, it is manifesting. And it, boom, instantly. That's what happens in the fifth dimension. Now, we have to be mindful.
That's far out, dude.
We have to be mindful of what we're actually trying to think about or manifesting, because things will manifest. Your thoughts will manifest in the fifth dimension instantly, with no regard whether or not that was positive or negative. So,
Absolutely.
But it doesn't it also have to do with like the emotion tied to it?
Absolutely as well. The emotion,
Intention,
is
will,
charge,
uppercase
and
W,
emotion.
will.
it's
Uppercase
high
will,
frequency
uppercase
emotion.
I, uppercase E.
Basically, about the Mother Gaia concept, basically the ship can't sail until everyone is at their positions.
Yes, Roman, you're right.
Oh,
That is
okay.
exactly
Absolutely.
yes, that is it.
I think I nailed it. I came up with that myself, too.
Yeah, dude, that is it. That is good channeling right there. Boom. Now Roman's starting to channel shit. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Is this
about.
is this what Matthew was talking about with channeling? You just
Yes.
kind of get this
Knowing.
thought that matches
Knowing.
perfectly.
Yes. Yes.
If I mean,
That's
so
your first
I mean,
taste of metaphysics, bro.
Third.
according to that concept, just saying, as even as messed up as things appear with climate change and
Let me
global
go
warming and all sorts
Not
of
even
things like
global.
that.
I've heard global warming. It's not been debunked. Like, you know, the spiritual or occult stuff we've been into has been debunked. You know, where it's all corny, cheesy, and very misinterpreted. Basically, the Earth kind of goes through these temperate cycles, and whereas CO2 can play its part, we would have to be doing this gas emission thing for at least another 1,000 years before it made any detrimental impact. For in fact, basically in global warming, you'll see the chart and you're like, wow, this is true. Look, the Earth is warming up. Well, if you look back just another 500 years, you can see that the Earth was hot just like it is now back
a lot
in
hotter, actually.
1820. They don't take you back to 1820. They just stick to like these first 2 centuries, the two latest centuries. But when you look back, you'll see hikes and cold, hikes and hot, hikes and cold, hikes and hot. We were
Yeah,
either we're still in or we just were in a hike of hot, and people are actually starting to noticing things are getting cooler. So it's just the Earth. It's Earth cycle. That's the number one thing about earthly knowledge in Gnosticism is it's all about cycles. And 13 is breaking the cycle and entering the next dimension, I guess.
So I mean,
Numerologically.
but as far as like, you know, because you know everybody, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio, a lot of figures in the media, you know, saying, you know, we need to pay attention. Even Bernie Sanders was saying, you know, we need to pay attention to climate change. But say if everybody on Earth started just thinking or putting their mindset to, we need to help Earth.
Yeah.
Let's fix this. Then that would change instantly.
Yeah,
Well,
let me fixate my position on this right before you go, Dylan.
sure.
There's definite, like, global warming is possible. Greenhouse gas is possible. But I'm saying global warming is the myth. It's a myth the way that it's being presented by, you know, Al Gore and the way it's being propagated by celebrity hoo-ha-he, charity hoo-ha-he, whatever. Climate change is the thing. Climate change is the cold and the hot cycles of the earth that happen, you know, every whatsoever years and can be contributed through things like I saw Dakota Pipeline guy holding a sign for the Dakota Pipeline thing recently here.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's good to protest certain things like that. I want to see this Tesla-esque technology evolve and become basically the status quo or the accepted human experience of what we do here. And this third dimension is evolve and then continually evolve. It's all about not revolution but evolution, and not Darwinian evolutionary theory where there's no fossil record. I mean actual evolution. Revolution just means you're going in a circle and arriving back where you first started. So we don't want a revolution, we want an evolution. But
Absolutely.
yeah, you go ahead, Dylan.
Evolution.
So,
Oh no, I actually completely lost my train of thought. I got lost in some 5D stuff.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I just spaced on my dimension for a second. I'm trying to stay here.
Don't go, dude. They get you by the shoes. I don't know.
yeah, they gonna
Just
get
some
you by the
feet,
shoes, man.
just some feet leaving the ground type stuff. Like,
Hey, there's a really good quote. I think Mark Passio coined it. He said, your head's in the clouds, but your feet are on the
feet on the
ground."
ground. Yeah, like I have a tendency to leave the ground a little bit sometimes when I start getting into some upper level thought.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
this quote.
completely spaced.
It's from David Watson's book, The Pathology of Civilization, and he says, "We reproduce catastrophe because we ourselves are traumatized, both as a species and individually, beginning at birth. Because we are wounded, we have put up psychic defenses against reality and have become so cut off from the direct participation in the multidimensional wilderness in which we are embedded that all we can do is to navigate our way cautiously through a humanly designed day-to-day substitute world of symbols, a world of dollars, minutes, numbers, images, and words that are constantly being manipulated to wring the most possible profit from ever conceivable circumstances. The body and spirit both rebel." So basically,
But
what that's saying is, it's the simulacra of the world of dollars, minutes, symbols, numbers, and images that constantly manipulate us to wring out the most profit in any conceivable situation. And, that's just another essence of, the dominators, the controllers, the manipulators. Sorcerers,
But I mean,
if you will.
But I mean, like words and numbers and stuff. I mean, that has definitely helped.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying words and symbols are bad. I'm saying, like, Michael Sarah, myself, but I'm just quote someone else. Oh, yeah, they're not inherently bad. I'm not saying that. They know. They know that numbers and images and can kind of subconsciously implant themselves within people. Why do you think advertising is like the evilest job in the world? A pentagram.
Oh yeah.
A pentagram, what the symbol stands for when understood, is like one of the best things ever, right? But they know that too, so they're going to use that in a negative way for their own manipulative purposes.
Hell yeah.
That's a good art right there. I can see the alchemistry, I can see the eyes, I can see the ankh,
Oh wow, yeah.
the pyramid, the eye,
Let me
diamond,
put that up on the big
the
screen.
pentagram. You should find out a way to like copy that,
Put
like
that back up.
imprint it,
Put that
document
I
it
saw the
on like a
Star of
computer.
David.
There's a lot of symbolism on there.
That is.
That's just one of my drawings. I got a lot.
Or the Seal of Solomon, or the Star of
Tattoo
David.
artist or something.
Yeah, dude, you got to get like a print scanner or go to a library or something like that and just scan them so you can put them up online without.
Yeah, I got a lot. This is only one of my fucking drawing books. But yeah, I got a lot.
Really good stuff.
Is the one with the symbol that kind of looks like a girl's bathroom symbol with the horns on the head?
Yeah.
Is that Pluto or is that Uranus?
Let me check.
Which one? The one that was at the top?
Symbol literacy, ladies and gentlemen.
Roman, when I was your age, I used to carry a planetary hour calculator in my wallet.
It's Mercury, Mike.
Mercury.
Yes, it is
Oh,
Mercury.
it's Mercury.
Senators represent the Caduceus. Mercury.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
This is the site.
Say yes.
I'll give Kyle the site. I'm going to message Kyle the site I use for reference.
Why don't you drop it into the video link?
Oh, I'll just give it to you. I don't know how to do that.
I'll put it in the video link.
Go ahead and send me a link.
I had it because I was Hermes one year.
Yeah.
I want to like look over some stuff, see if there's anything that like I missed.
You guys see it?
Research, maybe see if a correlated source that I haven't checked out might delve into.
Oh yes, I did that. Yes, that is amazing, Michael.
Like, I had it because I was Hermes one year.
It's amazing.
I gotta do a drawing with it's gonna be like Hermes with Flash because he is a representation of the archetype. So I have it somewhere. I don't know where it is. I started it the other day.
Oh, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, he does have the wings.
And it has to do with like the synchronicity between like mushrooms and stuff because of the colors, and like I think it has to do like obviously because of lightning bolt because mushrooms grow after lightning storms and stuff.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Well, that's why like the lightning bolt hits like the rat in Ratatouille, and he's like got the mushroom all exploded and stuff.
I love that movie.
There's a lot, yeah. There's a lot of weird
Ratatouille.
Like that. Same with Thor. Thor is a representation of mushrooms, and I realized one day too. I was exercising, and just popped in my head, and Raiden from Mortal Kombat. He's blue.
He looked like a mushroom.
And his hat, yeah. It's just weird. It's just like shit just starts popping off in my head. I don't have to even research it anymore. It just starts clicking, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what I go through. I don't think I have to do like in-depth research to understand things anymore.
Yeah, no.
It's strange. It just happens.
I research too much. My head gets like you guys were saying, it gets too filled up with shit. It's like a sponge soaking up too much water, and then I have to chill. But then sometimes I feel like I'm not doing my work, you know, metaphysically and spiritually.
You know what will help
You came down
with that? Is if you watch a movie with 1 star.
Yeah.
A terrible movie.
Watch a really horrible independent film.
Just you know, just like you know,
Godzilla
like
from 1998.
Oh my god. I could make a horrible joke, but I shall not.
One of those videos where it's like, what did I just watch?
yeah, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck?
Like there was this video of this guy with with like goat horns on his head, walking like the Exorcist with this chair, spinning the bottom part of it, and he was going like. I was like, "What is?"
I've seen that
That's
video where he's like
Have you?
rolls out on the chair and he's going and then just like fall and he's like, damn it, and gets back up and he's like continues to do it.
He's spinning the thing around, you know, like the bottom part of like, you know, like a computer chair or something.
He's got it like wedged in between his legs too.
I was like, what?
I saw that video. Yeah.
What was that?
That was beautiful, man. That was great. It was. God damn,
Then-
that was
and-
so funny. He's like got his
I was
feet
like-
or his legs are in through like the
I was-
arms of this chair, and the thing
was
is spinning
thinking,
on the
like-
front.
Is this thing that's spinning? Is he like?
He's going. Oh.
Is he like the mother of? Did he like give birth to a chair?
Nah, dude, I think he lost a bet. And somebody was like, you gotta make, like, the most dumb YouTube video. He's like, you know what? I guess I'll just do this. And just did something random, like... And he kept, like, trying to spin the chair. And it was like, damn it. Come on, fucking spin.
That was.
You guys know what I've been wearing this whole time? This beanie.
Yeah,
Wasn't really paying attention.
Oh, I missed that.
I saw it. It just, what is
what
it
is that?
exactly?
I almost remember what it says, but I'm looking for reference. Like what it actually definitely says, word for word.
What is that, like Steven or something? It's not Steven. Writing. What is that?
It's like Japanese slang actually, the way it's written. It's Japanese, but it doesn't look Japanese. Here we go. It means as swift as wind, as silent as forest, as fierce as fire, and as unshakable as a mountain. From Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Nice.
That's what the beanie means. And I was like, awesome. I'm getting it.
Roman, you don't happen to be a Sagittarius.
No, I'm Aries.
Oh, okay.
No surprise.
It makes sense.
How philosophical you sound. Like, I was like, that's actually kind of cool, though. I'm glad that I'm wrong.
I'm glad that hey, don't we have to acknowledge? I don't know if it's Young or someone else. No, it's not Young, but he said, oh, Terrence McKenna. He said, if every once in a while we don't contradict ourselves, there's something wrong with our thinking.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be
That
wrong
sounds-
sometimes. Something
Oh,
like
absolutely. I love being wrong because then it means I'm learning.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, if you're always right, then
Well,
you're not learning anything and you're stagnant.
It helps. It helps if you're like a perfectionist.
Well,
it
thankfully I'm a
really
Virgo, so, like, that's me. To a T. Yeah, fucking,
Well, Aries rules the head.
yep.
Aries, all I know is it has to do with
Right.
fire. And I see how fire symbolically means to me. So I'm like, all right, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was doing other stuff. Just tapped into the video feed just to see what the hell your hat showed.
You know, because Bruce Lee was very fiery, also metal.
Yeah, well, he was probably like one of the
He was
Gold
born on the
Star.
day. He was born on the day of the dragon in the year of the dragon in 1940.
Yeah,
he was
So
probably Gold Dragon year, huh?
that's why he was so legendary. Was because he was almost like another Christ figure. If you want to think of it that way, like he was a human being just like us, but just what he was able to do, and the inspiration he leaves today. And I think he was up there in thought. I mean, he's right there in my room. He's right there, and he's right here.
Oh, Bruce Lee's a serious inspiration. You should check
He's
out
back there behind my head.
You might
Oh, you
want to go
know.
to his teacher.
He
Ip
was
Man.
also a Sagittarius.
Yeah, my ascendant sign is Sagittarius.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got
Mine
this
too.
sick book.
I have a.
Combines all the astrological signs of East and West.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, well, that's totally, yeah.
I've got an astrological
It's
calendar
interesting.
over there.
It's
12,
interesting
12,
because
synchronicity, everybody.
I've had these 3 people that I've connected with, and it's funny because they're all Sagittariuses, but I had them up on my wall, and I was into them from like a very early age. I mean, these are pretty well-known guys, but I
Cool.
can't say that everybody would have them up on their wall.
I'd put Young up on my wall.
Yeah, I would.
He was
Because I don't
awesome.
think I have any of his, but it was Jimi Hendrix, Bruce Lee. But it's interesting because I've always felt this connection towards
Yeah.
them, and I had like almost as if they were right there, like almost in contact. And the other one was Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
It was
I
like,
was just gonna say that.
and they're all Sagittariuses.
That's pretty cool.
It's funny.
Corey Feldman is my spirit animal.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I had no idea.
I'm an Aquarius.
There was so I mean Jimi Hendrix, obvious. But I mean the Bruce Lee thing. I mean, and I think a lot of people, but I was really into the Bruce Lee thing for a while.
It's not even the
Like,
Bruce Lee thing. I think I'll always like Bruce Lee this much.
This is the best book ever.
But
I got that book, bro. Oh, yeah, good
oh, I
luck.
have mine too, and I have another one that's
really
really good. It's really good as far as somebody wrote on the philosophy. Is called The Warrior Within.
Yeah, that's a good book. Yeah. That's a sweet copy.
It's the new one. It's got all the interviews in it at the end.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, this thing's old. It's all tattered and shit. 'Cause I bought it in high school. It's like fucking 15 years old.
Oh, that's
Damn,
legit.
skip it, son.
Speaking of old books, how we were
Yeah,
talking about George Orwell came up earlier. Like, I've got a copy, like an original copy of 1984, like, sitting on my shelf.
I've seen the movie.
I've never seen the movie.
Whoa, my cat.
Yo, guys. I really love
Have a
what we're
cat
doing
toy?
here. We are hacking the
I
Matrix.
know.
And
Hey, Kyle, you gotta save this video and like share it with me because I
yeah,
did
this
some pretty
video,
good stuff in this video, and I'd like
this
to get it out
video,
there.
this video is going to be
But one of the years,
automatically on my YouTube channel. So
one of
this
the years I was
video is already going to be accessible. Go on,
I
Michael.
mean both. But one of the years I was really into Bruce Lee. I think a little too much.
Oh, I know.
Like I was like, I'm not living my life anymore.
I'm just Bruce Lee. Yeah, there was one point where I tried to. I've adopted his mannerisms as kind of a joke. I like to adopt certain little types of mannerisms, hand movements, just little tiny inspirative things. But I want entirely at one point. I was like, I wasn't becoming him, but I was like, it would be so cool to be him. So you try to like replicate him a lot. But I grew out of that in like a month.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Very
Well, I
inspirational.
was like, I mean, I was really trying to do the water thing. I mean, I even had, a bathing suit with water design. I mean, while I was going to the beach, like I really tried to do this, water thing, and I was like, I'm already water, so maybe I need another element.
Be water, my
But
friend.
it's a big. I mean, it was something that I really tried to, do the whole thing. And then also with Jim Morrison, I mean, it was a big thing where like my hair was growing out, and I was like, I'm not living Michael's life. I'm being like Jim, Like I'd go to places, I'd order stuff, when I had my hair all, kind of like rocks, kind of like Dionysus looking, and I was like, even the girls and stuff would treat me different. I was like, this is weird, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I remember that, especially when I was younger.
People would even say like, wow, like you sound like him, like
I can do a pretty
not
good Bruce Lee impression.
not as much talking, but like singing, because I used to go and do karaoke. We do like the Doors and stuff, and people would. There's no feeling like it, man. I mean, I'm not the
Yeah.
I've
Doors,
done
but I mean,
Tool
it's like
karaoke.
it's amazing. You could definitely do, like I said, empty your mind.
Empty your mind. You put
You
water
gotta
in a
do
cup
it.
and it becomes a cup.
Yes.
Wait, let me see what it read. The poster, it says, defeat is a state of mind. No one is ever defeated until defeat has been accepted as a reality. To me, defeat is in anything is merely temporary, and its punishment is but an urge for me to exert greater effort to achieve my goal. Defeat simply tells me that something is wrong in my doing. It is a path leading to success and truth. So
That was pretty good.
I got my fish hat rocking here too.
Hell yeah.
Not the Pope version of evilness.
Yeah.
I used to do
kind of like serpentine
my
version.
friend. We were doing a class of my Merlin's Mystery School thing, and I don't know if I was like just drunk from being tired, but because he knows, I do like a bunch of like voice impressions. He was like, I wonder if you could do, because I think I was trying to do like Crowley or something, like an impression.
What does he even
Crowley.
sound like?
He's like,
I've never heard of a voice recording of him before.
it is very high pitched. It's like,
is he like Terrence McKenna where he sounds like this? Like
no, it's like.
And the interdimensional globular glue.
he does sound a little wacky.
Well, the funny thing is they asked.
That was good.
It was like, I bet you could do Terrence McKenna if you tried. So I just like closed my eyes and went into like a little trance, and it was like, holy shit, you sound like Terrence McKenna. And I was like, wow, really? I mean, I've never even really like watched more than. I think I've seen like one video.
Dude, I've watched like 3 clips of his that are like a minute or 5 minutes long, and I'm just like, this dude's voice, I've done it before.
I have covered
Yeah, it was like
so much Terrence McKenna material.
Hours.
It is unreal. And
Crowley is like,
dude, and I got something to say. Joe Rogan, like, is the man. But a lot of
He's
stuff,
kind of the man, but he's like,
a lot of stuff that he said was almost word for word, straight up what Terrence McKenna said.
Joe Rogan.
Oh my god! I was like, that's when I stopped. I mean, I was in and out of the podcast of Joe Rogan for a while. I was in it before he started getting like super spiritual and stuff. He was kind of making the transition to being spiritual, but then he just started like
it was super
he's reverted.
regurgitating like Terrence McKenna, and I was like, I've already heard all this because I've already heard the Terrence McKenna video that's like, if aliens came and landed at the White House today or tomorrow, that wouldn't be as important as you smoking DMT today. That's Terrence McKenna. I've literally heard Joe Rogan say that, and like Joe Rogan is the man, and I love Joe Rogan, but he definitely kind of like regurgitated a lot of Terrence McKenna stuff.
Well, it's probably either inspired by. I mean, it's not like his podcasts. Like, I don't think he gets anything from them.
I mean, like I said, dude, he's an amazing character, and he's been an inspiration for me.
Because he's bald.
No, yeah.
And
Nah, I don't
there
know.
were
Joe Rogan's been an inspiration
were
for me
greeted.
at a point in my life before, so I don't have anything bad to say about him. It's just, the man is great, but
We were greeted
Terrence
by
McKenna thing.
psychiatric noodles
Yeah.
who shifted our awareness of nature's philosophical patterns.
Yeah, dude.
I keep thinking Aleister Crowley sounds like almost like Winston Churchill, like like little like bulldoggy and choppy, you know, not like
Yeah.
light voiced, but not deep voiced either.
It's really high
Like a fat guy. He sounds like a fat guy. I'll leave it.
esoteric knowledge of the Egyptians?
Are you serious?
I don't
That's what he
know.
sounds
I
like.
don't know. I've never heard a recording of Aleister Crowley.
There you
But
go.
Alan Watts is pretty legendary when his
If you
recordings.
understand the way that the magic works, it is very interesting indeed. That's how he sounds like.
oh, that's kind of weird.
I like listening
I
to
expect him to sound like the way the magic, like something like. Because where'd he grow up? England, I believe.
Yeah, somewhere around England.
So he'd almost have like an accent. I don't know. I can't pinpoint it. I don't know.
That's awesome. Absolutely.
But he was fat, so he had a little fat voice.
But it was very high pitched. That's the interesting thing. It's very high pitched. Like
I didn't expect Terrence McKenna to sound like that when I was like, okay, let's look up Terrence McKenna. Let's see what he's all about. He sounds funny. What the?
Yeah. Terrence McKenna sounds very funny, but a lot of the stuff he says, that's what influenced a lot of
Yeah.
Mark teachings for
Passio.
me. Like Terrence
What a-
McKenna was a huge influence.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, he's not an influence for me because I barely heard of him as of a couple months, but he's one of Mark Passio's he's probably like Mark Passio's #1 driving inspiration,
Dude,
which is interesting.
Terrence McKenna's done a whole set of research on the I Ching. He's like decoded it or decoded something. And he's like looking at how the I Ching and how that actually does reflect our, like the downs would be like the wars and stuff. The ups are like technological advancements. It's like the I Ching actually does straight up mimic that exactly. Kind of. It's really interesting to check out. So I'll see if I can't find a link for that and drop it in too. But other than that, guys, it's 1:24 on my end, and we've been going for like 4 hours.
12.
I hope people watch this.
Right.
We've got 4 people watching. Whoa.
We learn
That's
to
us.
shape our archetype
Now we've got RDS Rockstar in here and
senses.
Breathe On, Third Wave Energy. Ooh. Okay, these guys are actually like interacting with us, and they want to know about stuff. So.
Oh, here's a little quote I have on epigenetics.
Climate change sounds like a nice way of saying, hey guys, what do we do as a race? Okay, check this out. Hold on, you guys. We've got some actually cool stuff. I didn't know that this thing over here is a live chat. So this is really cool. By the way, you guys, I'm a new broadcaster, so kind of am still getting used to getting everything up.
See what they're writing.
But check this out. These guys are saying stuff. Let's look. RDS Rockstar says climate change sounds like a nice way of saying, hey guys, what do we do as a race? What we do as a race has an effect. So because of this, we now have something that we can come together over and make a smart decision on. So like, were we talking about climate change earlier, or is that something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, whatever he or she is saying, it sounds more like
a comment on something.
Conductive cooperation of humanity climate change, we're talking in like the weather
Yes. Oh, yeah.
geological sense.
I remember. I think that was like
I
an hour
understand
ago.
what they're saying.
Wow, this is awesome.
Kyle, I know if we're gonna get to play any Hawken tonight at this rate.
Yeah, no. I mean, I might. Oh, I'm still playing. Yo, me and Roman are supposed to play Battlefield at some point too.
I know.
It's
Maybe not
awesome.
tonight, but
Yeah, no, we're doing this awesome broadcast. This is pretty ridiculous, guys. I'm loving it. I'm really loving this energy right now, though. It's really cool to bring this stuff together. I think these are probably paradigm shifters from across the globe. Python said something about third wave energy and influx of highly charged pure light, which takes us to a brand new level and promoting the accelerated timeline. What's your take on these third wave energies?
Is there?
I really
like
wish you could jump
does
in.
it relate to
Breathe
me
on.
and
You
my
should.
freedom?
You can jump in. Oh, Skull Babble, jump. What? Yes, we're still
Brendan's
live. Brendan, we are still live. So if you
Brendan
want
should
to
jump in
jump in,
here.
if you want to jump in, you have the oh, wait, Ashley's got a question for Michael, and we're going to get to
Alright.
that. But yes, Brendan, we're still live, so feel free to jump in if you wish.
Hey, somebody had a question.
Yes, Ashley Munoz has a
Oh, there goes
question.
my hat.
Check this out. Sorry, I've been like kind of just paying attention to what you guys were talking about. We started getting scrambled. Here's one on my part.
I
Oh
was saying,
no!
Happened.
I don't know if I can ask that, Ashley. I'm not sure.
Ask Mike directly. Go if it's like that.
How does a woman
If you
please
can't
a man?
if you can't say it, I don't know what it is.
Michael, how does a woman
yeah.
please a man?
Oh wow.
She's throwing
Leave
it
him
back
alone.
at you. Oh! No, Brendan, if you
I'm
want to
just
jump in,
kidding.
please jump in.
I'm just kidding. You throw a little MG toe humor in there.
That's awesome.
Um,
That's fantastic.
That's a
basically,
good question.
I love this because I find this a lot in like I see teen drama, not all the time, but I see it enough. And one thing that they do not understand is like you cannot fill someone else's glass if yours is empty. Love isn't about two halves coming together. It's about two wholes coming together and spiraling upward. And people just don't seem to get that.
Yeah, dude.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
You
it's really
you
Lowercase L love.
it's the same thing as like what I guess what I do is romantic to strive to satisfy or please a woman. It's like that does not
Now that's what
really
I'm
have
talking about.
anything to be like in a sexual manner. Really, you can because to really satisfy a woman that goes a lot further than like just being intimate and physically making love.
Being intimate and
That
physical and all that. That's pretty easy. Anyone can do that.
Intimacy carries beyond that anyway, because intimacy is making deep connections, deep-seated connections. And for me, when I'm trying to get into a relationship with a woman, it's like, yo, we've got to be giving our all, or not. At first it doesn't have to be your all. Okay, look, it's weird. You do what feels
A
natural.
third of you.
Okay, it's like a third of you. It's like no, what you get to a point where it's like, all right, like this human being is an amazing reflection of the universe and of me, and I the same to her. It's like we've made that clear. So you guys are gonna eventually get to a point where it's like, do you want to like be that and integrate fully? Because once you begin an integration process like that, on that kind of level, on the energetic scale, and when you actually start integrating to become one being that shares two separate vessels, then you know, that's when you do give your all. But like,
Yeah.
You know, it's like, how do you know that? Because your soul will know that. You know, you'll meet somebody, and there'll be many people that you meet that make you feel a certain way, and you do know within the first few minutes of meeting somebody whether you love them or you don't love them. And that goes as far as being in love with them. Like the girl that sold me this Tool T-shirt. Like when I came up, and when we actually started engaging in conversation, and we made like full eye contact, it was like, I mean, I can feel it because I know, because I'm sensitive. But you know, you don't know about the other party, but the energy resonates, and that's what tells you like yes or no. And you know, like that person was just like yes, 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 and it was like, oh, okay, but I've got to
I
walk
have an
away
answer.
now,
Well, it's
so I'll
also
see you later.
it's
But
also what Bill Burr
it's
says. Is that your dick talking?
Oh,
yeah,
Bill Burr
but
is
I
funny.
mean, it's not, because you know the difference between like, oh man, I
Yeah,
would really
He's
like to
like,
have
I know
sex
what
with
you mean,
that
dude.
person, or like, what is this?
Bill,
What is that in my chest? That is a crazy wave of
he's like,
electromagnetic activity, you know? It's different, and like I think it's probably very similar for a woman like to please a man, you know? It's like, what do I want out of you know, someone who I'm going to be in a relationship with? Well,
Well, there's
you know,
relationships,
it's
and then
because
there's carnal
I'm
pleasure.
gonna
people
want
are into different
you to be
things.
there for me. I'm gonna want to like talk to you at night, and you know, like I'm gonna want your presence to be comforting, and I'm gonna want to comfort you. You know, like for me, it's an effort to want to see the other person, you know, be relaxed and comfortable and happy, and
Yeah, you ever
you
not
know
even
that's what it is. Like it's
Oh, you
wanting the
you
other
really are a
person to be
romantic,
happy.
Kyle.
Yeah, I can get really deep into this stuff. That's who I am, dude, and that's why it's really hard for me to like be in a relationship, I guess.
I mean, that's cool though. I mean, it's like,
well,
I
you
was
also
gonna
have
say
scars from a
as far as
previous
Bill
one.
Burr, I was gonna say Bill Burr. He's pretty funny. He's like,
Yeah.
you guys are looking at me like I said the moon's made out of cheese or something.
Yo, guys.
I'm talking about horse people.
Just
They're
totally
everywhere.
dropped by accident. My connection got cut.
It's all good, dude.
Yeah, like I don't know what the hell happened. I guess I overloaded my tablet's processor by doing too many things at once.
Good shot.
I did have an answer for Ashley's question though.
Well, for me, I have this strange thing I'm still trying to figure out within myself, which is like either it must be my inexperience with relationships, but I just have this tendency for female companionship on my level. It's not every female ever.
Well, dude, that's
It's just I don't even
the
have to have a
human
connection with them,
process.
and I'll enjoy being around with them. Kind of like this embracing of the
Yeah, I
feminine.
have that too.
Yeah, me and Mike kind of experienced the same thing. Well, didn't Shaman Durek talk about embracing the feminine, something like that,
Yeah.
in a
Oh, do
physical
you have
way?
him on your friends?
I don't think so, but I've seen a few videos, and he's a cool
Yeah.
guy.
By the way, 1, 2, 3,
He's very
4 is the number
balanced.
pattern. Vibrational frequency increasing. Oh yeah. Figured I'd check.
I did have an answer to Ashley's
It's
question
only
though.
1, 3, 4.
Yeah, but that's for you. My time zone was 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's right.
10:30,
Yeah.
So
10:35 here.
so to
Ooh,
answer
Guys,
this
guys, thunder. You might be able to hear it. Just pay attention.
I can hear.
Oh, I did hear it.
Excellent.
Wow. I
Excellent
haven't heard
brain
a thunder in
support.
a long time. But I was gonna say, I did have an answer to Ashley's question. Her question was how to uh, how to please a man or something like that.
That was
So
Ashley's question, yes. And like, well,
so
the
my answer
answer I came up with was my answer. What's your answer?
my answer is
Because I have a
learn
bigger
the
question for
art
you.
of tantra.
Ah,
Learn the art
yes.
of tongue.
Learn the art.
Next
Okay.
question.
Whether
Oh
whether
yeah,
it's the
let's go
red
go row.
Where there's
more
the red
question.
tantra, the white tantra. I guess if you're into the black tantra, I'm not as much.
I'm into that purple tantra. I don't know about you.
The purple tantra.
I'm just fooling
We
around.
got our answer.
All right, next question. Also, if we don't have anything to talk about, I've got the quote slides up.
Nice. Yo, I have something I could read. It's a book I'm writing that I haven't worked on in a very long time. Yeah.
Wait, brother Kyle, what you were saying the left hand path, something like get involved with orgies or something like that.
Basically, if you embrace the dark energy too often, too much, you lose yourself.
You begin trading your mind.
Oh, okay.
You begin trading slivers of you.
Okay. Well, I haven't been into an orgy yet, so.
Well, I wouldn't say then and of themselves is bad. I wouldn't say those. I wouldn't say that interaction specifically is what can draw your energy. But of course, I think if you spend too much time in that carnal, sexual state, and even other states of like addiction, bad property of your health, things like that.
I get
indulgement.
I mean, not that I haven't fantasized about it, but I think a lot of people probably have.
Play the Transformers theme, guys.
Soup shifter. Yo, implying if you want to jump in, I will send you a link.
But I've always thought of that as like that could possibly be a divine experience. I mean, it's like
we're going to go with what does the audience want to hear? Does the audience have questions? So feel free to plop some questions down, guys. Sorry
Ask me some questions, dude.
I'm also sorry that
I'm also a comedian.
Thing is totally locked up. It's not locked up, but our screen, our faces are blocked. Operate feed. I don't know how I can. I don't know how to not have that happen.
You know, maybe I'll turn my camera off.
No, it's not you. Not you. No, you're good. It's something on my end. You're fine. You can have your camera.
Oh, whatever. It's alright. Let's see where it goes.
No. It's literally like whatever I tap on is being cast onto the screen. So.
Oh yeah, you can like select what is being displayed.
Yeah. Just so yeah, I'm like looking at
This is better for me since it's getting decently late.
Yeah, my friend is curious if she can join. Is that alright?
Yeah,
yes,
she
absolutely.
can
Send her
That's
a
all.
link.
It's up to Kyle. Ooh,
Tell
guys, hear that
her,
thunder?
tell her she's gotta like and subscribe to my YouTube channel too.
Like the Alphanium page if you want that daily dosage of cool stuff.
Daily dosage of badassery.
Sometimes daily, but you know, some stuff is gonna be
I
on.
may need to, like, if we don't have a paradigm shift channel page for Louisiana, I may have to make one just to keep me more engaged, and so I don't just like stay.
Brendan would totally advocate that. If there isn't one already, you can just make your own channel and then display content, which is of Paradigm Shift, Newer Louisiana. There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah, I may have to just start that page on my own. Totally okay with that, though. It'll give me an extra side project.
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah, I may have to just start that page on my own. Totally. Thanks for replaying my voice. An extra side project.
What's going on?
Absolutely.
Yo, you've got to mute that right now, Dylan, or else it's gonna continue to echo, like forever.
An extra side project. What's going on?
Yeah, Jesse's speaker and Jesse's mic are close together.
Jesse, what is that?
I just unplugged mine. What's going on?
Yeah, Jesse's speaker and Jesse's mic are close together.
If you're watching the YouTube video, mute the YouTube video.
Hey guys, I'm turning on my camera and my
Thank
light
you.
is off, but you're going to be able to see the lightning flash in here,
Yes,
which
that's
is pretty
very
neat.
cool.
Oh, hold on. Let me flip over to the Hangout.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
I've always
hey,
thought as lightning is
so
like this something
Dylan, Brendan's answering a question for you. Brendan
really
says
interesting.
there is Central Louisiana. So
Oh,
there's
cool.
a
So there
paradigm
is one.
shift. There's a paradigm shift in Louisiana.
Nice. I'm gonna go ahead, search it, join it.
Try searching it
Connect.
also on paradigmshiftcentral.com.
I had no idea.
There is a map design that you can check that out as long as it's operational, which I know Brendan's been working a lot on many different things. So he could also have done some work on the main website, gotten some things taken care of, like with the live map.
Well, I found Paradigm Shift Central Louisiana, so I'm gonna be
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, just real quick. Visitor posts.
It's not active.
What's up?
How long has Paradigm Shift been around?
Hold on. Paradigm
Since
Shift
like
has been around
early
since
college days for Brendan,
2009.
I think. Yeah.
Wow.
I think I
I think
remember
I
him
was
telling
still
us
into-
something about 2000. I think it was either like 2009 is when they made the new website, or 2009 is when it kicked off. But I'm not sure.
2000. What was I doing in
Yeah, there's
2009?
yeah, there's gonna be a quiz on all this, you guys.
I was 10.
Really? 2009?
I was 10. Yeah. I'm always
Wow.
1 year ahead of the current year since I was born in 99. Turn of the century, huh?
Wow.
Like,
You were born like
April 4th,
wow.
1999, around the same time Columbine happened, unfortunately.
Like you were born like right
Okay.
in the heart of Pokemon, like when it was
Pokemon.
getting.
Sure. I mean, it
I'm
was
gonna
part of my
need.
childhood. It was
I'm gonna need
fun.
to figure out different
It was?
platforms.
It was a huge part of my childhood. I wasn't the kid who played all the games, but like my older brother was into it, definitely. And I kind of like played with the cards. I liked all the characters in the TV show, but I didn't play a Pokemon game by myself until like 2010 when Platinum came out.
Wow. So was like Yu-Gi-Oh, was that
All right,
big
Dylan.
for you?
Yeah, that too.
Yo, what's up?
Okay. Paradigm Shift Louisiana page. Last activity was November 24th, 2015.
What?
So basically, what you want to do, Dylan, is try to get in contact with who runs that page, and see what you can do there.
And if you can't get into contact with anybody on that page, you can definitely feel free to just make your own and make it like,
Yeah, I have to start
Louisiana,
making-
New Orleans PDS or something.
Yeah, I've just got to make a Paradigm Shift Louisiana. Just take the word Central out of it.
Yeah. It's not supposed to have Central in it anyway.
Central.
Yeah.
I made
Central.
that mistake. Central is Central, and
Central.
anything
Well,
else is just
Central
anything
doesn't
else
that
after
like
it is.
Yeah, it looks like I got to make a Paradigm Shift
Ooh,
Louisiana.
Cloudburst. It's
That'll be
raining
fine.
now.
Okay, who wants to be the guru, and who wants to be the first guru? And
I'll be like
be a
Tony
I'm gonna
Robbins
answer
and
this
say,
question.
I am not your guru.
I could be a guru.
I'll be like Tony.
Guru.
I'll be.
Because Brendan has a question for us. And I'm gonna answer it, but if anybody else wants to answer it as well,
I'll be the guru.
we are going to do guru questions. We have one from Brendan. He's still currently making super shifter kits for all the
I gotta
Super
drop
Saiyan
down into the
shifters.
low yoga voice.
Okay. Guru, yeah, let me know when you get into your zone, Guru. I'm gonna get into the zone too. You good, Mike?
You have to look inside your child.
Your chest hair?
Okay. You ready, Mike?
Yes.
Guru, oh guru, what do you fear?
Well, that's a pretty general question. Jesus, Brendan.
What do I fear?
Snacks.
Uncertainty?
Uncertainty of the things I cannot control.
All right, pretty much, yeah.
Want to elaborate on that a little bit?
No, he's gonna leave it all
Like,
legendary like that.
the things that are out of the control that I have.
Well, yeah, we all
of.
wish we could do something about the oppression of the planet, but that's just not how nature works.
I think he's talking about uncertainty of like outcomes. So like, he's talking
I think on a psychological level, Mike could agree with me. We are afraid of ourselves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, certain parts.
Not even in the shadow, just when we come up on first experiences, we may react or take action in a way that is not right or not completely thought out, so that later you regret it. So you fear yourself because you later don't want to contemplate the regret. What you can do, in a way. I fear what I can do. But then you have to elaborate on what you mean by fear and what you mean by do, but whatever, right? I love these slides I have. I've got like 90, no, I don't have 90. I have like a bunch of them though.
I would elaborate on more of them, but that one was like kind of.
You have nothing to fear but fear itself. I was born in the dark.
Oh, I knew you were going.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it.
Wow, that's a really
fear
good
control.
question. Control.
You mean dominion or control? Like there's sovereign control of the self, but when you want to have control over others, then that's kind of like freedom infringement. Or do you fear being controlled?
Fear being
Oh, okay.
by like oppressive governments.
There you go. Well, there's a difference between fear and not liking something.
Yeah. Guess you're right.
That was a
It's
good
not really a
question,
fear. Fear. Where am I?
It feels like I'm in my house all by myself, strangely. Let's see.
A valid answer for that question.
Or does
Brendan, I
everybody
don't
want
have
to
an
take
answer for you. Michael is given his fear, and I cannot seem to manifest one in my being.
I mean, you can get real, specific, like, well, I don't know, castration. I mean, there's a lot of things.
I'm afraid of black widows, dude. I got one that lives in the backyard. It's helpful, but it's like you can kill me in one shot. Like I ain't gonna go near you.
Oh yeah, black widows are nothing.
Just simple survive instinctual fears, whatever,
Yeah,
right?
they
It
usually don't
coincides.
kill you. They usually just shut down
With
your
black
nervous system for a
widows,
while.
they're actually more afraid of you than them. If you slowly approach them, they'll likely run.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like, if they bite you, you're pretty much dead in an hour. That sucks, right?
Infant children are, but
I mean, I'm
giant
thankful I'm in
adults
Louisiana
actually
because
no.
the medical response for like poison situations is really fast, considering all the
Yeah.
deadly species we
You'd
have
probably
here.
live. I'd probably
Oh, yeah.
live, but I'm saying, like, I don't want to experience
or a
that.
brown
20 minutes
recluse.
away, I'd be fine.
Ooh,
Oh,
my
brown
dad
recluse
got bit
has
by a brown recluse in his
necrotizing
butt, dude.
necrotizing
Whoa.
toxin. It's gnarly. You don't want to get bit by that.
Yeah.
It
I
literally
mean,
eat your
I mean, I
skin.
don't think it's. Is it not really deadly?
Oh,
Oh,
it's
you want me to show
deadly
you a
if you
picture of a
go far
brown
enough.
recluse, dude?
Like,
What it does to you?
No.
Yeah,
I mean, what it does to you is very ugly looking, but I'm saying Are they?
If the toxin
Deadly
goes
as
far
well.
enough, it can kill you. If it's in the right spot too.
But yeah,
Yep.
what they do is really, I mean,
Makes me
it's really
puke.
nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black Widow's
Well,
venom. I believe it
But
gets
you
you
can
in under
tell
an hour.
because they have like a violin kind of looking thing over their
Thorax.
yeah, like near their head or their body.
I forget my bug anatomy.
They have like a violin. Well, that's just a good thing, so you can like know like because I've seen like brown spiders in my house, and I'm like, no, I don't see a violin. So
Well, guys, let's let me check the YouTube thing. Questions.
Here, let me just run by this real quick as Kyle finds the next question. Occult. You can see my hands in emphasis here. Occult knowledge. The word occult is derived from the Latin adjective occultus, meaning hidden, which comes from the Latin verb occultare, meaning to hide, to conceal, or to keep secret.
Say that one more
Occult.
time.
The whole thing?
it's really
Yeah.
nice word.
Completely kind of got caught up in something
It has a
else.
lot of baggage on it.
Occult. Occult knowledge. The word occult is derived from the Latin adjective occultus, meaning hidden, which comes from the Latin verb occultare, to hide,
Oh,
to conceal, to keep secret.
So perhaps
Occult.
it's a
So like
culture.
ocular,
Yeah.
oculus,
It's like a
eye.
hidden.
It's
to see
see.
what's not seen, to know
It's like
what's not known,
It's like a hidden
yet
culture.
always known.
Okay, you guys. Dylan. Brendan says, can add him as an admin though. Brendan's already the admin for that page. And
Okay, so
he says,
You're gonna add me as admin for Central Louisiana?
yeah, the Paradigm Louisiana because it's already got 1K likes.
Ooh,
Whoever had that
All
page
right.
before already has like a decent audience. But you're just gonna
yeah.
have
You
to
really want to
modify
see
it
if
to
you can
your
get in
area. You're
contact with
gonna
the
have to like,
admin.
All right.
yeah.
If he
I
can
mean,
do whatever
Dylan, what
needs for
Brendan
admin.
is saying I can add him as an admin though. I'm already the admin for that page, so I'll just add you in. Says no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
Cool.
Just take this page. You can modify it. It's already got 1K likes. It's already got like 1,000.
That's pretty cool. Thanks a
And
All
lot.
right. So I'll just start getting
that's how the
people
game
into
works,
it.
dude.
Like stuff. I'll just transfer things, different conscious articles into it.
Edit everything, I guess. Update it.
Well, yeah. I'll take what I can find, update it, do what I can.
Okay, cool. Yeah. We'll get that shit going with Brendan, man. Get it rocking.
Hey, I got
We have
another thing.
a new question.
Go ahead.
Guru, what comes before the beginning?
The future.
What comes before the beginning?
Future.
The after. See, Jesse knows the after.
What comes
the
before
end.
the beginning?
Oh, the end. Well, yeah, the end after future. You know that meaning.
Yeah.
What comes before the beginning?
Manifestation. Thought. Driven power. Will to
Chaos.
be.
Well, yeah, like pretty
No.
much even in like fictional fictional
Before the
creation
beginning.
stories, like in the world of Tamriel and Nirn, they have chaos and Anu were the first things in existence that were birthed from I forget what was called, but it was chaos and Anu, and then birth. Like it was almost Greek. Birth. After that.
That's the only thing I can think of because, like, before the beginning, it's like that's like like somebody
You don't know.
before clay.
Like if you think about it like a cycle, then yeah, before the
Yeah.
beginning there was the end. But in terms of the existential universe and all, there's no
Yeah.
beginning. There's no such thing as a beginning. It just has always existed. Which I've heard
Yes.
from Michael Tellinger. So it's very hard to contemplate because it's such a gigantic body
Before the
of knowledge.
the
But
beginning, there was another repetition.
that's why
Same.
we call it the end. It was the end of something else and the beginning of something else.
Yes. Just like
So-
our numbers exist on a scale 0 to 9, and then it starts
Yeah.
over again 1 0 1 1 1 2 all the way through. Every time you get to 9, 9 is the greatest number that one could ever reach because it is compiled of all the previous numbers, like
Yeah.
clear
That's true.
quartz or white quartz.
Well, actually, what about gematria? Like the best number would be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9.
But
and then whatever
that
number
is not. I'm talking like single digits. It's
Okay,
the last
that-
of the
that has a
single
place.
digit scale before that
Oh, okay.
repetition starts over again.
Yeah, 0 to 9,
There is
9
no
to 0,
number
0
after
to 9.
9. 9 is the final
Yeah,
the final level
in
of the sequence before it starts over
in
again.
basic numerology, yeah. Because there's
And that's
666
exact-
space
yeah.
consciousness, 777, 888,
But
and
what
999.
about 10? 10 is 1 and 0.
10 is a number
10
for God,
10
isn't it?
10
Yeah.
is the
Because
beginning
1
of the
plus
next
2 plus
of the
3
next
plus
sequence.
4 is 10.
Because intelligent creation plus, let's say maximized soul in dimensions, which is
10
the 9, 9 plus
10 is
1.
what separates us from the beast.
The number of the beast. 666. The number of the beast.
Oh,
Hell and fire. Yep. Hey, I got this one. Human nature. Emphasis. Big emphasis. Human nature. Good or evil? Human nature is neither inherently good nor inherently evil. Instead, we should consider the operating conditions or the environment in which human beings exist, which influences behavior to a great extent, thus creating the current human condition.
Yeah,
I like that.
I would agree on that.
I like that one. This is a good one.
Did we answer that question for the Kyle?
Yeah, it was just the beginning end question. We touched on that.
Oh,
Pretty good.
That was just the question. Okay, hold on. Brendan has got some good insight here, Dylan. This is what he wants to see. It says, I think what we will do, though, is create the new Louisiana page with a new address. And then what we're going to do is try merging them so we get the likes and the new address, because he can't change the address. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I
what
was
you're going
kind
to
of
have to
wondering about
do
the address change.
what you're going to have to do
already.
is create a new page. So if you want, you're actually going to have to create the new page, and then we can go ahead and try merging the two so that you get the likes and everything else on that page, and then you already have like an audience base built. So if you want
Sounds good.
make the page. That's what he's saying.
All right, so I'm
Uh-oh.
gonna jot a note down on my little page of notes I've got for tonight already.
You know that storm that was just happening here with the thunder and the lightning?
Yeah.
I hear some fire truck sirens now.
Oh.
All right, so
Hope it
I'm gonna be
didn't hit
making
like
Paradigm Shift to Louisiana sometime within the next couple days. I got to go into New Orleans itself tomorrow for like job stuff, and then after that, should have some free time to work on the page later that evening. Find some cool stuff for the backdrop.
See, look
Anyhow,
at
go ahead.
that.
Do you think it's possible that there was like a historical Adam and Eve?
Yeah,
But maybe they weren't named Adam and Eve.
I wouldn't say the story itself is 100% correct because we clearly know through evidential histories and different interpretations that they were either just groups that were interpreted as Adam and Eve. Not that Adam
Mhm.
was a guy and Eve was a girl. There probably was a male component and a female component of whatever the lowercase g, quote unquote, gods created. Talking about origin, the Garden of Eden basically was the Anunnaki's experimental ground where they mined. Let's just go with this theory. They mined gold. Doesn't matter if they did that or not. They, as the aliens that came down and were perceived as gods by simple early man, ever so 1,000 years ago, right? Maybe even earlier. I don't even know this stuff 100%, sir. Don't quote me on any of this. I'm just
Talking
trying to
about the
remember.
Anunnaki kind of thing.
Yeah, the creation of actually, as it's put, like the story of Lilith, like she was before
Eve.
Adam and Eve, right? I believe
I
she was
think
before
so.
both of them, and how she's equated with the serpent. Well, the serpent, a long time ago, doesn't always represent adversarial forces. It represents knowledge, and the serpent that came to Adam and Eve in the garden was kind of an agent of the first of the Anunnakis. Let's just call them that for now. Anunnakis slaves. So the serpent came into the garden of Eden, however it's been named, to let Adam and Eve know that they're just hominids and they're being used as slave workers or whatever. Because the serpent, Lilith, that whole faction of beings that were created first the Anunnaki's genetics were, they gave too much of their, this is hard to explain, they gave too much of their genetics to the first batch of beings and they were too intellectual, so they escaped. They left. They didn't want to be slaves, so you ever heard of like Lemuria or something? They just went to this other place.
Yeah, the Meridian.
I don't believe that's 100%, but this is kind of like a developing origin theory. Even stuff like creation, certain things in creation are also psychological, but explained by someone like Michael Tellinger or Zachariah Sitchin is way more accurate than what I'm doing right now, and it makes more sense. So don't be convinced by me. But yeah, basically Adam and Eve were like the second batch of the creation. Like the Old Testament is basically the Anunnaki gods, the lowercase g gods. That's the Old Testament, that vindictive, controlling, manipulative God, where he kept things in control like a farm, and human beings were livestock. Not that I'm saying that entirety of that part of the Bible, but I'm saying what it is. In the Old Testament, what is being accounted as historical events could actually be historical events. Michael Tessarion said the biggest myth that's propagated is that myths are just myths. And they have philosophical, psychological, and historical significance. And it's pretty crazy to think about them like that.
I mean,
Because the story, as I've been told, and I'm trying to retell it, is pretty skewed and poorly explained. But yeah, Adam and so-called Eve were just Atom,
it
and then
probably
Okay, you
wasn't.
guys, we have another question. So why don't
That's
you
really well
wrap
said,
up what you were
Brother
talking
Roman.
about real quick, Roman, and then I'll get into this next question.
But yeah, the allegory of Adam and Eve is the helpful knowledge, not all knowledge, the knowing serpent letting them know that they're slaves and that they can come with them and escape through the tree of life. Kundalini, serpent energy,
Yeah.
escape.
Yeah, because they
That's
do
what I
mention
was
through
two
gonna
knowledge.
trees.
What did you say,
They
Jesse?
mentioned two
Well, that's
trees.
what I was gonna say too. That's pretty much the story I've heard. Is it's about Kundalini energy and stuff, and
Yeah.
eating
They
apples
ascended
has to
out
do
of
with
that state.
consciousness, entheogenic plants like mushrooms and other things like that.
Yeah, that's kind of where shamanism is and where it came from.
Yeah.
It's basically just uplifters of humanity
Mm-hmm.
through psychedelic means. Like Graham Hancock did like an 18-minute banned TEDx talk where he
Yeah.
talks about
I've been
the
researching
oppression
all.
of humanity and how psychedelics they're meant for and their origins and everything.
Yeah.
Really smart guy. But you see, I saw your face and I was trying to explain it. It was pretty poor, but you kind of know what I was saying.
I try not to buy into the whole ancient aliens bullshit anymore.
I hear about it all the time. Like, oh,
I
that's
find it's
Zachariah
kind of,
Sitchin's weird, out of his mind. It's a misinterpretation. He's lying. I hear that stuff about everyone all the time, but I actually look into people who are trying to call other people frauds, and I'm like, you don't have enough information. I can't believe what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You're not making like someone tried to denounce one of my favorite, one of my trusted, trusted for the most part researchers. He tried to like not debunk him, but just be like, I'm gonna expose him. He's weird, and he didn't have good evidence. He was just projecting.
Yeah.
So
Which guy was
I
that?
let him be. But yeah, I understand your thing with the ancient aliens. You can't.
Well,
There's so many phases of it. Like there's the TV, there's the infotainment ancient aliens, which that has some good stuff in it,
I
but
do like
the entirety
the
isn't
show.
true.
not just that, but
But
just the whole like reptile aliens thing. It's kind of like a fear-based tactic to get you afraid of Kundalini energy, I find.
it is. There are even those even I think Bill Cooper kind of touched upon it just slightly. An evangelical socio freedom activists, conservative type guys who
I
barely
can
delve
tell
into
you.
this information and tell you anything having to do what the Bible says is bad is bad.
All
I
right,
can tell
guys.
you. I don't think you'd like to be like to experience like what a reptile kind of like
All right, guys.
from a human perspective.
All right, yeah. Let's move to the next question.
Yeah,
We can
we've got a question here. I want to I want to keep it rolling. All right, so the next quest ion is, why do we have polarities? It just creates separation. How can we experience sheer unity and no duality?
We need duality though to learn.
Wow.
Well,
Wow,
duality
that's,
is just the principles of the self, the shadow, the masculine, the feminine.
Positive.
It's what makes you who you are. Because without the negative, there's no positive, and without the positive, there's no negative.
Polarity.
Excuse me, that was bad. I believe I have a thing in here about polarity.
wow, that's it. The question was, how can you experience unity with no duality?
How can we experience sheer unity, not duality?
Shared unity.
Why do we have polarities?
Why do we have polarity?
I would say we have polarities because each one of us experiences our own on an individual scale, which creates bias, and it creates bias, and it creates untrust. It creates issues. It creates issues in us as a human race, making connections and establishing a grid of like unity and love
I would.
and enlightenment. It's because we each have our own. We each have our own polarities that conflict us inside, and we have a lot of cognitively dissonant behaviors that reverberate throughout the general population, and that is manipulated and used against them to keep them down. But if that were not an issue, we would still have some problems, and that's because people have a hard time accepting the fact that they have to take some fucking responsibility for the fact that they feel bad. And a lot of people are stuck in a phase of blaming others for all the reasons that they feel so terrible day in and day out. And that's basically where it lies, like, because of these polarities that they exist inside themselves, and they have an inability to accept the fact that, like, maybe somewhere, which is usually definitely always the case, like, these problems stem from some kind of like inner you that's unhappy, and that's like that's where it all starts. That's where awakening starts, is like being like, okay, I'm unhappy, I'm uncomfortable. How do I exist outside of this realm of uncomfort and dis-ease?
You deal with it.
Yeah, it's like
you find the source of the problem and you
yes,
fix it.
yes, Roman. You find the source of the problem and you fix
Well,
it. But most humans can't do that because they're stuck in a cognitively dissonant behavior of blaming others problems that they are experiencing, for their inability to accept and move on, and just be like, well, I'm going to have a good day today and smile, because, it's like as soon as you start carrying that attitude, everything else picks up. And as soon as you start carrying that attitude of like, okay, I'm going to, today I'm going to, and that seems pretty basic on this extremely base level, like day in, day out, going to work, like, it's like, well,
You can't let the negativity
manifest
this
your
system
reality, hack the matrix every day, exist in a fifth dimensional positive vibration, because that is the way you act reality. It's
as
like,
best you
and
can.
human beings are supposed to be on that level right now,
Well, I think I got an answer for that. I would say, guru, oh guru. I would say we are like a huge ass thermometer.
Huge ass.
That's polarity.
huge ass.
Polarity.
Humongous.
We're like a humongous,
You are an
huge
infinite
ass,
polarity.
humongous. So the thing is about a thermometer is you have all these different levels of degrees.
Yes, that's what it is.
Each
This
way
quote from the
is
Kabbalion
it could
talks
be
about the
either
degree.
it could be very hot or very cold, but it's still one huge ass thermometer. And so when I think of duality in the sense, or polarity, is that we experience all the beautiful and sometimes not as beautiful, sometimes ugly as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hey, Mike, I got it right here.
varieties of this thermometer. And I guess when you're done, like if you're saying like, this thermometer's kind of pissing me off, can I just like
Can I buy a new one?
experience? Can I buy a new one? I guess you can get that. If you want to just cut straight to it, you feel like there's nothing else to learn, then you can, be in unity with all the different degrees, on that thermometer. But if you feel like you enjoy the differences of the different degrees of the thermometer, then then you're either uh, in duality, or if you want to take a shortcut to unity in that sense. So that's the way that I look at it.
I have three things here, straight out of the principle of polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. Thesis and antithesis are identical in nature, but different in degree. Opposites are the same, differing only in degree. It's kind of how you have to look at it, because in Satanism, the inverted pentagram, the goat's horns, the top of the inverted pentagram, it represents duality, a forced separation. I don't have the exact words on it, but I will try to find them.
And that's why they like the goat horns so much.
I forget, like, it doesn't represent, like, looking at duality and understanding it. It represents duality, like, forced up in defiance to positivity.
Oh, okay.
Something, let me check. I wish I had the slide for it. Oh, geez, it's gonna take a while. But, yeah. Hey, Star's in here.
Yes, I saw that star jumped in. How's it going, bro?
Brother Tony.
Brother Tony.
Hey, what's going on?
Yes.
Joey's
Bro Sephiroth.
I was hearing hermetics. I was like, oh hell yeah! Listening to it, but yeah, definitely a hermetic. I love it.
But I think people do have different do you think like don't you think like people have differing views as far as the people that want unity and some people that like duality?
Pretty much both the same thing in the end.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
Yeah, I understand.
it seems like there's differing views on like some people really like the idea, they get it. Some people are like, well, duality has been serving the purpose for me, kind of thing. So it's like, I don't know. I think, I mean, yeah, it's like it's two sides of the same coin, I guess.
I saw something the other day, and it was referring back to that inverted pentagram. I'd never really thought about it before, but what they were saying was that the inverted pentagram was actually a symbol, at least in this particular instance, it was a symbol of individuality. And I was like, okay, I can kind of see that. So, yeah. I can't remember where it was, or I'd share it with you as far as, the source from it, but I don't remember what it was. But yeah, it kind of made sense to me because the upright pentagram, obviously, that's a symbol of unity.
Mm-hmm.
With spirit residing over the top of it. But yeah, from it being inverted, it's not necessarily quote unquote evil. It's just the other degree of that, from unity to, like y'all was talking about, duality. And outside of unity, you would think, or that there is that somewhere within an entity this would be individuality, because unified, individual. So it did make sense.
Oh yeah, I literally pulled up.
Individual duality.
I pulled up the video right now of Mark Passio explaining the inverted pentagram, and there's losers in the comments talking about he's a liar, and he's like he's talking about it in a negative way, and these people are. But it's like Mark already understands that if they looked at more of his work. But basically, yeah, every symbol is good and bad. This is what this comment says: every symbol is good and bad. I have shown blah 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 blah, pentagram, use of it in ritual. But basically, like the right side up pentagram just means you place spirituality of a higher importance. This leads some to portray their own physical instincts and desires in this life, wanting to get back to the spiritual realm like an escapist, forgetting that they came to Earth for a reason. This dude's an idiot, thinking Satanists kind of treasure this bottom half of life, but he only gets he spoke truth, but he only has a half truth. So I'm not gonna bother to comment on it, but hope he finds his way. When was that comment posted? Months ago? Okay. But basically, yeah, think of like you look at a human body. The upright pentagram is at the top of the head. The inverted pentagram is over in the lower body. So just think of it like that. That's a polarity. Neither is good nor bad. One represents behavior that can go bad, and one represents behavior that can go morally. But basically, yeah, you don't want to unidentify with your shadow self, because then you're not being yourself. So you understand that, because you'll see propagated. The pentagram, you'll see it propagated that the pentagram in and of itself is evil. Don't look at it, who cares, right?
The pentagram.
And then there's like, don't look at the inverted pentagram, that's Satanism. Look at the upright pentagram, that's good. But then you get to this point where you're like, okay, people are construed, upright pentagram. I just explained it, right? But the thing with Satanism is there's like three types of it. There's the weird people go along with it version, where, okay, first of all, yeah, there's the confused, idiotic version where people believe it's about worshiping a devil figure from Judeo-Christianity, which I guess happens in some people's psychotic heads, maybe, but that's not officially a main version that needs to be bothered with. But not saying there is some kind of strange, evil deprecated creature entity existing somewhere. But we'll bother with that later. But basically, what I'm saying is, there are people who extradite Satanism as being, it's a good thing, it's a good religion, it's just about, being adversarial. But the thing with Satanism is, It's like an unhealthy version of atheism, where people, there are people who will call
Can be.
themselves Satanists unknowingly, and they're moral people. They're good people. They just have a misunderstanding of it. Satanism in and of itself will always be evil because that's what it is. It's adversarial to the positive energy. That's what it means since the beginning of time. Anton LaVey misconstrued Satanism and mixed it with the Thelema, or not just the Thelema, he mixed it with all
Really?
kinds of people's teachings. So what
Yeah.
Anton LaVey kind of corrupted it, and he made, because if you go to the Satanic Church's website, it's red and black, but it's like, oh, we're giddy and happy, we're not bad people. But that's like the mainstream version. There's real Satanism, which is like the pedophilia and the ritual sacrifice and the deep dark stuff that takes place, the origin, thousands of years back, and the shady people to this day. That's actual Satanism. Satanic mindset, satanic ideology is self-preservation, no empathy, no compassion, only for the carnal self. That's that extreme lifestyle where you lose your mana, as Kyle put it.
You lose your
I find it
mana. It's not
the
mana. You lose
hugest
your mana.
the hugest confusion in the esoteric-ish community is just the confused and misconstrued understanding of Satanism, and that someone can just define it as this one thing. But it's my least favorite discussion because it's so hard to convince people over it. Basically, I feel like I understand it enough to the point where I can, like, Satanism's bad. Don't look at it as an adversarial thing just because you're trying to push back, indoctrinating religious doctrine. Don't go to another religion, because that's what Satanism is. It's just a religion
Don't go to the other
of evil.
extreme.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
two
it's,
sides.
it's
coin,
quite different from
the
Thelema.
side of the coin.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying Anton Zandor LaVey. His Satanic Bible. You'll read the Satanic Bible, and there are some decent things in there, but that's not him. People think Satanism came from him, or people actually think Satanism came from Crowley, which is ridiculous. But anyway,
Right.
he revised, he packaged
I had to
Satanism.
No,
Yeah, he
no,
packaged Satanism
no.
in the 60s.
Satanism came from that heavy metal music that all them devil worshipping, God loathing.
You know what that is, Kyle? That is straight cultural obfuscation. That is that's the biggest lie everyone believes.
I know, dude. I love it.
Something that I'm always confused.
Satanism came from that heavy metal
You
junk.
have to throw America somewhere
Wow.
in there. You
America.
have to throw
I've
America
met one.
somewhere in there.
It's
Too many people
the
talking at the
nicest
same
people
time.
I've ever met.
I just had to throw some joke in there for a little bit, you guys. That's some good stuff, though, Roman. That's incredible stuff.
I sent,
This isn't stuff you get from watching a video. Like, you've got to either listen to someone who's very articulate and can take back their meanings and represent new ones. I understood this pentagram thing instantly as it came to me. I was like, people who go and output the inverted pentagram, I have to think of it as a lifestyle, because it does bother me when I see someone put it right out there in the open, like this Facebook page, Left Hand Philosophy, where it is the people who enjoy the more physical, carnal, desired lifestyle. Like, they don't do immoral stuff. They favor it as a lifestyle, which, whatever, fine. But I favor the emphasis on the moral and the more spiritual end of, just everyone being uplifted first. Before people can divulge in their conscious selves, they have to at least be uplifted first. You don't want to introduce someone to your pseudo version of Satanism. That's not going to work. Actually, even the Satanic Church itself, it may seem all good to get at first, anti-religion. Yeah, we're good, we're free thinking, and then boom, you're in the Church of Satan, and you're helping them do psychological warfare against people and misconstruing things. There are literally people in the Satanic Church who go out and misconstrue knowledge, especially, this is where Mark Passio gets his theory. I don't even know if it's a theory, he might be right, but one of his...
kind of like Scientology.
Yeah, Scientology also branches from it. True Satanism. That's what I'll call it. True Satanism. the immoral ideology, the, basically whatever you think the controlled worshiper are doing. You really got to look at these works. I don't even know if I'm making sense to everyone, but
So this
that's
true
kind of how it all.
I have a question about that. The true
Yeah.
Satanism. Would that really change the process or the belief system if the word Satan was completely taken out of it? Because this is beyond just the idea of a rebellious Christian, right?
Yes, this is not a rebellious Christian. True Satanism probably existed before any religion, any Christianity. It's literally just the ideology of self-preservation and immorality.
You're talking
Satanism is
about
just a
like
name
the
given by the Hebrews because Satan meant adversary. And I will take it as the definition of adversary, meaning, you're being an opponent to truth. You're being an opponent to uplift. You're being an adversary to positivity. That's kind of how I'll define it.
like the Hellfire Club kind of thing.
Yeah, people who are just not doing it right.
They're not necessarily Satanists, though. I mean, well, I
Yeah,
guess
people
the
who
definition of Satan being adversary, I suppose, yeah, that the Hellfire Club was, but they weren't doing it for attention.
Yeah.
And I think
Well, they
that's
still.
where a lot of people, they might have been doing it for attention among their peers, but as far as out in public, they couldn't very well be doing it for attention like you can nowadays.
Hey, if they're using their occulted knowledge to manipulate people to make only their lives better and more desire filled, and doing immoral action and not uplifting or helping anyone, that's kind of what makes you a Satanist, a true Satanist. And it bothers me all the time to see people, oh, I'm a Satanist, oh, Satanists aren't bad. And it's like, oh, you have to understand such a whole body of knowledge first before you can even go and talk about that kind of thing. It's so bad, it's so obfuscated.
I scared the shit out of the Princess of Hell last night. I mean, I was just talking to this girl, and the more that she talked, I'm like, oh my god, how old is this girl? I was like, by the end of it, I was thinking maybe 12, 15 years old, But I did intentionally scare the ever-living shit out of her on purpose, just to bring to her awareness, that she was lucky that she ran into somebody who isn't the way that I used to be. Because I have been into some pretty heavy shit, and I was fucking with her, using the darkness that I know. And I was like, yeah, you're really lucky that I'm not the person I used to be.
You'll see that
for a month straight.
You'll see this disenchantment among the youth. That's what it is. The youth are being attracted to this.
But yeah, by the end of it, we was talking about pentacles and what the difference was between a pentacle and a pentagram, and how she made her own out of rocks. And I was like, hey, that's actually the first thing you said that's impressed me.
Hey,
but
these kids out here trying to be edgy.
Right, I'm trying to guide her into more something with more integrity than this limbo that she believes in. That is just exactly that. So hopefully, if anything, I did achieve that. We're just doing what I can.
Yeah, here actually, I believe I posted something on my Facebook page. I'll see if I can find the post and share it with you all. Go ahead, guys.
It's all good.
Yeah,
It
y'all are
is
breaking up like crazy.
2:30,
For some reason.
and we might be capping this off in a little bit. I'm not gonna let it go past 3. I'm gonna try and have it set so we can maybe get out of here sooner than later. Not gonna let it go past 3. I guess that's gonna be an intention. We'll cap it at 3 o'clock.
So that's
what time is it over there?
It's 2:30.
Oh,
So it's like 30 minutes to where I've got to end
Yeah,
it
it's
because
like
it's
1:30 in the
been.
morning, and I gotta be in New Orleans by like noon at the latest. Although I want to try and get there for 11.
This is your standard
So I've got
6-hour broadcast for Paradigm Shift News. bringing all the information you need to know to elevate your conscious existence and elevate Mother Gaia through the dimensions into the fifth, so that we can all exist on a better plane here existence. That's what we're doing right now. That's like the mission of the
Alright,
Light
how do I
Warriors.
share
The
this?
mission of the Light Warriors, dude. And like that's
Here,
something that
guys.
like we've been trying to figure out, right? That's like something that we've been trying to get for so long. Like, what are we doing here? We're the Light Warriors. What are we doing here? It's like, well, now we've kind of like figured it out, and that's very exciting, you guys. And Bryce was in here earlier in the broadcast with us many hours ago, and it was amazing. He's been talking about his awakening process, and dude, he is like 2 neighborhoods over from me. So he's Delaware too, and it's absolutely fantastic. Like, we've got just so much stuff going on, man. Like, I've been talking to him, and he's been blowing my mind with the accelerated rate in which he's coming to know things. And he's like, dude, it's been like 3 days. I'm like, you're talking like it's been maybe a year or more. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It's getting kind of crazy with him. So I'm really excited to figure out what's going on with that, and that's going to help build Paradigm Shift Delaware, and that builds Paradigm Shift everything. And Dylan is in here, and he's going to get Paradigm Shift Louisiana rolling. So you got to remember, try and take some time in the future at some point, Dylan, to get your things, your thought things together and be like, okay, what am I gonna do? You've got to make a Facebook page. It's super easy if you've ever made a Facebook page before. It's massively easy, so don't worry about that being difficult. You don't have to worry about like HTML stuff like you did, many years ago when it was like MySpace shit. But building the Facebook page is super easy, and what Brendan's going to do is he's going to try and merge the page that's already in existence with the one that you create, so that it has a new address, a new look, and all the stuff that you're going to fit into it. And that'll be cool because that actually gives you something that like you actually built, and you're not like, oh, well, I just sort of grabbed that. It's like you actually built something that merged with a previous page, and then you can actually like have that to be like, yo, I built this, like I built this. It's amazing. It's like, and then you automatically get that audience that's already sitting there. You know what I mean? Granted, how many
Yeah, it's a
people
lot of
that are
responsibility,
still
but
active?
I'll take it on. Like, oh
Yeah,
man,
my page doesn't have a whole lot of
watch
stuff.
myself.
My Paradigm
It's all
Shift
good. I'm sure
Delaware
other
page
people can post
doesn't.
content.
Yeah, I mean, my Paradigm Shift Delaware doesn't have like that many likes, and I'm like, whoa, okay. That's like yours has 1,000, where the one that you're going to receive has
Do we
1,000.
have
That's
any
like,
more
oh yeah, dude, that's so awesome.
guru questions?
The last one was the one about polarity and duality. I'm checking my Facebook right now. I don't have any guru questions from here. Let me go back to
I'm surprised my
YouTube.
tablet held on so long.
Okay, hold
So
on.
I'm totally going with my cinnamon vanilla tea. Hell yes. I need to get more tea.
Oh, there's someone put a link about community crystalline meditation. I'm gonna have to not look it up, follow that link. I think that would probably be something for another broadcast after this happens. Um, yeah. What else we got going on? Yeah, like once you build that Louisiana page, I'll talk to Brendan and see what he wants to do about trying to merge those two and having a new address and everything for that one. So that'll be really good. I'm gonna get Bryce involved with Paradigm Shift Delaware. He's already in the game, so that's good.
Kyle, you're breaking. I've barely heard like half the stuff in the last 20
I can
minutes.
hear you all right.
Yeah, I think that's just your end, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
It's alright.
It's clear over here.
I mean, anything you think you might have missed, you can go back in the video and like start
Hey,
skimming
hey,
through.
Morris.
I
Jim
can just
Morrison.
watch the video again and like scroll through to the very end.
Yeah. I'm
Catch
just
up on
talking
whatever I
about
missed.
building networks and stuff. And
Did somebody say Jim Morrison?
Jim Morrison.
Tony Morris. Tony Morrison was liking the page.
Yeah, I just like
That's
the
like
name. That's who I am. Stars
Oh.
Weaver. That's like my nickname.
I thought I heard
Oh, that's
somebody.
cool.
I thought I heard somebody say Jim Morrison.
Yeah, but it's like
Sorry.
Paradigm Shift Athenium. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
The address though is facebook.com/paradigmshift-akashic.
Nobody said Jim Morrison?
No, it was Tony Morris. Who was Tony Morris?
Paradigm.
That's me.
Oh.
That all one word?
Star
No.
on my picture.
What?
But yeah, short for Star Weaver. That's my nickname.
Oh, yep, the picture's the same.
I don't even know how
What
to
up,
look
dude?
at how many likes my page has.
I thought somebody said Jim Morrison. I was like,
So I'm complimented. I was like, cool. Somebody thought I was Jim Morrison. They didn't even hear me sing.
Oh. I've got like
Here we go.
50 likes on my page. I need to figure out how to promote this stuff. I do a lot more promoting.
I thought I was hearing things for a second.
Paradigm Shift Akashic. Here's the webpage. Or is it
Akashic.
a cache? Okay.
Akashic.
I thought it was Akashic myself, but okay. Either way.
Akashic Records.
Tomato.
You know what that means, right, Akasha?
I know what Akasha is, but as far as what I'm immersed in, it's like basically it's the infinite living mind. It's the Akashic field that exists, that everything exists in. That's what they're talking about, the Akashic records. That's what they're talking about, is the Hall of Records.
Yep, that's what I like the page to be inspired after.
Oh, sweet.
Is it
it's very
it's like a
common.
living library?
Very common.
Yep.
Dude,
Athenian means library.
Oh wow. That's what first came to mind, is like a living library.
yeah, man.
I remember watching this thing. I used to watch it all the time. It was this Pleiadians thing, and it was like talking about, and Earth is like a living library.
Oh man, was that the Pleiadian message thing? I put a video out.
Yeah.
Talking about Earth
I mean,
is
now
a
I look at
library.
it and I
Earth
was
is a
like,
living library. Yeah.
Alright, I'm resharing this post because I edited it, and it is way more enlightening.
Nice. Hacking the fuck out the matrix, dude. Alright.
Has anybody ever looked up what the word matrix means?
Ooh.
probably wrong.
I have a steady understanding of the Matrix of fiction, but
I literally looked it up just because
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah, guys, it was good
It's,
call, but
it's
I'm
truly
signing off Hangout. 'Cause it's
basically
getting too
an
static.
environment. It's an
Okay, take it
An
easy, brother Dill.
environment or material
Take
in
it,
which...
everybody.
Oh, are you reading it too?
Namaste.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm not reading it. I'm trying to remember it.
An environment or material in which
Peace.
something develops, a surrounding medium or structure. See you
So,
later,
I'll
Dylan.
see
Have a good one. Good night.
Take it easy.
yeah,
Dylan.
good night, Dylan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
Journey well.
Nice to meet you, bro, Dylan.
Take it easy, man. Alright, the second definition is A mold in which something such as a printing type or phonograph record. A printing type or phonograph record is cast or shaped.
It's basically whenever you want to create something using a mold, like a phonograph record or a clay figure. You can use like latex and galvanize and fill it up with nitrous stone, and then peel that shit off, and it creates a mold. But that mold is that environment in which that is created. So it kind of goes back to the first definition on a different level.
Wow, that
Awesome.
is really
But yeah,
10 people engaged.
it's an environment in which something develops, is what I got out of it.
I was going to be like, what? We got 10 people watching us?
No, the page has got 10 engagements, which is pretty.
I
liked it and liked a bunch of stuff on it randomly, and like just went down the line and liked a bunch of your previous posts, and then I shared it and I shared it and shared some other stuff on your page. So I did a lot of spreading that for you while we were doing this.
It was very much appreciated, you guys.
I'll do the same thing once I get off the Hangout, but I can barely use Facebook and the Hangouts at the same time.
Dude, do that for Paradigm Shift Delaware, because I need to reach more people with that. I need to reach people with this YouTube account as well. So, if you guys can help me out, let me know if you guys feel like posting my stuff up, because I'm going to be doing what Brendan does, I guess, and just like making conscious media and like hacking the matrix and making conscious media and doing awesome paradigm shifty things. Especially since I'm going to have so many more buttons as I won the super psychic read it thing.
Does anybody want to hear a flow?
Yeah.
I had a thought real quick before you start, Michael. If we go back to that definition of matrix, an environment in which something develops, what if we look at that environment as an infinite conscious mind that we are in the environment of, and we're developing in that as an expression of that infiniteness?
I got a really good
somebody's mind.
Yeah. Well, if we consider the matrix that we exist in as the infinite living conscious mind, or the akasha, if you will, then that no longer limits us to the limitations of our environment, because there is none.
Oh.
Yep.
But I'm still gonna call certain states.
Well, yeah, that's necessary. I think that we have a structured way of doing things. That organizing is or routine is what keeps it, something that we can develop. Like that's the key word there. Develop in that routine. As long as we don't limit ourselves to thinking, oh my God, shit's gonna fucking fall off the planet, and all chaos is going to come apart. Fucking Cthulhu is gonna fly out of the fucking sky if we don't buy our underwear at Kmart.
Yeah, if we don't buy underwear.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like on Rain Man,
Oh yeah.
You don't have to get so strict into that routine to think that all hell's gonna break loose if you don't adhere to it.
Kmart.
Or Walmart.
Underwear is underwear. Wherever you buy it, it is underwear.
Nope.
In Cincinnati or wherever.
Nope. Not if you have a routine that you have to stick to. And I get that some people are like that and they have to stick to that routine because they have to have structure in their life.
Yeah, I might be one of those people.
But there's also a way to move yourself out of that as well. But let's do that process.
Yo, Michael, speaking of flow, though, how did you like that little line I sent about that homemade cat thing?
Oh,
that was pretty cool.
When I
That was
said
pretty good
something.
simile. I guess that's what it would be. like a homemade catheter.
Yeah. Shine like the sun, snap goes the aperture. Coming at me is a bad idea, like a homemade catheter.
It's a bad idea, like a homemade catheter. I thought it was pretty cool myself. I was like, that's pretty let's thinking outside the box right there.
Dude, I have some good
Oh,
ones,
okay,
but they're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I have
Shine
some
like
good
the
ones.
sun.
I have some good ones, but like, it's only like a couple lines. You can't ever make something like flow that's like good.
But I mean,
Couple stanzas.
what I do is not necessarily poetry. It's just flow.
Nah, yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's like
writing it down or
what I
whatever.
wrote was just off the top of my head. I didn't write that shit down.
I did like that one, Brokaw, though, about the.
Cause I thought that was pretty funny.
Catheter.
Oh, this is a really good quote.
This guy
was
here, microphone conductor, spiritual instructor,
Oh, me?
lyrical motherfucker.
Yeah.
That was me. I just got my whole shit. I thought it was pretty good to at least, show some credence to maybe. Just he's awesome. Like, he can.
Aww.
Yeah, but I'm pretty decent, but damn.
Let's make some conscious rap, you guys.
You guys want to hear a flow?
Not
All
crazy.
right, I'll go after you, Tony.
Yeah, let's
Next
hear the
level.
flow and then we'll hear it from it.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, guys
Next
want to
level
hear
shit.
flow.
That's some next level shit right there, homie.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Go for it.
You're now listening to the biological evolution of a cosmological solution. You calling me a pansy, but really I'm millions of years beyond the chimpanzee. The fool, dancing while you trampled under my lyrical stampede. Transcendental, soon as you pass the pencil. Hear these sounds activate the intertemporal. It's been essential. How long I've been a rage against the system, bestowing parts of wisdom to put an end to social Darwinism. Fuck a death wish. Skinhead, I've been dead. Waiting upon my resurrection, your spirit's up for inspection. Watch me spin those chakras backwards till you're off your rocker and hallucinating tatwas. I'm just trying to embody the teachings of Yeshua, become a better Buddha while hitting this hookah and spitting fire like a bazooka. Calling me an asshole? You ain't even made it past the anal stage, you little rascal. I'm a pretty mellow guy, so you better not piss off this futuristic mad psychiatrist, cause if you could swap minds, the first thing you'd be saying, I never wanted to get inside of this. Psychic whiz, ISIS kid, throwing sidekicks and summoning Anubis on Mike Vick. So you better keep the pill addicts from this bar dropper. Don't encourage me, doctor. Much to learn indeed you do, grasshopper. These lyrics are the new cash crop. You want to drop acid? Well, mine is sulfuric. There is no way to cure it. My impact's massive. So don't mess with a boy who practices the science and art of cause and change to occur in conformity with will, because when you ask for the magic, I'm not going to grab a hat and be pulling out fucking rabbits.
Yeah, that
Bruh,
is so funny.
you gotta get that on tape.
Yeah,
Homie,
dude.
that's
That-
next level shit, though.
That is
I
some
love
serious
that.
next level shit, dude. God damn.
That was dope.
Yeah, dude.
That was awesome.
dope. That was a perfect, like, end portion.
Hey,
Yes.
hey,
Like Roman
that's
said.
pretty good.
Thanks.
Roman said he pulled up some quotes.
I pulled up some lyrics here. You are a
Well,
tool
we
in the
got
hidden
this
hand.
live.
Let's see.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I was reading the title of it. Okay.
Oh.
All right, this is it. You are a tool and the hidden hand is using you. Please don't be delusional. The rulers of this world practice confusing you. The people and the priest and the imams have been jammed by government scams, minds systematically programmed. Blatant black hatred and racism. The way they lace the whole world and nation with traces of Satanism. This place is a pagan prison. The founding fathers' enslaving intentions were no different than Bush's and Reagan's visions. 1776, they took action. This Illuminati took form and was spawned from a Colombian faction. Just flip your $1 bill over, and if you want me to expose the true code of deception, I will show you. We live in a designed wicked system. The number 13 is consistent in Masonic symbolism. It represents transformation. 12 completes the cycle, so 13 is rebirth and regeneration. The meanings of this symbol are strategically hid. On the left side, you see a 13-layer pyramid. Over that sits the all-seeing eye where the light shines, a sign of the devil watching over you at all times, with the words Anuit Coeptus. 13 letters meaning he has favored our undertakings. Will you accept this? Or you learn the science and ignore them. Under the pyramid you see Novus Ordo Seclorum, translated New Order of the World, or the New World Order, authors and satanic fathers of mass slaughter. The eagle that you see on the right sits below 13 stars with a shield that has 13 stripes, an olive branch in its claws with 13 leaves, which is supposed to be in its talent to represent peace, but peace was always on a decrease. His other claw holds 13 arrows of war set to be released, and the letters at the bottom of the pyramid are fixed with the Roman numerals that equal 1776. The United States of America exists in a deep devilish abyss with truth and paganism mixed. Every president that ever lived was foul. They gather a bohemian grove where they bow down before the owl. See, the owl is wise and sees through the darkness of night, and there's a small one on the dollar near the one on the top right. It ain't hard to understand this government was never for us. The eagle was based off the Egyptian hawk Horus. The 13 colonies grew into wicked sovereignty and made no apology for the obvious ideological. Subconscious, we follow the ways of the beast and pay homage to pagan gods when we say days of the week. Like Sunday, they worship the sun. Monday is Moon Day. Tyr, the god of war, was worshipped on Tuesday. Odin, the chief god, is who Wednesday is named for. Thursday is Thor's Day, god of thunder, the mighty Thor. Friday was named after Frigga, and notice the pattern. Saturday is the Roman god of agriculture, Saturn. Frigga was the goddess of love, the wife of Odin. The polytheistic theology needed decoding. The ritual like trips across the sand this man takes, the skull and bones fraternity, the secret handshakes. But understand he receives only 33 degrees. He secretly believes Lucifer and other deities. Many powerful and rich people are controlled by these. They even hold the soul of several of your favorite MCs. Politicians telling lies, tongues whittled with thorns, and use hand gestures shaped in the form of devil horns. You don't feel the city home because you don't know what it entails. Satan tampers with stem cells and sprays chemtrails. Established to use religious doctrines to commit annual robbery, Christmas split in half is Christ's Mass, the so-called birth of Jesus where every room has glowing lights cast. Christ, the anointed one, masked birth the celebration, but Jesus' birth was kept secret due to the situation. The king initiated a death plot because a Messiah was prophesied to rule, so Jesus' murder was authorized. No one knows the actual date, and that's why sometimes you see Xmas. X means unknown, but ignorance affects us. A fraud that was purposely flawed. December 25th is the birthday of the wicked ruler Nimrod. This whole disguise is part of Satan's universal lies, a holy prophet's life being pimped and commercialized. Traditions like lights on trees, rooted in the Nicene Council in 325 AD. By Constantine, these matters were decreed. The concept of a virgin birth was actually conceived, then agreed. With graven images in the temples, the fish on your car is an Oan as a Babylonian symbol. It's visibly contradictory. Telling your children lies, you need to make them study Santa Claus's sick history. But yet we go wherever Satan leads us. The falsehoods we practice in his name ain't got nothing to do with Jesus.
Yo, who was that? Was that like a Mortal Technique or
Wait, did you write that one?
No, I did not, but I do find a lot of
Knowledge, man. Oh my god.
That was
Yeah.
there was a lot
like
of decent stuff in there, but there was a lot
like
of
a history lesson.
Yeah, like
misinterpretation.
it sounded like Immortal Technique is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's K Reno.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It's what?
no wonder.
K Reno.
K Reno?
Just K Reno.
Alright. Well, you guys, we're getting ready to end this podcast now, so everyone say goodbye to the hangouts. So I'm gonna end the broadcast here.
Oh wow.
I really put like a lot of
Interdimensional portal. Everyone can see this. This is awesome. Repeating infinite.
Yeah, guys, this is probably the best broadcast I've been in a while.
Yeah, man. This one was really good. Thank you guys for being here and experiencing this broadcast with me. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Everyone who's listening, future listeners, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking a part of it. If you have made it this far, it's going to be like a 5.5 hour, 6 hour video that's going to be up on my YouTube page now. So awesome,
See if you
awesome
can cut it.
broadcast, guys. Now I'll be able to I'll be able to like edit stuff out and make other videos out of it, definitely.
Cool.
But for now we gotta cut it because it's 3 now. So thank you for the readings, you guys. With the that was really awesome, intense stuff there at the end, Roman. That was so cool. And you're right. This is one of the greatest broadcasts that I think we've had. It's like awesome. Turned out really awesome. Super awesome.
And
High
Ashley
frequency
got her
stuff we
question.
covered.
Ashley got her question answered.
Ashley got her question answered. And we had guru questions, audience participation. Ended up turning out really well. It was really fun. So
Oh,
thank you
she's still
guys.
listening.
I know she is. She's definitely still hanging out.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Glad I joined in tonight.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Jesse.
Yeah, thank you for
Cool
joining,
guy.
man. Thank you for being a part of this. I really appreciate it.
Check out the whole
Yeah,
thing.
man.
I can talk
I'll
about
be
it
back
the
for the
last
next
part.
one too.
Absolutely. All right, you guys. Let's say goodbye to the internet.
Journey well. Later.
Take it
Journey with
easy,
hope.
guys.
Agape.
Agape. All right. 9 out.
Love is a law, love will.
Uh,